Well, good morning, everybody. On behalf of Deputy Provost, Councillor Anne Ritchie and myself, officers, can I give you a very warm welcome to this morning's meeting. First of all, could I ask, can everybody up the back hear me okay? If somebody could just raise a hand. Thank you very much. Second point is members of the public and local members, and any member has a phone to make sure that it's switched off. Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll now take the sederant. Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. Provost Buchanan.
Present.
Deputy Provost Ritchie.
Present.
Apologies from Councillor Aitchison. Councillor Alexander.
Present.
Councillor Balfour.
Present.
Councillor Binney. Apologies, I understand, from Councillor Bissett. Councillor Black. Present. Councillor Blackwood. Present. Councillor Bowes. Present. Councillor Coleman. Present. Councillor Colley. Councillor Coombs. Here. Councillor Flynn. Present. Councillor Garner. Present. Councillor Goldie. Present. Councillor Grant. Present. Councillor Harris. Present. Councillor Hughes. Present. Councillor Kerr. I understand apologies from Councillor McHugh. Councillor McCluckie. Councillor Meiklejohn. Councillor Monroe. Councillor Murtagh. Councillor Nicholl. Councillor Nimmo. Councillor Patrick. Councillor Reid. And Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Now take you to declaration of interests, and just for clarity I will read this out. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at the meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. Have we any declarations of interest at this time? Councillor Coleman.
Declaring an interest in Falkirk Community Trust as I'm a board member, which is item 8.
No, it's Councillor Binney. I've declared an interest as well. I'm Director of Falkirk Community Trust, and it's agenda item 8. Thank you.
Again, the same interest.
Yeah.
Well, the same interest.
Yep, the same here for the Community Trust. Thank you.
And myself, Provost.
Okay, thank you. Before we go on to agenda item 3, which begins the Minutes Information Bulletin, just one or two issues that I've got to come before you. First of all, there is a royal visit today, and myself and Councillor Reid will be leaving the chambers round about just after 12 o'clock, and we'll be handing the chair over to our Deputy, Councillor Anne Ritchie. Also taking part in the visit will be Patricia Cassidy. Therefore, her report, item 10 in the agenda, will be moved to item 6, which after the roll and action log. So if you could just put that in your agenda item at the moment. The Falkirk Health and Social Care Partnership update will go after the roll and action log, will effectively become item 6. Then after that, we'll continue as listed. Now, there should be 2 supplementary agendas, if everybody got them okay. It's in relation to one issue, Councillor Murtagh's motion. The deputation request has now been withdrawn. Everybody aware of that? Thank you very much. And the second one is the motion by Councillor Black that was corrected wording. Has everybody got a copy of that as well? Councillor Spears hasn't said it hasn't got a copy. Could maybe get, yeah. Could maybe get a copy of that to Councillor Spears then? Okay, thank you. Is that what I call it? That's fine, thank you. Before we begin the agenda, I would like to go to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Meiklejohn, in relation to an item. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I would just like to indulge Council's time just for a few minutes because I would like to pay a little bit of tribute to one of our officers who's due to retire, Fiona Campbell. Fiona is the longest serving officer in Falkirk Council, having been appointed as Head of Policy during the shadow year in 1995. I know it's difficult to believe that she's at anywhere near that age, that she looks far too young to be getting to that age. Before she'd worked in social work since 1987 and her predecessor, Council Central Region. In that role, she was involved in a response to a Dunblane incident, and that is something that I think I'm sure she will remember for the rest of her life, as will anyone else that was involved or affected by that. During her time in Falkirk Council, she's expanded her role to include the improvement in IT. I don't know whether having the responsibility for IT is a good thing or a bad thing, Fiona, because I think it's something that nobody is ever internally happy around. But I know that you have done your best to take forward our digital policies, particularly around transformation. She is also well known to all of us for her key roles in leading on the corporate plan, community planning partnership and the local outcome agreement, and then the single outcome local delivery plan. She's also the chair of the Alcohol and Drugs Partnership, and she's led on the poverty strategy and later the council's work on community empowerment. These are all significant areas of work and development of the council and taking us forward. Fiona has led our best value approach, performance management and indeed community engagement, and she has bound to have many memories of various community events around the district in that particular guise. In her role at the centre of the organisation, she's worked with colleagues in police, fire, voluntary sector, college, health, Scottish Government and of course our communities to shape services we deliver. That is just a very small section of the input in all those areas, policy and in practical terms, that Fiona has had. I think I could be here all day if I was to do true justice to where she has had an influence. But we see her influence having reached right across the council area. And we would thank her for her time at Falkirk Council and all the input that she has given us, and indeed the good counsel on many occasions to many of the elected members. It's a chance for us to acknowledge the huge contribution to the council, and I do wish her well for her retirement, and I am sure that she will have many happy years doing her pottery. And indeed, I suspect she will at some point come back into Falkirk in a different guise, and we will be very warmly welcome her. Our very best wishes for you, Fiona, for the future.
Thank you. Is there any other member who would like to come in at this particular time? Councillor Coombs.
Thanks, Provost. I'd like to echo the sentiments of the council leader, just keeping it very brief, and also as well as the pottery pots. I hope Fiona has a great time with her garden pots, and that her fruit grows well and she has plenty of time to enjoy it.
Thank you, Provost. Like other colleagues on council, I would like to echo the sentiment of the members before and to sort of acknowledge the huge job that Fiona has done, and clearly it's going to be some very big shoes to follow in, and we wish her well.
Yeah, I just wanted to I've worked with Fiona for 11 years, and I just wanted to say that on policy panels and scrutiny panels, she's always been very passionate, knowledgeable. I don't think we'd have had so many good results if it wasn't for Fiona's persistence. She, as the leader says, she was the chair of the ADP, and although we may not have yet seen the results that we hoped for with regards to our stats, that Fiona has laid the groundwork, and she's managed to get everybody singing from the same hymn sheet. So I'm very proud to have been associated with Fiona, and she will be sorely missed. She's no blooming right to leave us just now. We wish she would stay, but I wish her well. We all wish her well, and as I said, she's made such a huge impact on all different areas, the equality, anti-poverty measures. All those policies were started off by Fiona, and we're really grateful to her, so thank you very much.
Councillor Spears.
Thank you, Provost. I'd just like to wish Fiona all the very, very best. I don't know, they're saying you're the longest here, but I'm sure I remember you coming here, which says a lot about us. But I know that when you did come, you were a very, very welcome addition to the staff. And there's not a lot been happening in this council over all these years that Fiona's not been involved in. You can always rely on Fiona to be very straight, very to the point, a quality that I admire. And on behalf of the independent group, I think we're a growing group, I'd like to wish you all the very best for the future.
Thanks, Provost. I also would like to wish Fiona all the best, not only for the assistance and help we've got during my time as a councillor, but obviously even before that. Fiona gave us support when Limerig was a village for hell, and I was a community activist then and through community councils. And it was the first step that there was folk in Falkirk Council that were there to support communities and people there. It would be an end of the phone to get advice. And I got that early on, and I don't think I'd ever been elected as a councillor or came to where I am today without having met Fiona and kenning that there were folk there that could help people. So I'd like to thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you, everybody, for your contributions. Anybody else like to come in? I think I'd just like to echo the sentiments. I think I was here as well when Fiona came, and she's done a wonderful job. She was a wonderful acquisition to Falkirk Council, and she'll be very sorely missed. Thank you very much. You some of you may wonder about the flag in front of us. Today is the 96th anniversary of one of the most tragic days in Falkirk's history. That was the Reading Pit disaster, when 40 men lost their lives in horrific circumstances. The flag, it's no finish yet, will be given to the Free Colliers to use in their marches. And it's a symbol of the fact is that although it's 96 years ago, that we still haven't forgotten, because there's still people that's living in the area who had relatives that were killed so tragically that day. So a mark of respect for those who can, I would just like everybody to stand for a minute's silence in remembrance. Thank you. That takes us back to the agenda. We're on item 3, Minutes and Information Bulletin. 3A is the minute of meeting of Falkirk Council held on the 26th of June 2019. It's pages 5 to 14 on your agenda. Have we any questions arising for that minute, or can we agree the minute? Agreed the minute. Thank you very much. That takes us to item 3B, volume of minutes. Volume 1, 2019 and 20. Any questions arising for that minute? And if you have, you could maybe direct us to the page. Any questions arising from the minute? Can we agree the minute? Agreed. Thank you very much. That takes us to item 3C, which is the Information Bulletin, Volume 1, 2019 and 20. Any questions arising for the minute? Councillor Nimmo.
Yep, thanks very much, Provost. Can I draw your attention to pages 5 and 6 of the bulletin? That details contracts over £10,000. Now, if you look at the 2 pages in total, there's well over £1 million of spend there, and I'm just looking for an explanation as to why we don't actually do a lot of this work in-house, if not all of it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ritchie, would you like to come to the top of the table? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Provost. If members look at the works that have been requested over these 2 pages, much of these works are of a specialist nature and we don't have the skills, resources or capacity to undertake this work. We do undertake as much work as we can in-house, but there are occasions where, as I say, for the circumstances I've outlined, we just don't have the skills, capacity or resources to undertake the work, and the contracts that are set out in these 2 pages and the ones that fall into the category where they're specialist in nature and require specialist skills to undertake them.
Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Provost. I'd just like some clarification on some of the issues on page 5 as well. Can I get some information, whether it's today or going forward, but what the travel behaviour survey, what it means or what it entails? It's a lot of money to spend if we don't know what it is. And the bottom of the page, take the right route events. I'd like to know when they are and if we get notification when they are.
Mr. Duff, will you come forward, sir? Just looking at that's
Happy to give explanation, Provost. The Take the Right Route programme relates to the promotion of active travel arrangements across the council area, and enables us to attract quite significant external funding sums. In order to support that work, we undertake an annual survey of travel behaviour that helps to inform the design of our active travel capacity and improvements, and it helps to attract that external funding. The Take the Right Route events is a programme of events funded by external sources to promote active travel around the various communities in Falkirk area.
Thank you. Just want to hold on here to see if there's any other questions coming from any other members.
Thanks, Provost. I've seen it on the bus. When you pass the bus, it's got the right route. But if there are events, I would like to be as an elected member to pass on to my constituents exactly when they are and what they are. On page 22, Provost, regarding the award of the digital photocopiers, it's very encouraging, Provost, when we can see that there's a saving, 120,000. It'd be nice to see if the other quotes could have some savings on them as well. We've got some big challenges and we've got big numbers there. On page 23, £9.4 million we have for materials. It'd be nice to get some savings on these issues. It's £2.5 million a year. Even a wee bit helps the pot. And my last point, Provost, is page 34, buses. I'm sure we've looked at this, but there's 2 items there. It's the bus going from Ayr to Larbert High and the bus going from South Alloa to Larbert High. Sure, there's not enough people in South Alloa to get a bus to Larbert. Could that not go around and catch the same people?
In contracts is not my service. So I think there might need to be a different response on that one. In relation to the bus contracts, these are designed based on assessments of likely passenger usage and the discussions that take place regularly with the transport operators. So we try to make sure that there's a balance between levels of demand and the need within communities for the service to be offered.
I appreciate Mr Duff's answer, Provost, but I've been to schools at 3 o'clock and I've seen buses leaving with 4 and 5 kids, full buses. Surely this can't be right for the council. And I would like somebody to look into it to see if we're getting value for money, because a lot of money we're paying out here on buses.
Just from an information point of view, and I'm sure that Councillor Flynn's also aware of this, that so the 2 buses that go from, one starts in South Alloa and then continues to pick up additional children in Airth that can't be coped with the capacity of the bus that goes through Airth to Larbert High. So the children who go, quite often some of the children within the same areas in Airth might go on one or other of the buses. It's entirely based on the capacity and the role of children going from those areas. So although it might appear that there's a bus going from South Alloa, in fact the bus that goes from South Alloa picks up children in South Alloa, Dunmore, Airth, Letham and on to Larbert High as well. And I can assure you that the capacity is certainly needed for 2 buses, and that that's something which is just reassessed. I think that the contracts were actually reassessed in this summer, where previously there was different arrangements, and then they are assessed to get best value and make sure that they correspond. So I appreciate the information that's been requested, but from my point of view, I'm very comfortable that there's efficient arrangements, and that is the reason why those arrangements are as they are.
Thank you, Provost. Refer you to page 58. Simply a question regarding the vehicle replacement programme with regard to green moors for the use of the Gainsmouth golf course. While I understand that the expertise of the fleet services might be called on to access this equipment, is this not in actual fact a requirement of the Trust rather than the Council?
Okay, we'll get somebody to answer that.
From reading the report, I think it's evident that it's fleet services who have been responsible for commissioning this to supply to the operator of the golf course. So I think that's the basis on which fleet services have been engaged to commission this contract.
I think I welcome more information with regard to the expenditure as quoted in the report.
Thank you, Provost. A question similar vein to the earlier questions raised by my colleague, Councillor Kerr. On page 6, almost halfway down, provision of business advisory services from a company called eVision Consulting in Socky. Could Mr Duff please advise us just what this is?
That contract relates to support we offer through the Business Gateway, and it's externally funded through the Scottish Government and European funds, and it offers additional advice and support to businesses to help their business to grow. And so it's been put through a tender to assess the provision of appropriate support from external companies to give that advice.
Thanks, Provost. I actually wanted to come in on the back of Councillor Kerr's point regarding the bus contracts. The first thought that I had when he said about buses leaving relatively empty was that perhaps as an authority we should be encouraging parents to leave the cars at home and actually use the buses that we are providing for the children. I think that from a financially beneficial point of view and also an environmental one, and I think we're all aware of the problem with cars parked at schools, so perhaps that's something we should be looking at, better use of the buses rather than questioning the provision of them.
I think we'd all agree with that situation. Councillor Reid.
Yes, Provost, just a brief question on page 56. It's the provision of toilet facilities at the Helix. I should know this, but is that a changing place toilet? I'd like the officer to answer, if possible. Is there an officer present? No? If the answer is yes, that's sufficient. It's not a debate, it's a question. It is, right, okay. The supplementary question is, does that exhaust the budget for changing places? If it's not available, obviously I can...
It's my understanding that there is still some residual budget, but I can check that out.
Yes, please. I think along with Councillor Meikle-John, we have quite an interest in that matter, as no doubt all the members have. Okay, thank you.
Item 4, questions, but there's none. Is that correct, Mr. Moody?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Item 5 in your agenda, which is the role and action log, pages 15 to 17.
Yes, thank you, Provost. The items called for in the rolling action log are largely on the agenda. There is the standing item on equal pay, which is there at each of your meetings, and that allows the opportunity for any member to ask for an update on the equal pay situation.
Okay. Any?
Thanks, Provost. I was actually going to ask for an update in relation to the equal pay situation. It's nearly a year since the last one, so I'd appreciate a verbal update.
Thank you, Provost. We've been providing verbal updates at, I think, every alternative council meeting. The current situation is that there are 56 cases still outstanding, and these are at various stages, and we're working with the relevant solicitors representing the claimants to resolve each of these claims one way or another.
Provost, just a supplementary to that, if I could. I'm just wondering how much we've actually spent so far in relation to the claims.
Yeah, thanks. Rather than give you an incorrect figure, I probably would rather just email you the figure after council, and then it's an accurate figure. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other question? We can move on then. Okay, thank you. So we've agreed the role and action log. Are we agreed? Agreed, thank you. As I stated at the very beginning, we'll have a change to the agenda. We're moving item 10 into place, and it's the Falkirk Health and Social Care Partnership updated. It's pages 309 to 332, and we'll have our officer, Patricia, here going to give the report. There will also be an ample opportunity for ask any questions once she's finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. The purpose of this report today is to provide an update to Council on the activity in Falkirk Health and Social Care Partnership and the Integration Board since the Council's last meeting in March 2019. This is part of our mechanism into the Council, which also includes regular reporting to the Scrutiny Board, and we will be reporting to that next on the 10th. So the report provides on a range of the progress that we've made over the last 6 months across some key areas, including mental health strategy, improvements in our home care service, our learning disability day services for young adults, and a range of other pieces of work. We have continued to develop our collaborative approach, and this has been exemplified by some of the key areas of work that we've undertaken, including the review of day services for adults with learning disabilities. We've worked and engaged with our service users, their carers and families, and our own staff to identify what the best ways are for improving our services. And we've had really strong engagement, which we've previously reported to Council, and are now receiving very positive feedback from our service users and their families. We've built up quite a significant level of trust and understanding, and have, through our commissioning ability, commissioned several third sector organisations to assist directly within the community, to work with individuals to develop links with them into the community, but also into existing services, including those provided by the Community Trust. So we've funded an organisation called Dates and Mates, which is a social enterprise which works with young adults with learning disabilities. They're on the board and they're employed by the organisation with support to develop a range of social and leisure activities with young people in the area. And that has been, it started with a Christmas disco last December and has been going from strength to strength, providing a range of community-based activities for those young adults. We've also commissioned neighbourhood networks who are working at the moment in Denny area and will be expanding out to the other localities, and that's very much about direct interventions within the community with individuals to help them meet up and develop some connections and activities within the community. We've been working also on community-led support to do some capacity building in advance of the development of our localities. We're delighted that we got agreement on an integrated management structure and are completing due diligence exercise just now with colleagues in health to develop these localities. We will have east, west and central localities which mirror the community planning localities, and we'll be working very closely with Kenny Gillespie and the Enabling Communities work to make sure that we're not duplicating effort in the localities, but actually are working very closely together. In range of elected members will have read the reports. There's a number of examples of some of the progress that we've been able to make on integration. We've been tasked by the Ministerial Strategic Group, as with other IGBs, to do a self-evaluation on our progress against some national proposals. We have identified that we are partly established in a significant number of our assessment criteria and have developed an improvement plan which we'll be working on with the board to look at how we can actually pick up the pace of integration with health and social care. Since the publication of this report, we've also had our IGB audit committee earlier this week, and the auditors, external auditors, while our annual accounts have been signed off with no qualifications, in terms of the wider scope of the external audit, they're identifying that the pace and rate of full integration with health is not what it should be, and actually two of the recommendations from last year in that regard have not actually been completed. We will report in fuller detail to the scrutiny meeting on the 10th of October in that regard, but I wanted to highlight that to elected members, that that's not reflected currently in this report. One of our big challenges is in relation to the financial agreement. We have to identify what's called a risk-sharing agreement with health, and that's in relation to any potential overspends in the health part of the budget or the local government part of the budget. As you'll be aware, we've made significant improvements in the financial position of adult social care. We've delivered £6 million of savings from a £60 million budget in the last 3 years, which has completely reversed the previous significant overspend position in adult social care. We don't yet manage the budgets for health. We haven't had those staff transferred over yet, and the health budget has continued to overspend in the last 3 years. And at this point, the IGB has been alerted to the fact that we don't have a full understanding of any potential savings that health have proposed to deliver the projected overspend for this financial year. Previously, the agreement was that health and council would meet their own overspend, but at this point in time, we don't actually have that risk-sharing agreement agreed and that is a significant concern to the board and a risk potentially to the council. So work is continuing in that regard. In terms of what we're actually doing on the ground, you'll see a lot of detail in relation to the work we're doing in unscheduled care and delayed discharges, the work we've done to significantly improve our latest inspection in the home care service. Again, we've worked with collaboration with staff, done a significant amount of staff engagement to identify how we needed to improve the service, and we've delivered new rotas, new shift patterns, new job role. All of our staff are now on one job role. We have listened to staff. They've all got smartphones. We're using pool cars in a lot of the runs. We're moving from one area-wide home care service to 3 locality-based services, which should improve the efficiencies of the runs, the understanding and the consistency of care. And we've seen in the most recent inspection that the service users are reflecting an increased satisfaction and reporting better consistency of care. So over the next 6 months, we would be hoping to become more fully integrated and certainly have community nursing, allied health professionals and community hospitals being managed within the Health and Social Care Partnership, which will give us a huge opportunity to deliver our whole system approach, which the board have agreed that we will take to tackle every element of the journey that people have in and out of primary care into acute care and back home to their own house. We aim to support people to stay in their communities for as long as they can and as independently as they can. And that requires us to develop a whole range of community-based supports and flexible responses to delivering care and the way that we provide that care, which ties in very closely to the Council's vision in terms of making it happen and community empowerment. I'm happy to take any questions.
Before I bring anybody in, I'd just like to say 1 or 2 points in relation to the issue myself. First of all, delighted, I'm sure that local members will be delighted with the fact that Thornton Gardens is now going to be utilised. Obviously, there was a lot of consternation when Bill closed this, especially for the residents and the families associated with those people that were there. Times moved on, and obviously when it closed, there's been general concern that this building has lain sort of semi-derelict for a long period of time. And I can say that on behalf of the community, that we're delighted that it's going to be utilised in this capacity. The other area that I would like to touch on is one that's quite sensitive to a lot of people, and that's the power of attorney. And we know that there's the campaign 2019 and 20, because as everybody realises that a lot of elderly people, not just elderly people, but people living on their own, they can become very vulnerable. And at the end of it, I just wonder if you could, before we bring in any other members, if you could maybe just expand on the campaign. And obviously, in relation to the first point, is that Thornton Gardens, I believe, is going to be opened up round about December time, which is fine. So we could maybe just expand a wee bit on the power of attorney campaign. Thank you very much. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, Provost. We're obviously very happy that we were able to make use of the Beale building, and the parents and carers who currently use Rowans were delighted. And I had a meeting with them earlier this summer. There was a marked difference in tone in the meeting because we have built up that level of trust and confidence through the work we've done with the learning disabilities services, and they were really reassured that they weren't losing the Rowans, but actually they were getting an expanded and improved service. And that's very much the way that we want to continue with that level of engagement. In relation to the Power of Attorney campaign, this is a national campaign which the Chief Officers Network has funded. It started off in Glasgow and produced significant results in Glasgow in relation to people taking up power of attorney and not being delayed in hospital. Currently, if someone goes into hospital and is found to have a dementia or an early onset dementia and is found to not have capacity under the Act, that person cannot be moved out of hospital and they have to stay there until a power of attorney is in place, and that can take weeks and months if there's several members of family or they're dispersed. and our solicitors. So a considerable amount of work has already been done with local solicitors, but this is a national campaign and it's a targeted social media campaign. So you may not, if you're not in the target demographic, you might not see it. You won't necessarily see it in saturation on buses and other media, but you will get it through your smart technology. If you go onto the internet and use certain websites, if certain things trigger that you're in the age bracket, you will have social marketing pushed towards you, and that's been found to be the most impactful way of actually driving people who may be searching for similar things, that actually the power of attorney pops up, advert pops up for them. So it's been monitored very closely, and we're getting regular reports from the team in Glasgow on that. But we're really pleased to have that be part, at very small cost, to be able to invest in that type of campaign.
Just a supplement question. So in terms of responding then for people that maybe are questioning and maybe looking for this type of advice, who do we contact then? Is it going to be on the council website, or is it on the council website or MD that's got needing any advice?
So the media campaign will lead you immediately to a local website when you put in your postcode, and we have local information about solicitors who've signed up to be part of the campaign. So there's a whole range of information there.
I'd just like to say a few words, obviously welcoming the report as usual. I think it really illustrates the depth of work that has been going on. As Patricia said, integration is a process, it's not a one-off activity, but every step we take brings us closer to being able to deliver services that better meet the needs of our citizens, that are more coordinated and support people better. I think I wanted to mention a couple of areas, and Patricia has touched on them. But the first is the appointment of our 2 new heads of integration. That's part of the management structure for the localities as well, Martin Tom and Lorraine Patterson, and I think we should take the opportunity to welcome them. They've already been undertaking a huge amount of work with the Chief Officer and our team over the past few months since they arrived. Is it a past few months? But since they've arrived anyway, they had to hit the ground running. The development of the integrated localities, we're not quite there yet, each with a locality manager, but that will really help complement the work the council is delivering in housing and advice services in the same localities. I think the team's bringing joint assessment and care planning, home care and community nursing. They will deliver a more cohesive service to individuals. I think Patricia touched on the self-evaluation, and I think along with the strategic plan, there's been a lot of work done jointly, and I think we've been very transparent and self-reflective on that. You know, we're partly established, but if we want to deliver our strategic plan, we need to do more, and we, across not just the council, the NHS, our voluntary sector partners, but always working in collaboration with the people who use our services. I would encourage anyone to have a look at the strategic, I have a struggle with that word, strategic plan. It's a very useful document, and it really illustrates how the partnership wants to deliver better services. Patricia touched on the maximising recovery, promoting independence model, so really the recovery model. This supports people going home first with the support they need in delivering assessment within their own homes, rather than in an acute setting. I'd say some people will know that earlier on in the year, my mother became ill very suddenly, and it actually really illustrated to me the issues of ensuring things that were coordinated. I hasten to say it wasn't in Falkirk, but that actually without the right assessment, the right support in our own home, understanding what that needed to be, things could have turned out really differently. And actually, for us, that involved as a family, us having to do that. And it really illustrated to me how important it is that we have the right information, the right services, and the right support to people in their home from the beginning to really deliver a recovery model, not just that we provide support at home, but that we're working together to try and help people recover from illnesses and operations. I think we would all want to live in our own home. I think when we talk to people, they want to live in their own home, and we should be working as closely as possible with families, with communities, with our partners to make sure that we deliver that. And I have to say that all the partners in the partnership, in the Integrated Joint Board, have signed up to this model. I'm looking forward to seeing how that will be delivered and how that will make a difference to individuals. I think I want to say something about home care in Somerford. We know that there were challenges, real challenges, but from previous inspections. But I think it's really heartening the amount of work that went on, and the subsequent inspections have shown significant improvement, and I think that's a real credit to everybody involved. Finally, I actually want to touch on what the Provost mentioned around Rounds and Bonnybridge. There's a new carer strategy developed, and most people will know that's something very close to my own heart. And I would encourage individuals to have, members to have a look at it. It's a comprehensive strategy, but support for families in terms of short breaks is critical to that. And so I'm absolutely delighted to see the work in terms of the Rowan's Bonnybridge that will not only deliver services to the people who require short breaks at the moment, but gives us the opportunity to increase capacity as well, so that we can support other carers as well. So I'll finish with that, because I know that folk will have a lot of questions, but I think we should commend the amount of work that's been done to date.
If I can draw your attention to page 31151. The plan sets out the agreed direction to redesign integrated health and social care services to better support people and communities. Now, you mentioned, and I would like you to elaborate, your work with housing. A joined-up system. The biggest problem I think most elected members will have to deal with is disabled people try to get housing, especially disabled kids. Now, you say you work very closely with them and that there is a whole joined-up policy. I've just had a particular case in Grangemouth where they've tried to put a disabled child into a house with asbestos problems. That doesn't seem particularly joined up to me. The couple are going through an extremely difficult time, and they don't seem to be getting any support from both housing and social work. So can you elaborate on how this joined-up thinking is working?
Thank you, Provost. We are working very closely with Kenny Gillespie, who's the Head of Service for Housing. He's on our leadership team. And we also have what's called a housing contribution group, which works together to look at how we can find solutions. So in terms of adult social care, we've been working very closely to support discharges, to support people who are perhaps out of the area, to actually bring them back within their own communities. I'm not aware of the particular case you're speaking about, but I would maybe defer to my colleague Sarah Lacey for Children's Services, because currently Children's Services are not in the partnership in this area. So it would be Sarah's service, but I know that Kenny, in terms of the strategic housing improvement plan, he has reflected the conversations that we have had in relation to the potential demand in terms of the increasing demographic of people over 65, over 75 in the next 5 to 10 years, and that's been reflected in the planning around the SHIP plan. We're not saying it's perfect yet, but we've got good relationships with Kenny, and we'll continue to build those through localities, and actually to look at in the localities what's the local need around housing and how could that best be provided. But defer to Sarah on your the detail of your inquiry.
In terms of Children's Services work with housing, we also have a strong relationship. Any consideration where a family who have a child with disabilities and they consider that they might require to be housed elsewhere to be able to continue to care for that child appropriately at home, safely, etc., would be done jointly between social work and housing, and there would be consideration of a comprehensive and integrated assessment to consider that child's needs, availability of housing, points allocated. I'm happy to take a particular situation the councillor refers to in a separate conversation to see if I can assist in any way.
To be honest, I'm surprised you're not aware of the case. The Chief Executive down is very aware of the case. And I get this, you want close working relationships with housing and yourselves. It's not about the individuals, it's about the policies that are put forward. And we want to see as much as possible, and I agree, especially in your case with an ageing population, that things are going to get more difficult in the future. But it's about the policies we put forward we want to see enacted. And, so you can be as close working relationship with anybody. We want a business relationship, and we want to try and house as many people as possible.
Thanks for your input. I think we're all well aware that we can't really discuss any individual cases in relation to data protection and sensitivity. And I'm quite sure that, that our officers have said quite clearly, if you require any further information on the specific details of that case, then you can ask for that. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Promise. Good morning, Patricia. Once again, a great report. Thanks for that. Very first class again. And also Sarah Lacey should be mentioned as well for our contribution to the report. Just a couple of points with regards to when you were going on the budget there. Have we noticed any increase in, like, since Frank's Law has been introduced, there's a lot of now more people entitled to free personal care. Have you noticed any has that not affected the figures or anything like that? That's the first question. Second question, I've asked a couple of times, Patricia, about CAMS, and I've still not heard anything back. The 26-week from the GP referring, and when they get there, they might not be accepted. Is there any way forward to reduce that 26 weeks wait, because it's causing chaos with the families? Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. In relation to Frank's Law, we have not noticed a particular impact. As a local authority, we were already providing a significant amount of personal care to individuals who in other areas were not, and under Frank's Law are now entitled and receiving it. So we did not anticipate a resource challenge around that, and we've not yet experienced anything. Joe McElhone previously did quite a lot of work in this regard, and we're certainly not experiencing anything that has come to my notice, because we're already providing a high level. In relation to CAMS, I apologise if you've not had information. I can certainly get information from colleagues. From memory, the last performance report that I saw, there was an improvement in performance in CAMS, but I can certainly feed that through to you. You'll see in the report that through the work that we're doing on the SOLD plan, we have been funding and rolling out a new training programme which is using various different therapeutic approaches at first stage. So teachers, youth workers, frontline staff will be better equipped to actually respond appropriately to children in distress and perhaps who've experienced trauma, to ensure that they get the correct response and are signposted on to appropriate services and therapies. So we acknowledge that there is a lot of work to be done. I mean, nationally, colleagues in children's services will be better advised in this, but the government is funding counselling support services within schools, and it's part of that overall drive around supporting positive mental health and wellbeing. I think there's more work to do, and as soon as we're integrated, have capacity in relation to health improvement and public health staff who we will be able to deploy within the partnership, but also within the locality areas to support some of that broader mental health work.
Thanks, Provost. I should probably be wearing my opposition spokesperson hat at this moment, but I think that Patricia and her team deserve as much support as they can just now. Despite a great deal of difficulties and extreme pressures, the Chief Officer and our small team of staff continue to do a really remarkable job. The day services review is one example of making transformational change, providing better services to our citizens, whilst protecting the service for those that need it most and want and need formal daycare. And I'd also like to thank the elected members, because I know it's hard for them, because with the new system they have less oversight. And I don't know if oversight is the right word, but I hope you realise what I mean. I think the elected members have got behind the IJB and what it's trying to achieve. So I appreciate that. I hope and pray that full integration will take place very quickly, so that the locality model can be set in place and we will see better outcomes for people. There are many challenges on this process to integration, and as a council we should be proud of how much has been achieved by the staff. They've achieved a lot under, as I say, very difficult circumstances, and the outcomes that we have been making, that we've been delivering better services, making savings which have been put into helping to make services better in other areas of health and social care. So I think that we really at this moment in time need to say a big thank you, and hopefully things will move much more quickly in the next few months.
Thank you for your input. Councillor Kerr, then Councillor Nimmo. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Thanks again for the report, Patricia. I would just like to ask, you mentioned about the council's budget and the healthcare budget. Is there any timescale when this will be resolved? If you can't measure, how can you improve?
Thank you. We are endeavouring with support from our Chief Finance Officer, from the team in the Council and the team in the Health Board to get resolution on that. The concern is that, you know, in-year savings are made from non-recurring sources, so it means that as years go on, we're potentially having a significant funding gap that we would need to address. So the sooner we can resolve this, the better. There is an expectation from government that it's resolved, and certainly it features highly in the order.
Thanks, Provost. Just on the back of Councillor Kerr's question there, Patricia, you've obviously highlighted the financial position during your presentation there. If you look at 5.15, there's a £2.4 million overspend being carried forward from 2018-19, and a paragraph below at 516, there's also a predicted overspend of £3.241 million for 1920. How worried should we be about this? Is this amber traffic light likely to turn red in the near future?
I think what is helpful to understand some of the context, because we have two different financial systems. So the Council has to set a budget by the end of February, and that by and large is the budget, with some variance if there's national funds or national initiatives that come in. The Health Board does not have that same requirement, and actually the Health Board budget can be topped up on a month-to-month basis throughout the year as extra funds come through for waiting time initiatives, perhaps mental health, for example, if that primary care improvement plan. So the NHS budget is more fluid than the Council budget. What we've been highlighting to the Board is the lack of identified green savings options for the projected overspend at this point. There is fluidity. Some of the biggest pressures in the Health Board budget are, well, prescribing is the biggest pressure, and there is a challenge because decisions are made nationally about new drugs, which then put a significant financial burden on the Health Board and on the Integration Joint Board. There's a significant amount of work. Dr David Herron did a recent briefing session for elected members with the Associate Director of Pharmacy and highlighted some of those challenges, and it's something that we have to balance. On the flip side of that, within year, a significantly prescribed drug may come off licence. So when a new drug's introduced, it has a sort of protected period under licence when only that company produces that drug. Then it will come off licence and other generic, what are called generic versions of that drug become available, and they're much, much cheaper. So it can only take in year maybe 1 or 2 significant tranquilisers or painkillers to come off licence, and that can shift the budget by millions of pounds in terms of savings. So we need to have, you know, good financial control, but we also need to understand some of the variables that there are within the health system that are not familiar to us who are more used to working in the local government system. Nonetheless, these are risks, and they're risks that have to be flagged up and they need to be managed. And actually, year on year, we need to be making real changes in the way services are delivered that are delivering ongoing recurring savings.
Yes, I think first of all, congratulations have to go to the staff and indeed all the members who have served on IJB. It was a bit of a jungle to start with, and that was always predictable. We're starting to, I think, come into the daylight a little bit now as a result of this report. I'm particularly pleased about the result of the redesign of day services for younger adults. It could have been a negative story closing day centres, but it's turned out to be a very positive one. And more importantly, or most importantly, it's the young people who are benefiting from that change. And I'm sure most members have had feedbacks from both the youngsters and their parents. So congratulations to all concerned there. I'm going to mention something, and it's ad nauseum. And I don't expect an answer today. I've sought an answer several times, but still failed to understand why we have a closer to home policy and yet we're imposing restrictions on the clubrooms in the high-storey flats, which I think would have the opposite effect. As I say, I'm not looking for an answer today. I'll ask people who I've already asked privately and see what I can come up with. But it does appear to be contradictory. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to come in myself just on 1 or 2 points. Obviously, just echo the sentiments with the rest of the members. It's a very full report, and you're doing a wonderful job in the circumstances that we live in just now. It's so difficult in so many fields. I'm going to touch on 2 of these fields just momentarily. I was invited along to the AGM, the Samaritans there a few weeks ago. I was there the year before, and I think Councillor Reid was with me as well. And I was really sort of felt really when I come out after listening to these wonderful people who really are volunteers and do a wonderful job, about the stats in relation to the suicides, especially in this area, which are horrific. The issue as well, not just with that, but also the issue about the problems associated with mental health, which obviously has got a direct link. But the fact is, when we were getting the information in relation to the stats in relation to the mental health, especially in the younger, it states quite clear here, as noted in section 6.8 on the suicide prevention, it's been identified as a priority in the refreshed delivery plan. Now, the fact is that a lot of issues that we've spoken about this morning and what's contained in your report, they're all interlinked. We know that. So, in relation to the likes of voluntary groups like the Samaritans, and obviously they've got links with different organisations, if you could maybe, I know it's a difficult one, but if you could maybe just expand a wee bit on what the council are doing in relation to this serious issue, and I'm talking about the 2 issues about the rates of deaths, and also where they're talking about 1 in 4 children, even up to the ages of 12, have got mental health problems. I mean, you've got to look at that and say to yourself, well, what kind of society are we living in when they're coming out with stats like that for young people who are just coming into the world and they're trying to live a normal life, and they're telling you that 1 in 4 of them get mental health problems, and a lot of them are seeing psychiatrists. I mean, this is a difficult situation, and we appreciate, and everybody said that, we appreciate the work that you're doing. Just the final point on this, because it really got to me when I was listening to the presentations that was there, as the fact is that no being any kind of politics here, but the fact is that are we needing a major financial input for somebody into these areas to try and cut the deaths, but also try and help those that are suffering problems at such an early age?
Thank you, Provost. I think your comments are reflected more widely in the Community Planning Partnership, where this is identified as a key local priority, as well as it being a national priority. There is a review underway in NHS Forth Valley of mental health services, and mental health services are in scope for the Integration Joint Board. We currently have community mental health services, but we will have the broader spectrum within the partnership ultimately. There's a range of work that we've been doing within the SOLD group, and that has been looking at all of the pathways for local people, and particularly looking at the third sector, from social prescribing right up to some of the intensive support services, and looking at ensuring that there is a complete pathway, so we have got sufficient early interventions for young people, adults in distress, but also where people who have been quite sustained on their medication, who maybe experience a family event or trauma and just need a wee bit of support to stabilise them again. So that work is currently underway with a way to ensuring. What we discovered was we had a range of organisations we were funding, but the clinicians maybe weren't referring to them, or if the organisations couldn't refer to the clinicians, everything had to go through a GP. And actually we're looking at how do we quality assure all the parts of the service so that someone can actually move quickly to the right place for them in terms of what their status is. So that work is quite advanced at the moment, but that was one area that we felt we could really get a grip with, and with the clinicians that they agreed that that was something which we could make an impact on. There's other wider issues in relation to there's Action 15 funding from the government, there's some money in the Primary Care Improvement Plan, and there's also recent challenges around the reports and the ongoing stuff around Pullman and the recent suicides in Pullman. While prisons are not in scope for integration, the expectation nationally is that we're increasingly becoming involved in that because people need that community-based social work and health support. So it is a really key agenda. It's one which the Community Planning Partnership has a focus on, and it is one, again, has all agencies and all parts of the council and the health and third sector to really get together to make significant improvements. But you're right to raise that. It is a significant challenge.
Thank you very much. I think of the general communities out there knew the stats. I think that they would be really, really concerned. Okay, then, we agreed that fine report. Agreed. Thank you. Just back to the agenda, which will be item 6 now, which is the referral from the Audit Committee, 16th of September 2019, Annual Accounts and Annual Audit Report 2018-19, pages 18 to 196 on your agenda. And I believe it's Mr. Smale, is it, coming forward? Thank you, sir. Just like to come up the top, Brian. It'll be easier. Everybody can see it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost, and good morning. This report completes the annual process for the 18-19 accounts. Due process has been followed throughout, which is clearly set out in regulations in terms of draft accounts being prepared, public inspection, audit, all achieved by the due date. So the both sets of accounts, the draft accounts and the audited accounts, were presented to the Audit Committee, consistent with standing orders. They considered the report, the accounts, together with the external audit report at their recent meeting, and have referred that on to Council for final approval, consistent with the recommendations in the covering report. The auditors, EY, are in attendance this morning, and I would imagine Provost Council would like to hear directly from them on their audit of the accounts. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Provost. My name is Grace Scanlon. So as Brian said, I am from EY, the external auditors. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to present our annual audit report. That's okay. I was a bit far away anyway from my legs. This report summarises the key findings and conclusions from our audit work. And if you don't mind, I will just briefly highlight a few areas for members' attention. Sorry, it's a bit echoey. This draft report is addressed to both members of the Council and the Controller of Audit. Subject to one amendment that I'll come on to later, and the finalisation of our audit procedures, following approval and signing of the financial statements, this report will be updated and will be provided to Audit Scotland, and it will appear on Audit Scotland's website. The report falls into two main parts. In section 2, we address our key findings and observations in relation to the audit of the financial statements. And in section 3, we summarise our judgments and conclusions on the 4 dimensions of wider scope public audit, which are financial sustainability, financial management, governance and transparency, and value for money. In terms of section 2 on the financial statements, I can confirm that we carried out our audit in accordance with the plan that we presented to the Audit Committee in April, and there were no material changes to our planned approach. We have reported all the differences, and those are generally errors or changes that we identified during the audit exceeding £250,000. Our audit is substantially complete. We've conducted all of our work, and we're just finalising a few of our completion procedures, which will allow us to sign the accounts, and then we'll issue our unqualified opinion on the financial statements. And I guess just in terms of highlighting key changes in the year, then on page 7 of the report, we highlight really a step change, we think, in the overall quality of the financial statements that were presented to audit. And while we continue to work with the finance team to support further improvements, we're really impressed by the level of commitment from the finance team to improve both the quality of the reports, but also to make the financial statements a bit more accessible and easy to read. So we'll aim to continue that improvement in 2019-20. There were 4 adjustments arising from our audit, but I would highlight that 2 of those differences were as a result of the timing of decisions that impacted the pension liability for the Council. So late adjustments which caused an increase in the reported liability. But overall, we were very content with the approach taken by officers and the assumptions that they used. Looking ahead on page 16, we've noted a recommendation in respect of the need for officers to perform an early impact assessment of the changes coming in through the changes to financial statements. In terms of section 3 on wider scope, for each of the 4 dimensions of wider scope and consistent with our report last year, we've applied an overall RAG rating. And this represents our assessment on the adequacy of the Council's arrangements throughout the year, as well as the overall pace of improvement and the future risk associated with each dimension. I would draw your attention to our high-level summary that's on page 3 of the report. Overall, this report signals an improved assessment on where we were last year, where we had 2 red assessments against financial sustainability and on value for money. I would dwell on financial sustainability. Last year, we assessed that as red, which reflected the extensive funding gaps and the early stage of development of the Council of the Future at that time. This year, the continued financial outlook remains challenging, and there's still a lot of uncertainty associated with future years' grant settlements and the economic impact of the UK's exit from the EU, which is scheduled for the 31st of October. But overall, we've assessed this area as amber, which reflects the significant progress I think the Council has made, particularly in the approval of the 5-year business plan in May, which brings together a number of important strategies, including the economic strategy and the medium-term financial plan. And I guess crucially, Wave 2 of the Council of the Future transformation programme. The business plan also highlights that the Council projects it will need to save around £76 million by 2024. And I would take this moment to highlight the amendment that I referred to earlier. Within Exhibit 3 on page 19, we used an earlier version of the medium-term financial plan, which identified a remaining gap of £24 million. And of course, the most recent plan has reduced that remaining gap to £6 million. But I think it's important to note that the overall message is the same. There are still gaps to identify within the latter years of that financial plan. And of course, the savings within the medium-term financial plan are only planned. It's only when they are delivered, until they are delivered, then a significant gap will remain. So I guess our overall message is that while it's critical that officers provide members with real options for savings, I would stress that there's a lot of hard work ahead, and collective political leadership is needed to make those difficult decisions to meet the financial challenges. Finally, this links to the last area that I would highlight on page 31 of our report. Audit Scotland has recently confirmed that the Council has been selected for a Best Value Assurance report. This puts it into year 4 of a 5-year programme covering all the councils in Scotland. The scope of the audit is planned to be discussed and agreed with the Council in April 2020, and the field will be carried out in the period from April to June, and we expect that report to be presented to the Council in around about November next year. So finally, Provost, I would just like to take this opportunity to thank officers for their support and the cooperation that we've received during the year and to allow us to discharge our responsibilities, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Provost. I'm pleased that the auditors have given us a clean bill of health with regard to our annual accounts. And I know that there's been a significant amount of work by Brian and his team to do that, and particularly working with the auditors. And the new style report that we have, accounts aren't always easy reading anyway, but I think the new style that we have with the graphics, etc., helps to articulate our story much better and enables a bit more of an understanding. The role of the external auditors report is actually to provide added value by supporting the improvement and the use of public money and ensuring that the Council employs best practice and identify where practices can be improved around financial management. The external auditors have the ability to draw on experience from all over the country, and that's something that we should be welcomed, particularly in the significant challenging financial times that we're in. This is actually the only year, possibly out of 5, where we've not had the best value review going on. And so we've had a little bit of a break, and to know that they're coming back again is something that we shouldn't fear, but certainly we are well versed in the processes now and know what we need to do in order to fulfil that process. It is pleasing to see that the auditors have seen progress, and Falkirk Council has actually received the most positive report, and I think in about a decade, from the external auditors, because that has taken a significant amount of work, particularly from myself and my own colleagues and with the senior management team, to bring that into a plan that we can take forward for the Council. And it's right that financial sustainability be at the heart of that. There's been significant progress following last year's recommendations, where we were told to increase the pace of transformation if we were to meet our anticipated budget gap for this year and for future years. In response to that advice, there was a need for additional options around savings identified, and from that our medium-term financial plan and the accompanying supporting 5-year business plans were developed, and that is something that has been highlighted as good practice by the auditors and going forward. While the auditors have confidence that there's a plan in place, there still remains a budget gap, particularly for the latter years, and that was what has just been referred to. Therefore, it is critical that further options are identified in order to be able to make those savings as we go forward. But most importantly, the delivery of all of that is predicated on every one of us in this chamber, and it's important that we do our best for the citizens that we're here to represent in taking that forward. But it is critical that we look at the longer term and not to return to the 1-year plans that we have done, as that will result in the loss of services rather than transformation and maintaining services and continuing delivery. One of the areas of good practice that has been highlighted is around our Council of the Future, our transformation programme, which helped deliver £5 million worth of savings in the last financial year. The programme has been refreshed with a second wave and a new governance regime in order to ensure that there's robust monitoring going forward. And I think that is quite important as part of the whole financial management of the Council. And again, we have an all-party working group that oversees that, and that is important. It's supported by all members. The areas of performance were also highlighted and by the auditors, and recommendations from last year was to review how we shared information. With that, we have been taken on board, and the new regime that's been adopted within our scrutiny for the performance reporting, that should stand us in good stead. But I do believe there's opportunities to continue to build on that, to ensure that members have enough information and are fully informed about the Council's performance and any changes we need to make going forward. While it's a positive report, we must heed the warnings around our transformational programme delivery, particularly around the pace of change. We need to tackle some difficult decisions that are on the horizon if we are to deliver on our corporate priorities and make sure the savings that are required to enable the delivery of our business plans and release capacity for investment, which will be fundamentally linked to our strategic property review. It would be very easy to politic within this chamber around funding, but I think it's important that members focus on the here and now and where we are, and do everything we can to ensure the financial stability of this Council going forward in order to be able to provide good quality services for our citizens. I'm therefore happy to move the recommendations, Provost.
Thank you, Provost. This report is referred to the Council by Audit Committee. Audit Committee agreed to recommend to the Council that the audit accounts of 31st of March are approved. I also would like to thank the Chief Financial Officer, Mr Smale, and his team for their diligence in preparing these accounts, and to the Auditor, Ernst & Young, rather than EY, for whom they are not expecting any qualifications to the accounts. Ernst & Young confirm that this statement gives a true and fair view of the state of affairs of the Council and preparation in line with IFRS, or again I prefer the longer one, the International Financial Reporting Standards, as adopted by the European Union. Do we need to change that soon, do we? Local Government Act 1973, the Local Authorities Accounts Scotland Regulations 2014, the Local Government Scotland Act 2013. If there are any extensions to these acts or regulations, I do apologise for not adding them. I'm sure Brian would know every single extension. Ernst & Young have a duty to report in respect of preparation of financial statements, which is what I covered previously. Material uncertainties, and from what we can see, there are no material uncertainties expected. Then 4 together, accounting records, financial statements, receipt of financial information, and failure to achieve a prescribed financial objective. Their comment in the report with regards to those last 4 items were quite simply, we have nothing to report in respect of these matters. I suppose you could say no news is good news. Yes, thank you. Ernst & Young expressed content with the actions taken for significant improvement of a projected overspend for services as a result of recovery actions. For this, I would like to thank the relevant officers for their work to reduce this projected overspend, and Councillor Colley, who assisted me on this part of work. Ernst & Young set out key recommendations, and importantly, they state the Council must continue to develop a balanced medium-term financial plan to provide assurance about financial stability in the medium term. This emphasises the importance of the 5-year plan, of which I am certain every elected member and every officer of this Council are very aware. Given the recommendations from the Audit Committee, combined with the positive comments from Ernst & Young, I have a pleasure of seconding this report and the recommendations contained on page 19. Thank you.
Okay then, just to clarify, we've got a motion moved and seconded to agree with the recommendation. Anybody otherwise minded one that want to come into the debate? No. Councillor Reid.
Just a couple of questions. I think in general we probably do support the motion, but that the answer to these questions might determine otherwise. I don't think they will, but let's have a go. Just a general question. Page 28 of Brian's report, 1.1% of our employees are from an ethnic minority. Is that typical of the situation in Scotland?
That would be something we would have to maybe come back to you on. I'm sure there'll be benchmarking data on the wider position on demographics such as that. So we'll check it out and come back to you.
Do you still pursue a policy of positive discrimination?
That's a matter my HR colleagues would be better placed to advise on.
Yeah. My apologies, I should have asked some of these beforehand, but sometimes they arise.
Yeah. We can come back to you on
page 160, and that's on to EY. Oh dear. It's that little chart. I've looked at it and looked at it, and I still don't understand the text. Yeah.
So that was the one where we're making an amendment to. It's
yeah.
Exhibit 3 on page 19 of my report.
Right.
So we're making an amendment to that chart because that reflected an earlier medium-term financial plan.
Right.
Excuse me, if you could just clarify, you've got a conversation going on with the two of you. We're all involved in this, so if Councillor Reid could just let us know exactly what he's getting clarified.
It's page 160. The statement above the chart is a bit ambiguous. It says that it's a cumulative budget of 76 million, which we all know about. But if the savings identified to date would reduce the gap to 24 million. So now that sounds really, really good.
It's better than that because actually there's been more savings identified since that chart was produced. So now the gap is £6 million. The key issue about that though is that that's a plan, it's not been delivered. Right. So until those savings are actually delivered, then I think there is still a gap, a significant funding gap.
Okay. 161, and it's towards the bottom of the page, Provost. One of the bullet points, one of the savings has been a reduction in loan charges of about £700,000. I take it that, however, can fluctuate dramatically. It's perhaps just a one-off that year.
Provost, if I can, I mean the loan charges. There's probably two major factors kicking in here. One particularly pertinent to the year in question will be the linkage with the capital programme, and I think members sitting on the executive will know from the bi-monthly reports going forward that from the Director of the Service that the slippage in the capital programme has consequences in turn for the revenue budget. So the revenue budget's built on the assumption that the capital programme's delivered. Consequently, if the capital programme slips, which it's tended to do in recent years, and indeed that's a particular comment the auditors have made in the report, that will then flow through to consequences in terms of the level of loan charges, because the capital expenditure hasn't taken place, then clearly the linked loan charge repayments won't follow until a subsequent year. They will happen, it's more a timing issue. The second aspect that I think is pertinent here and will be more relevant going forward rather than the financial year in question is, as we've reported before, due to a relaxation in the relevant regulations, there's more proactive management of the loan debt we can undertake, and that will yield significant savings. And indeed, in the business plan, as it currently sits for the years going forward, there's close on 5 million already been identified. It's one of the biggest savings areas of all, are captured in the business plan over the years. And we're hopeful that further work in this direction will yield yet more savings. The auditors in their report note the change in the regulations and also note that they will review the actions we take to ensure that they remain prudent. And of course, we would want to ensure in the first instance that any decisions we take in that regard are indeed prudent.
You did anticipate a question I was going to ask about the capital programme, which has quite a large slippage. Is there a single officer who looks after the capital programme? We used to have someone called a project coordinator. It seemed to be quite effective. Do we have such a person?
Yeah, you're quite right, Councillor Reid. In what is now, I suppose, the dim and distant past, there was a project coordinator. I can remember the individuals involved, as you might be able to know yourself. As we've streamlined and tightened our procedures, it's just a further illustration of posts that were once in existence and no longer are in existence. The management of the capital programme, there's perhaps several strands, and I'll briefly outline them. So, ultimately, each service is responsible for their own projects. Okay, so they have the primary responsibility. They will work with and rely quite significantly on their technical colleagues in development services to help them plan and manage the programme. So there needs to be a good interface between the sponsoring service and their technical support. There's a corporate officer working group, the Capital Planning Review Working Group, which meets regularly, and it takes an overview and tracks the position, and the outcome of that is reported to senior officers. And as I've touched on earlier, bi-monthly we submit a report to the executive on the progress of the programme. One of the changes that was made following concern expressed by members and indeed auditors at the slippage in previous years is that internal audit undertook a review of the capital programme processes. And one of the things that flowed from that, which I think particularly chimes with the manner in which you posed the question, is that for each project there is an accountable officer, and if that project slips out with certain parameters, there's now an expectation that that officer will come along to corporate management team and explain why the slippage has occurred. So through that device, we've injected, I think, another element of accountability into the process. So you can see there's a number of strands to the overall monitoring process.
It's something that features quite promptly is the use of reserves in the strategy. And there's reference in that to the impact of claims relating to historic child abuse, which I think has already been raised in the Chamber. The fact it appears in the report would seem to suggest that could be a considerable amount.
It's one of those areas where the potential claims could be quite significant. I mean, it is real. There are actual claims that have been received, so it's not a hypothetical position. But it's a case of what emerges, you know, what claims actually come forth. I think, as we've said at a previous forum when a similar question has been raised, is that the nature of the Council's previous responsibilities have not been as involved as is the case with other councils that have been more prominent in the media in terms of running children's homes and the like. So that would suggest relatively our exposure is more conservative, but we just don't know. And I think, again, in previous discussion, the point's also been made that notwithstanding our exposure in terms of running homes may be relatively limited, we would, in all probability, have responsibility where children from our areas placed in homes in other local authority areas. So there's that dimension to it as well. So it's something, there's a corporate working group that's been set up with particular responsibility for monitoring this area, and as and when we get more intelligence, that will obviously be reported to members to keep you in the picture.
But the message coming across is that we should be even more careful with reserves than we usually are.
I think there's a recurrent message which you'll have heard me say on numerous occasions and is echoed in the auditor's comments in the report before you today. Counselling, in terms of the auditor's comments, counselling against the use of applying reserves to balance the budget. And that echoes with my own comments, as I'm sure you'll recall, predicated on the argument that you can only spend the £1 once, and it's not a sustainable position. So you deploy your reserves, it helps you with a particular financial year, but it's not dealing with the underlying gap between your available resources and your level of spend. And that temporary plugging of the budget gap in one year just immediately gets added on to the gap in the subsequent year. It hasn't gone away. The difficult decisions which the auditors have referred to in their comments still have to be made. So it buys you a bit of time, and that's probably the most acceptable argument for using reserves as a component in balancing your budget if you're using it to buy time. And one can see the logic of that in terms of our Council of the Future programme and our business plan, where over the 5 years, the further we go out, I think quite reasonably, and that refers to the 6 million gap, or circa 6 million that still remains, tends to be towards the outlier years, and we need to use the time in the interim to come forward with options, savings options for members to consider at the appropriate time.
Okay. Thank you. I think, as anticipated, the answers have been satisfactory, and there will be no amendment to Leader and Provost.
Thanks for that scrutiny, Councillor Reid. Most welcome. Councillor Munro.
Thank you, Provost. I should just like to thank Mr Smale and his team for a very readable audit report, and our auditors too. I have noted and taken cognizance of the numerous comments that say strong collective political leadership. We need to work together, and I think that's a valuable comment for us going forward. There are one or two things I don't understand. On page 169, there's a reference from auditors, recommendation 6. The Council has not yet acted to resolve the conflict of interests highlighted. I wonder if somebody could explain that to me.
I don't know whether the auditors in the first instance might want to deal with it. If I can just say it's a comment that the auditors have made previously, and it refers to the Council nominated directors on the stadium company, and from the auditor's perspective, they see at least the risk of a conflict of interest. In the action plan, where the comments made again, we respond by saying that there's currently a wider review of the arrangements for the stadium being undertaken, and members can expect to see a report on that coming forth in the relatively near future. And that particular aspect will be dealt with as part of a wider wrap of a way forward relating to the stadium company. So that seems a sensible way of dealing with it. But I don't know if EY want to perhaps say more about their particular concern that is reflected in their comment.
The particular concern really arises because one of the areas that we're asked to follow up every year is called following the public pound, which is essentially how councils interact with arm's length organisations. It's an area that is of great interest to the Accounts Commission, and so therefore will impact potentially impact the Best Value report next year. And it is particularly where there are directors or actually financial involvement of these directors of arm's length companies, then there's a potential area of a conflict of interest for those individuals. In this case, the individual has got a financial role, and that's why we've highlighted it for the last 3 years that we would like the council to consider that arrangement and perhaps revise it.
Thank you, Provost. Just a couple of questions. On page 27 of the report, I take it when it says 23% of all children in Falkirk are estimated to be living in poverty, is that children from age of 0 to 4? Is there 8,000 people, 8,000 children? That's just under 2,000 kids we're saying living in poverty. Is that a true reflection of the report?
I think, Provost, if you would indulge us, if that's one, we could maybe come back to you on having spoken to the relevant colleague.
Okay, Mr. Smale, all right. The second point is on page 161, just above where Councillor Reid was speaking, reduction in estimated 130 full-time employees. It's not very great for us to lose employees, but we've been told, well, I've been told for I became an elected member that the council will only be this size going forward. But with the new early years learning, 1140 hours, we need to employ another 350 employees. So it's got to get bigger before it gets less. So how do we cope with getting the council smaller if we're employing more people?
Yeah, I think an apparent paradox or tension is being pointed out here. On the one hand, primarily through early years, we have very significant ring-fenced funding from the Scottish Government to pursue that agenda. So there is, through that channel, the need for significant additional staff to be recruited to deliver that agenda, which of course is very, very positive. But on the other hand, out with the ring-fenced area, we have the ongoing pressures that reflected in the budget gaps, the 76 million, for example, contained in the business plan, albeit that includes year 1920, which has already been addressed in last year's budget. So the gap does need to be bridged, as I think you appreciate, because you've heard me say it often enough. We have a statutory requirement to balance our budget, so that gap needs to be closed. And the link point is the bulk of our expenditure, some 60%, relates to staff. And the natural consequence flowing from that is you cannot achieve the scale of savings that we're required to do without having a detrimental impact on the number of people that we employ. And indeed, the Council of the Future Agenda, the business plan, makes plain, because of that driver, that backcloth, that the Council going forward will be smaller by necessity. It will have fewer staff, it will have fewer buildings, it will deliver fewer services, and we supplement it by saying those services that we continue to deliver will need to be delivered in a radically different way to try and reconcile those pressures. So there is something of a contradiction or a paradox there, but hopefully I've explained it, at least to some extent, why that exists.
Thank you, Mr Smale. The last one, probably you as well. On page 166, on the capital investment, where it's at the bottom part where the plans of these developments remain at an early stage and full costs are not yet known. When will we know the full costs of these? And exhibit, it's probably exhibit A, they're talking about the capital investment. When will we know? Will it be months, years?
I think probably the major element that you're referring to is the HQ project.
I'm actually, for the mall there that's highlighted in Exhibit A, if we're talking about a capital investment plan, it's for everything I would like to know, or has it got to be in stages that we'll know for each one, or are we coming with a full retinue of everything?
The capital programme approved at the budget meeting in February sets out projects which members have agreed to pursue over those 5 years, and based on our estimate of resources, provides a balanced capital programme. But there are various projects within that mix that have estimated or projected figures, and over time these will crystallise. And one of the bigger projects in the capital programme is indeed the headquarters and the arts centre, and it will only be as that project progresses. I understand, for example, there's going to be an update of the strategic property review brought to council in, not to council, sorry, to the executive, the second meeting later in October, and that I would anticipate will give further information. But I guess ultimately it's only when you actually go to the market, when you go to tender, that you actually know and define what the cost will be. So I think it's just the nature of the beast. Some projects you can be more confident as to capital projects, you can be more confident as to what the costs will be. Others, like that example, are a bit more difficult at this stage, and in consequence, I think the capital programme makes clear that these are provisional figures that will be crystallised over time, dependent on decisions that members take as the programme progresses.
Yes, it's quite interesting to sit and listen. There's one or 2 points. The point about conflict of interest by officers, and I certainly would not for 1 second suggest there's been any wrongdoing. In fact, absolutely the contrary. The officers we've got would deal with that in their normal, excellent manner. But it's one that's been highlighted before, when a director in charge of a service, who is also a director of a stadium company, and authorises work to be done or something to be done or cash to go forward. So it is very important for the officers and for ourselves, of course, that should be kept clear in the future. The other thing we hear, of course, is we're going to be a better council, we're going to be smaller, and we're going to do different things differently. Well, if you're doing things differently, of course, what we know is the community is going to be asked to be involved. You put the salt bin at the top of the street, and then you go down and salt all the paths, which is fine if everybody in the street isn't 75 years of age and the snow is no 6 inches deep. The other thing that we hear, of course, is we're going to have less employees. There's a number of ways that you can have less employees, and in fact, you will have to do things differently. But what we are hearing is the new buildings, all this new fancy way of working, we're going to try and sell properties. Some of them probably won't be able to sell. If we can't sell them, we'll need to knock them down because we'll be paying rates on them. And I see one every other week where we're paying rates and there's no hope, just the one that comes to my mind. And look, we're paying rates on these properties. The other thing, though, Provost, is quite clearly, the people out there, the big debate's going to be shortly the new HQ and the new Arts Centre. And the people out there want to know what that's going to cost. Now, it's fair to say, until you tender, you can't possibly, I mean, until the tenders come in, and as somebody says, we've done it under the European regulations, we don't know what the hang's going to happen there either. But the main thing I would say to you is, it can't be the case that we are putting forward a project and we are putting forward what it's to have, how many desks it's to have, all the various things that it's going to have. That must be the force. Someone somewhere should be able to tell the public just now, our auditors, our Director of Finance, Chief Executive, is anybody going to give us a quote or a figure? It doesn't need to be an accurate figure, but a ballpark figure of what this whole project is going to cost. One thing, Provost.
I don't want to stop you, but can I say that? No, I'm not going to stop you, but the fact is it's got to be relevant for the accounts that are in front of us just now.
Well, it couldn't be more
last year.
It couldn't be more. I take it you got legal advice there, Provost.
I did. Just to be correct.
Legal advice in politics is awfully prominent today, but I do agree that everybody shouldn't necessarily take it. What I'm asking, we've got a planning director here, we've got our auditors here, we've got the Director of Finance here, the Chief Executive, Uncle Tom, Cobley and all I'm saying is, let's tell the public a ballpark figure of what the project is going to cost. Can we do that today?
Okay, thank you.
Provost, could I perhaps make comment that might help Councillor Goldie
Okay,
out?
that's fine. Then we'll
just very briefly to say that there was a ballpark figure put into the capital programme papers for that, and I would refer them to the budget papers, and that there is an update report due to be coming in October, at which time it will have more details for members, and if at any time Councillor Goldie or any member of his group wishes a briefing, I'm sure Office would be happy to give him that.
Yeah, because I just right. No. I've got the right to respond, Prof. I've got the right to reply. I'm very grateful to Councillor Meikle-John because it was her vision. So could she just tell us now? I haven't seen the paper for that. I apologise. She knows the figure. Can she give us the figure of what the projected figure is?
Do you take your seat, please?
Provost, I think this isn't helpful
Yeah.
to the debate around the auditors.
Okay.
If Councillor Goldie wants to know the figures, he could go back to the budget papers.
Okay, fine. Okay, then we're going to move on. Thank you. Councillor Goldie's coming because there has been a lot of people, my own constituents, asking about the future, the new town hall and the arts. Perfect. Somebody want Councillor Alexander. Thank you.
Yes, Provost. Thanks very much. The Councillor Goldie, I assume, is singing from the same song sheet as his group leader, in which case they've already taken a decision not to participate in this particular exercise, not to support it, before the figures are available. So if Mr Goldie had asked for these figures beforehand and then made a statement that they no longer wish to participate or support the principle of town centre regeneration, then I could have understood. He didn't. And what we have now is a situation whereby we have a part of the council who has said, even though they don't have the facts before them, and Councillor Goldie has confirmed that they are not participating in the town centre regeneration programme. That's a really sad, Provost, because we made very clear that at the very beginning in this process that we saw it as something that would unite the council. No one I've spoken to has disagreed that Falkirk Town Centre has deteriorated quite significantly over the last...
Councillor Alexander, I appreciate where you're coming from when you respond. I tried to get Councillor Goldie to stick to the fact that we were discussing the audit before us. Responded.
Fair enough, Provost.
Fine. Thank you.
Can also say that in terms of the comments that have been made, not just by Councillor Goldie but by others, in relation to the future of the local authority and what we were likely to be looking at in the future, with regards to staff and also with regards to services. Can I say that we've spoken this morning about one of the services that has drawn praise from all members, and that is the reshaping of the and restructuring of the daycare service. That is a very good example of thinking out with the box and thinking in terms of the future of the service. We can actually improve a service by getting best value. The best value is a concept that used to be quite prevalent within local government. It seems to have dropped off somewhat, but the principles of best value remain as they've always been, that it's best value for the people of Falkirk and District. What we've had, examples such as the restructuring of daycare, and it's not a political issue, as Provost Reid, former Provost Reid said, but it still formed part of our First Minister's question, which was meant to be derogatory towards the programme. So I think, Provost, we look at the future and we see examples of good examples of where we have changed radically the policies and the priorities of the Council, and we've actually produced services which are better than they've been before. This concept that there seems to be that any change in the budget is automatically a negative one is a nonsense. And what we have, Provost, is something which we should be proud of in terms of the ability to think out with the ordinary, out with the box, and produce services which can save money.
One, Provost, can I just say that, again, politics is very topical. Well, maybe we shouldn't assume anything in politics these days.
What's your 19.1?
My 19.1, Provost, is the fact that Mr Alexander and Miss Meikle-Jones said I should refer to papers. All I'm saying to you is, all morning for 9:30 this morning, questions have been asked on the papers and the answers are there. It's very indicative that nobody here, not an officer here, none of you, are not in Cecil's vision, nobody's going to say the figure. Nobody wants to go and
Councillor Goldie, it was a simple answer to your question. If you look at the papers, you'll see the figure. I didn't see anything wrong with that. Okay then, is there anybody who'd like to come into the debate, or we're going to agree with the report in front of us? Agreed. Thank you very much. It's a review of polling districts and polling places 2018 to 20, and the report is 197 to 276 on your agenda, and the Chief Executive will present the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Provost. This report advises of the review of the current scheme of polling districts and polling places, outlines the responses received during the consultation process, and proposes a number of amendments to the existing polling scheme for members' consideration. The Council is required to divide its area into polling districts for the purposes of parliamentary elections and to keep these polling districts under review. The Electoral Registration and Administration Act of 2013 introduced a new provision whereby compulsory reviews are undertaken on a 5-year cycle. And this report presents the outcomes of that review. Comments on the existing polling scheme were invited from those listed at paragraph 3.2. And in addition, comments received since the last review were taken into account, and a survey was made available on the Council website, accessible via the homepage and published in the Notice of Review. The review process is set out at section 4 of the report. The current polling scheme is used for the European parliamentary elections in May, is appended at Appendix 1, together with a summary of feedback from the consultation exercises at Appendices 2A and 2B, the returning officer's statutory submission, Appendix 3, and a set of maps demonstrating both the existing and the proposed polling districts within each council ward at Appendix 4. A summary of the proposed changes and draft polling scheme, together with highlighted issues requiring consideration and decision by members, is detailed in sections 6 and 7. It is proposed that the amended polling scheme be implemented with effect from the 1st of December of this year for use at all elections, by-elections and referendums held between then and the next review. The aim of this review was to consider the current polling scheme and suggest amendments which will improve the scheme and, if possible and where practicable, reduce the number of schools currently identified as polling places without impacting adversely on the electors. This process has included looking at alternative polling places as well as the polling district boundaries. A number of factors have informed the review, including the number of postal voters, which allows the possibility of larger polling districts to be considered and therefore brings some benefits in terms of cost. However, given the uncertainties around voter turnout, radical changes are not proposed for the coming 5-year period. In terms of polling places, there's clearly a requirement to meet high standards of disabled access and a presumption that, where possible, the polling place should be located within the polling district it serves. New and proposed housing developments have created the need for polling districts to be reviewed in an attempt to rationalise the allocation of electors to appropriate polling places. As part of the review process, with a view to a new polling scheme being prepared, a list of possible polling places was compiled using the Corporate Address Gazetteer. These were mapped and each one identified was considered in terms of its suitability for polling purposes. Although particular premises have been recommended in each case, there may be alternatives which could be considered, and further suggestions will always be welcome as part of the next review. And elected members' local knowledge has been invited and will continue to be welcomed. On completion of the review, the Council is obliged to publish its decision, including reasons for selection of the premises proposed and the responses received during the course of the consultation. And a summary of stages 1 and 2 of the consultation process is set out in section 5 of the report. Taking all feedback and relevant information into account, the changes proposed to the current polling scheme are outlined in section 6 for members' consideration. These are set out on a ward-by-ward basis, and members will note that some alternatives are suggested requiring their decision, and these are highlighted in bold. The proposed polling scheme, subject to these decisions, is then set out at section 7 of the report. So, turning to the recommendations, Provost, it is recommended the Council notes the requirements to review the existing UK parliamentary polling districts and polling places, considers the proposals contained in the returning officer's submission and decides which options should be implemented, and approves the proposed polling scheme as detailed within section 7, subject to the decisions taken for use from the 1st of December this year until the next review. And finally, and in conclusion, I'd just like to express my thanks to Dale Robb for her excellent work in leading and coordinating this review. Thank you, Provost.
Okay. Thank you, sir. As the Chief Executive said, it's important that we get the views of the local members, and we're going to get taken through by Mr Moody. You want to come in right away? Councillor Meikle-John.
It was just to say that it's really important that we remove as many barriers as possible to people participating within the democratic process, and I think it's important that local members' views are taken into account as they know their wards best, and they know the habits of their constituents best, and therefore I think it is significant to take time to do that. And as I say, we want to increase the number of people that are participating in the democratic process. I think 2014, the referendum was where we peaked and saw the greatest number of people actually voting. That's something we would want to look to replicate wherever possible. I do appreciate that there's difficulties and there's a presumption against using primary schools, but there are some areas, and I appreciate that we don't have any option in which to do that. But I think if we can look to minimise the disruption to children's education wherever possible, it would be really appreciated, particularly by parents, as we don't know how many elections we're likely to have within the next short space of time.
Okay then, as we said, I'm going to pass you over to Mr Moody now, and there'll be an opportunity as we go through them individually for members, local members especially, to have an input. Mr Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And this section of the report that's relevant starts at page 204 in your agenda, and that's paragraph 6.3.1. Now, the first one relates to Bowness and Blackness, and I see Councillor Munro is just stepping back into the chamber, so perhaps if we go to Ward 2 Grangemouth at the moment, and we'll come back to Ward 1 on Bowness. So in relation to Grangemouth, we've got the current polling place of Dundas Resource Centre, which for the reasons explained is no longer available, and the proposed polling place of Kerseybank Community Project. So the issue is really to see if the Grangemouth members are content with that proposal.
I've just, I don't think there's any problem with that because it's right next door, round the back of the Dundas Centre. One thing I would say though is that they need to have decent signage to guide people around at the back of the Dundas building, so that people know where it is.
So you're happy with that?
Yeah.
We'll go now to, I think it's Councillor Black. We'll come to you now. You happy with the change? Okay. Councillor Spears, sorry, sir.
Well, I'm not too happy with it because the access is very difficult, especially for disabled people in wheelchairs and scooters, as there's a lot of speed reduction bumps on the access to this. There's also the size of the rooms in the place isn't really sufficiently big. When you look at the 1,823 electors that will need to use it, and the present building is really adequate and recognised generally by the public in the area that that's the best place to be. We also have great difficulties, which I was speaking to this morning with social work, about the car park in the area with broken glass and detritus. I think it would be best to leave well alone and to leave this polling station in a place that people identify with, and that's where it is just now.
Okay.
I think the difficulty with that, Provost, is that the Dundas Resource Centre simply isn't available to us anymore, just because it has a different use now than it previously did. So I think we can see we've had the view of the three Grangemouth members, and the majority appear to be content with the proposal by the returning officer. I return now to Ward 1, which is Bowness and Blackness, where the proposal is to replace the current Kinneil Primary School polling place with the Chemical Workers Social Club.
Just before we go into debate on that, could we just clarify what the position is then? Has it been agreed then? Are we agreed to the change? Everybody happy with Grangemouth? Councillor Spears is unhappy. So are we just clarifying now that that's what we're going to do?
So my understanding, Provost, and maybe that's a good point that you raise, is that the council as a whole would be guided by the local members who best know the circumstances of their area. And that's certainly been the approach which has been taken on a number of occasions in the past when the council has reviewed the polling scheme, and certainly it was the approach taken on the last occasion, which was in 2013. Now, it would be, I suppose, ideal that there be unanimity among all local members, but short of that, if there's a majority of the members who are happy with it, I think it's a question for council. Are they then prepared to go with the majority of the local member view?
Everybody understanding? Councillor Spears, let you back in here.
Yeah, to be honest, it's not about unanimity of members, it's about the access and availability. You're saying that the former Dundas School is not available. Are you prepared to change the access and replace the Kerseybank Community Project? Or are you saying two councillors want it, one doesn't, so tough luck? That doesn't help with the access if you're in a wheelchair. It's not tough luck that two of your councillors didn't take that into consideration.
I don't know the specific circumstances of the Kerseybank project, but we'll take account what you're saying. If there are access problems, I'm no doubt that Mrs. Robb will have a look at that situation, and similarly we'll take into account the comments of Councillor Balfour in relation to the need for signage too.
We'll let Councillor Balfour back in, because we'll take our time doing this, because it's important for everyone.
Aye, there is wheelchair access there. There's a ramp there that's perfectly suitable. Had we been able to keep it in Dundas, that would have been fine, but Gergebank's a suitable alternative.
Councillor Black, you want to... Okay, but I'm sure that we'll make Councillor Spears' concerns known.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
And I think that takes us back then to Ward 1, which is Bowness, where again the proposal is that we no longer use Kinneil Primary School and that the polling place will be the Chemical Workers Social Club. So the views of Bowness members.
Okay. Deputy Provost.
I'm in agreement with this. It's regularly brought up at the parent council meetings at Kinneil School that they would like the school to be taken off the road for actual polling station. No problems with the Chemical Workers Club as well. It's easy to get in. For people that is disabled, they've got access at the side, so that's not going to be either. So that's
Thoughts?
So for the Deputy Provost, I can't see anyone being terribly unhappy with it.
I'm sure Councillor Aitchison did put a letter in concern usage of Kinneil School anyway. So.
Okay. Right, okay, that's fine. Okay, Mr. Lady.
Okay, yes, thank you, Provost. That takes us on to Ward 4, because there are no proposals in relation to Ward 3.
Councillor Gardner wants in.
There is no proposals in relation to Ward 3, but I'm presuming the use of nether mains either wasn't highlighted or was looked at and there was no suitable facilities to take that away from nether main primary school. Is that correct?
It will be been carefully looked at during the process.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Which again takes us on to Ward 4, Carse, Kinnaird and Tryst, with 2 changes proposed. The first of those is the current polling place of Stenhousemuir Primary School being replaced by St Bernadette's.
Members?
No issues from me, sir. Provost.
No issues. Councillor Flynn?
Yep, I'm more than happy with the proposed changes.
Right. Councillor Burns?
Yeah, it seems reasonable. It's much more accessible.
Councillor Murtagh?
Yeah, also happy with that particular.
Okay.
And likewise in the same ward, the replacement of the Bothkenner Community Hall and the proposed polling place of Bothkenner and Carnshaw Parish Church Hall.
Councillor Murtagh?
I did have discussions with Mrs Robb about this particular location. As I understand it, although that's put down in the papers, there's a number of options around potentially with Bothkenner, including potentially use of the school, use of mobile units, use of even potentially I think even the Dutchin has suggested there, and I think that there's an agreement that we would have discussions with local members as to suitability and what was possible at the time. I do have some slight concerns that on road traffic and access to that particular location, which I've made clear to Dale. But I think that these things can be accommodated in discussions, and understand that is a possibility, that we can continue to discuss that when and if any multitude of elections may be called in the near or distant future.
I mean, there is an alternative site proposed within that particular section of the report, which would be the use of the primary school, either in the form of a mobile unit being sited in the playground or potentially the opening of the school building for the day, but that would need to be assessed in terms of practicability for the particular electoral event.
Indeed, and I'm happy with that, and that those discussions that have happened today. Will have my surgery tomorrow night in skin flats in Bothkenner Primary School as normal.
Councillor Coombs?
Just a quick comment. I appreciate what Laura's saying there, and yeah, the road traffic issues. However, can't foresee hundreds of people queuing up outside both Kenner. The numbers involved are minimal, and the only thing that I would bear in mind is if it is an option to use the school, I wouldn't personally think that we should be getting a, can't remember what you called a porta-cabin, but a porta-cabin, just because of the cost implications. I think we need to be aware that we need to try and keep things down to a minimum as far as spending money on whatever elections or how many of them we have.
Okay, Councillor Bowes, Councillor.
Yeah, I agree that the tying up the site at the school is right. I think we should also, put a bit of due diligence on it, is that we look at what the actual cost of the opening it up for a full day, the heating and all the other bits that would have to go with that, and compare it, obviously, and do a separate cost for what it would be putting that in. I think you've got to look at both, and I think whichever one probably the cheapest is probably where you would go with it.
Okay, Councillor Flynn.
Yes, straightforward. If the cost of making the school ready for an elections is higher than a mobile unit, then a mobile unit would be what I would suggest. But otherwise, if it's not, then either or.
It's cost effective.
Cost effective.
Okay.
So
Okay.
That's fine. Yes, thank you, Provost. That then takes us to Ward 5, Bonnybridge and Larbert, where we have the current polling place of Larbert Village Primary School with the proposed replacement of Larbert Old Parish Church Hall.
Councillor Coleman.
I'm completely content with that proposal. I think it's an excellent suggestion for the reasons indicated in the report.
Councillor Grant.
Yes, will we accept that one? Yes.
And I'm the same. Thank you.
And in the same ward, Provost, we have the former Torwood Primary School site with the suggested replacement of the Torwood Scout Hall, which was used successfully in the European elections.
Councillor Coleman.
I'm content with that proposal. However, I'm not content with the proposed amalgamation, which is part of the alternatives to amalgamate FW 515 with FW 511. Torwood, as a village, needs a polling station at the moment, and it's an expanding community. I don't foresee any benefit to the people of the community to amalgamate the polling station. So, yeah, that's my view on that.
Councillor Grant.
100% with Councillor Coleman. The Scout Hall worked well in the European elections. I think we should stick by it because the church is too far a travel.
I'm in agreement as well.
Okay. Thank you, Provost. That's a clear recommendation from that. We move to Falkirk North, where the proposal is not a significant one. It's just in relation to there's a current polling place with fixed place in the Carn Co-op car park. There are some changes in the buildings around there which will necessitate, I think, a move in the location in the car park. So it's not a significant change that's proposed.
Any Falkirk North members want to make any?
Just brief comment that I'd wish us to continue to discuss with the landowners around that as we go forward in order to maintain a mobile unit within that area. The New Carn area is a significant population and is a growing population, but it predominantly, until there was a mobile unit, was low in polling. Just because of the distance in which it had to go, and therefore there's been significant benefits in actually having a mobile unit within that area. Unfortunately, there's no other sort of fixed building facility there that could be used within this area, and that is highlighted particularly some of the discussions with our planners around the need to have integrated communities and make sure there's community facilities as well within very large settlements. But I would encourage to continue discussions around being able to have a mobile unit there in the longer term as we go forward, and I appreciate that may well have to be to accommodate the business use of the land, etc. around there, but there may well be other opportunities if the type of construction that does happen, there's community facilities that would allow us to have something more permanent.
Okay, thank you. Any Falkirk North member? Any other member want to come in?
Provost.
Fine.
Just very, very briefly, the note that the Thornhill Community Centre is already a three-station place for voting. There's significant housing developments proposed for Middlefield and for the Etna Road. And while it's a support the retention of Thornhill, it may be that we're beginning to outgrow that particular facility.
I think we'll keep that under review, Provost, as new housing comes to fruition. That takes us now, Provost, to Ward 7, Falkirk South. The primary issues here relate to the merger of polling districts rather than to the changing of polling places, though the one issue that is highlighted in relation to polling places is in relation to Hall Glen Sports Centre and the potential that that may not become available in the future. So there would be that would be re-examined at the time, and it could well be that even if the sports centre weren't available for sports centre use, it could be available for one day for a polling place with some temporary heating installed in whichever part of the centre was being used as the polling place. So primarily in relation to changing of polling districts here, but that one issue in relation to the polling place.
Councillor Binney, then Councillor Patrick.
Yes, regarding amalgamation, I totally understand that obviously Hall Glen Sports Centre, if it does close, what is scheduled to close, that if there is, of course it is dependent on when the elections are. The elections could be next month, might be next year, we don't actually know. So that in actual fact is very pertinent. What concerns I have about amalgamation, that the amalgamation needs a completely review, I would say, because you're talking about Arden Glen Village to Hall Glen Sports Centre, and that might not be there. And my other concerns would be, in the practical sense, if the building is closed down, depends when the election is, there could be fencing around that building. And my other concern is we need clear communication to the community, because they'll be thinking we need the electors to have that opportunity to go and vote, because that the community themselves might say, oh, Hall Glen Community Centre's closed, where do we go for voting? So there might be some confusion in that area, and I would be very disappointed if a lot of voters couldn't go along and vote on that particular day. So I think we really need to look at that very carefully, and that has to be done at pace regarding Hall Glen Sports Centre. With everything else in my area, I'm absolutely fine about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Patrick.
Thank you, Provost. First of all, I just mentioned the use of the Bentascan Primary School. It's regrettable that really we have never managed to find any alternative to retaining the school as the polling place. And as I say, regrettably, I've got to accept that. The Woodlands Game Hall is, of course, an excellent polling place, though I may say that some sections of the electorate who vote there really seriously are slightly inconvenienced by the withdrawal of the Salvation Army Hall, but I can accept the proposals for the Woodlands Games Hall. I entirely agree with my colleague with regard to the remarks for Hall Glen Sports Centre. I think this is really quite a serious problem which the report mentions but does not actually solve. The present state of I've been into the Games Hall, and the present state of the Games Hall is very poor and would require considerable work apart from heating, etc., to make it acceptable for a winter poll. I also agree with the wise points put forward regarding the fact that this may well be screened off in some form. I think we have a real problem with this one. I think this is a major and valued polling place, and I certainly would like to be sure that urgently the whole issue regarding the use of Hall Glen Sports Centre is investigated, and it must be retained, since I can't see any alternative in the area. But at its present state, it would not be an acceptable venue to ask people to use.
I know, Provost, that's been in Mrs. Robb's mind in relation to her investigation of this, and she has highlighted the potential for forthcoming issues within the report. So it is something that will be looked at closely in relation to any forthcoming electoral event.
Okay, Councillor Reid.
Yes, I agree with everything said by my colleagues. I'm glad that Arnott Street situation at last has been cleared up, with 26 houses in the past voting at 3 different polling stations. It was a bit farcical. I wonder if I may make a general point. Where there is a change of polling place, as well as getting the regular polling card, will it be highlighted the fact there has been a change? Because people are creatures of habit and may go to where they've gone for the last 20 years. Or is that the assessor who issues those?
No, it's us who issue those, but I'll investigate whether that's an option for us, whether it's capable of adapting the card to highlight the fact that there is a change. I suspect the current process is that it simply indicates what the polling place is without identifying that it is a new one, but I'll take that point on board and investigate.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, go on.
So that takes us, Provost, into Ward 8, which is the Lower Braes, where we start with an amalgamation of polling districts with 2 polling places, and there's a proposed merged polling place of the Lauriston Parish Church Hall.
Okay. Councillor Nicholl.
Thank you, Provost. I am mindful of the fact that it's not ideal to use primary schools nowadays, so I don't so much fall out with the amalgamation of the 2 polling districts. However, it is the site that has been chosen. Lauriston Church Hall is at the end of a street, virtually a cul-de-sac. Parking, many times including functions of the church, can be very difficult. And having 2,000 plus people voting there would undoubtedly, at peak periods during the day, cause parking issues. Secondly, my concern about using the church hall is that very sadly nowadays, Convener, I suspect, because it is at the end of a street, a great deal of people have no clue where Lauriston Church Hall is. I would suggest a much better amalgamated polling station would be the retention of the community hall in the main street. People pass it all the time. Everybody knows where the community hall is on-street parking available, once you avoid the lines, of course. I just think that this would be better. It's a hall that is certainly known to 99% of people in Lauriston, and it doesn't come with the baggage of the parking difficulty of parking virtually in a cul-de-sac to go to vote at the church hall.
Thank you. Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. Like Councillor Nicholl, I'd be a lot happier to retain the same issue with parking, because that would be an issue. First, are we going with other parts as well? As far as the second one's concerned, with the Lauriston Community Hall, I'd be happy for it's only 4 electors. I'd be happy for them to move to the Grange Community Centre. I don't have a problem with that. And likewise, with the last part, it's only small numbers again, and I'd be happy to go along with that with the Grange Community Centre as well.
Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify something, I think if the community hall was being retained, the 4 electors, which come from Newlands Farm area, the community hall, they could still go there, because it would be much closer to them than the alternative suggested.
So I think just to clarify, Provost, in relation to the first of the proposals, the current polling places are Lauriston Church Hall already and Lauriston Primary School. So the shift is primary school to
Main Street. Community hall in the Main Street.
Okay.
As it says there, Lauriston comprises 2 polling districts, which uses Lauriston Community Hall with 1,105 electors.
Sorry, yes, you're absolutely right. It's a mistake in the heading that has misled me on that point. Thank you, Councillor Nicholl.
Can I because I live there.
Of course.
The one that they use down at the park is Lorison Community Hall, and the one in the main street is Lorison Old Folks.
Yeah.
No, thank you. I think we have members' views on that.
Yeah, we
point.
have. It's the last one.
Provost, I would suggest when they're doing their rounds to look at the hall changes that they look at some of the halls.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Moody, go on to the nine.
That moves us on to Ward 9, where it reflects the fact that the California Community Hall has closed, and the proposal here is to site a mobile unit in the hall grounds. So just the views of members from Upper Brace.
Local members for Upper Brace. Councillor McCluskey.
Here, as long as we get one of these super duper ramps for we've got wheelchairs and that up there and that too, so as long as we've got one of them, then I'm happy with the mobile.
Okay. Councillor Hughes.
I had reservations about the mobile unit when it was purely and simply it was logistics, because on polling day the polling clerks were almost frozen to death, and we had to phone up and get some heaters for them. I also heard that later at night that the lighting was a bit ropey as well. So all my plea is with mobile units, we really need, shall we say, a sharper response in relation to any issues that might arise in terms of the mobile unit. Otherwise, quite happy.
Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Provost. Probably the same as the Both Kenna one. If the hall is available and it's cheaper to open the hall back up than bring the unit, we use the hall. But otherwise, he's not a problem.
I think we have then the consensus on that point. And that has taken us through the 9 wards, Provost, so we've got a careful note of everything that's been said, and those will be reflected in the approved polling scheme.
Thank you for that. As is Councillor Grant want in?
Just a quick one, Provost. Councillor Spears says that the council should have a look at these places. I have personally met Mrs Robb at 3 of our polling stations having a look at them.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay then, members, as I said at the very beginning, that myself and Councillor Reid are going away for this royal visit. Delighted to be going to the Sensory Centre. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to call for lunch at the moment, and hopefully it'll not be too long until I'm back. If I'm not back at the resumption, I would say 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, then my Deputy Provost, Councillor Rich, will take the chair until then. Okay then, thank you very much.
Okay, so that's everyone back. Right, so we can just start off again. It's just to say, before we actually go to the trust item, if we can just, anybody's got any issues with 13 and 14, number 13, the programme of meetings for 2020, if we could just pass that, or has anybody got anything to say? Agreed? Right. And also the execution of deeds, item 14, anybody got any questions? Oh, right. We'll now go back to agenda item 8 is Falkirk Council, Falkirk Community Trust, joint working, and it's the Chief Exec that's going to be presenting.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. This report sets out the actions taken following the report to Council on the 26th of June of this year in relation to the joint working between the Council and the Community Trust. It identifies next steps and timelines in relation to the 2021 budget process. By way of background, in September last year, Council agreed that the status of Falkirk Community Trust should remain unchanged at that time. On the 5th of December, Council agreed a joint vision document and an interim work plan based on 5 core tasks. And this work has been taken forward by a joint working group consisting of 4 elected members, so that's Councillors Meikle-John, Monroe, Reid and Spears, representatives from the Trust Board and Council officers. The primary task of the joint working group in the work plan was and remains to undertake joint medium-term business planning to help develop a savings and investment plan over the next 5 years. And this, of course, was in response to the savings demand put upon the Trust in the Council's budget proposals. So when the Council considered this on the 26th of June, there was an update report on the work that was being carried out by the joint working group at that time. And the report proposed a range of measures aimed at sustaining and improving culture and sports provision within Falkirk, including a proposed model for improved community leisure provision within a number of secondary schools, investment in core cultural and sporting assets, an increasing community role in the management of assets, and asset rationalisation. And the intention of the recommendations in the report was to provide a framework for the 5-year investment and savings plan. In response to this report, the decision of the Council is set out on the 26th of June, is set out at paragraph 3.4, specifically setting out a requirement for engagement and consultation in advance of further actions being taken. In line with the decision taken at that Council meeting, a community consultation on transforming services opened on the 16th of September, so it's just last Monday, and will remain open until the 31st of October. The survey is attached to Appendix 1 and has been promoted through a social media campaign and a number of other channels. And as of 9 a.m. today, there had been 816 responses to that survey. The purpose of this consultation is to test the principles that the Council and partners have been working towards with regards to changing services and ultimately reviewing assets. And the principles outlined are those previously agreed by members as part of the strategic property review. And these were set out again, the principles were set out again in the report to the Council in June and are briefly summarised at paragraph 4.3. Members of the working group were consulted on the survey things in September prior to it going live. In addition to the survey, focus group sessions are planned in 3 areas in order to better understand the effect of applying the principles, namely in Denny, Bowness and Grangemouth. And it's also proposed to undertake a focus group session with young people to ascertain their views and insights. As set out at paragraphs 4.6 and 4.7, arrangements are also being put in place for consultation with stakeholders and national bodies as requested by the Council. Following this general consultation exercise, the Council will then further engage with specific communities to work through how the principles will change the way that services may be delivered in their area. And the proposed approach to that is set out at paragraph 4.8. So this would be a subsequent consultation exercise in line with the development of the 5-year plan requested by the Council. In terms of next steps, members will be aware that the Trust is required to submit its annual business plan and associated documents by the 15th of November in accordance with the funding agreement. Excuse me. The Council has given a commitment to work together with the Trust to prepare the 5-year investment and savings plan I've referred to, and that work remains ongoing. The next steps will be informed by the community consultation exercise. And in this context, the feeling was it was perhaps inappropriate to ask the Trust to submit its business plan on the 15th of November when we wouldn't yet know the outcomes of the consultation exercise which is set out at Appendix 1. And the outcomes of that are intended to be reported to the Council on the 4th of December this year. So on this basis, it is proposed The Council postpones its requirement of the Trust to submit its business plan on the 15th of November until the 6th of January 2020. This will then allow some additional time for the joint working group between the Council and the Trust to reflect on the consultation feedback, to discuss what the implications of that might be, and to offer initial direction and guidance to the Trust on the way ahead. And then the Trust will produce its 2020-21 business plan in that context. That would then be considered by members at the Council meeting set for the 22nd of January 2020, allowing for final decisions as part of the 2021 budget setting process. So we'd have a slightly compressed timescale from the submission of the Trust business plan through to the Council decision, but the Council decision would still be made in line with the normal timetable. So in conclusion, the report sets out the actions taken since the Council report on 26th June, the consultation now underway, and the next steps, proposed next steps, in relation to the Trust business plan. Following on from this, there remains an urgent need to develop the 5-year investment and savings plan that the Council and the Trust are committed to taking forward as part of the agreed joint working arrangements. And the recommendations, Deputy Provost, are at paragraph 2. Thank you.
Okay, so open it up. Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. It's sincerely very disappointing that there was not unanimity to take forward an investment plan of up to £50 million over the next 5 years in our sports and leisure facilities. That would be the first significant investment in our sports and leisure facilities in a decade or more, in fact. And that, I believe, would have been very, very positive for our communities. The Trust, like all other services within the Council, are tasked with a savings target in order to be able to allow the Council to be able to meet its budget gap. And in doing so, over the longer term, this would enable a phased approach to actually managing that budget gap. And as a result, I believe will have less of an impact on our communities than the way we'd managed it previously, and I've already referred to that. And while it may be significant for the Trust, every other service will also have significant challenges, and if it's not going to be saved within the Trust services, then it has to be saved elsewhere. We chose to work very collaboratively with the Trust around those savings plans, and that's what we've tried to do in bringing forward a programme that would enable the Trust to increase its footfall, have better facilities that be far more attractive, and be able to reduce the public subsidy going forward. We are where we are. The decision of Council was to go out to consultation. Unfortunately, the consultation that we've had to do has got to be a very high-level consultation, particularly at this stage, as there's not much detail in which to have a meaningful discussion with our communities. The papers detail that consultation, and by necessity now, the discussions following the last Council, it has to be two-phase, with a more detailed discussion coming further down the line once the feedback from the initial consultation has followed through and will inform the Trust business plans going forward. It will have an impact on the budget planning, and it's highly likely that the Trust will not be able to meet its savings targets for this financial year, and will only be in a position to provide a one-year budget rather than a 5-year plan, which would be far more desirable and, I believe, far more acceptable to members, as the potential being the plan that we have seen previously will come forward, and we would see a list of far more potential closures than we have done, or we would have done had we looked at the investment plan in more detail. In delaying the business plan, it will truncate the process for Council with regard to the budget, and particularly the planning process. So while I would much rather see us have time to look at that and the Trust business plan come forward in November. I think it's unfair to ask the Trust to do that because of the implications. They need to take into account the outcome of the consultation, and it's not in anyone's best interest to have the same proposals come forward from previous years. I'm therefore not particularly happy, but understand the need to delay and to allow the Trust to have time to develop that and bring it forward to the 6th of January, and that would allow Council to take a view on that on 22nd of January. Less than ideal from the point of view of the budget planning, but it will allow the outcome of the consultation to be taken into account. And as a result, it will be a lot of work for members collectively across the Council as we go into the final phases of the budget planning. So I think we have to accept where we are. The consultation's underway. We note that the report will come back to December that will allow members to see the outcome of the consultation. And I think we've got to take a pragmatic view and be fair to the Trust and give them time to be able to give that consideration and bring back their proposals early in January. I therefore move the report.
Thanks, Councillor Meikle-John. Open it up for anyone else to speak.
I'll second the same and reserve the right to speak.
Okay. Councillor Munro.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I hear what Cecil's saying on this subject, but in the end, it really is about what our community wants. And at least this document or survey is a beginning in terms of understanding what it is our community wants in terms of their facilities and their buildings as well. But as Cecil said, this is just a beginning. And whilst I'm very pleased that 816 responses have been received, I'm going to read to you an email I received from a community council, which says, I have just been checking the Trust consultation document, which I got back when I got back from visiting a friend today. The questions are loaded in such a way that you cannot give your own opinion. It is their tick box or nothing. It is not fit for purpose and should have boxes for individual responses. It is a total farce, and no way can members of the community give their honest opinion. What a waste of time and money. There must be a proper consultation and not a biased online questionnaire aimed at and loaded towards getting an unfair result just to suit what the Trust wants. So we have a job of work to do to convince our communities that we're working in their interest, and I would really say to members, we need to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Black.
Yeah, Cecil, the leaders talked about a programme, but that programme in reality will reduce equity around the district and will mean some areas have virtually no services, whilst other areas have centres of excellence. This has implications that many people who don't have transport won't be able to access services. This was one of the most important documents the Council has seen for many years, and it is right and proper that the public have sight of it. The reductions expected by the Council to the Trust is huge. We are facing even more hard times financially, but it's unfair to expect the public to accept these cuts in Grangeworth and Bowness and other areas with significant poverty. These areas have significant poverty, don't have access to cars, many people. The issues of access is also a problem. If we're talking about using schools, older people want to go and use facilities during the day. They don't want to go and use them at night. So there's a whole lot of issues that probably haven't even been thought of yet, and I think it's only right and proper that we have this proper consultation. Better to delay things and get it right than to go ahead and by doing that, some people are going to lose out on facilities that they've treasured for years.
Black. Councillor Flynn.
Yep, thank you, Deputy Provost. There's two or three things I want to mention. Whoever wrote in the email, and it certainly wasn't me, I must say I agree with them, because this is one of the worst online questionnaires I've ever seen. For example, do you visit a council or community trust operated building? If so, say how often. Yeah, I'm in one every day. You know, if everybody ticks up, what does it say about the trust? It's not relevant. And there's numerous questions like that, which I have to say, they are loaded. You know, if you find that 80% of people visit either a council building or a community trust building daily or weekly, is that a go-ahead to do anything with the trust? No, I don't think so. The other thing is that it's quite obvious that all this hinges around whether we progress the obtaining of a civic/arts centre. Now, if it was agreed this year, now this building is not going to be built for 3 years or 2 years. So what's to stop the trust submitting the business plan to meet the agreement that they agreed earlier this year of saving £1.1 million this next year and £1.1 million the following year? Delaying their presentation of a business plan is only a stalling tactic, because from the 22nd of January it doesn't give elected members anywhere near enough time to discuss the proposals. The final point is, and I could talk about lots of different points, well, there is one other one. Councillor Meiklejohn said that significant investment, but what about the £1.1 million that's spent on the Mariner Centre? What about the £250,000 spent on the new gymnastics centre? What about the money being spent on the Stennismuir Gym and the proposed extension? There's a lot of money being spent. It's not insignificant. I don't think £1.1 million is insignificant, you know. Also, the final point is it mentions meeting their savings target. It's not just savings target we need to meet. We need increased income, but more importantly, we need the trust to start generating real profit. To not be having a building across there that's costing us £300,000 a year of a loss. You know, this should be the example they're going to say to us, right, look at the town hall. We've got all these events and the pantomime which didn't make a profit last year. But look, this is what we would do with the Civic Centre, albeit it'll be a better building. So in my opinion, we should stick to the original plan, because if every other department said, well, let's just stall our business plan because of X, Y, Z reason, where would we be as elected members trying to agree a budget? Thank you.
Councillor Flynn. Councillor Spears.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. The leader asks for unanimity. Unanimity amidst austerity. Now, a £50 million investment plan over 5 years to help us manage the budget gap, which, don't forget, parties that stand on austerity should recognise that austerity brings consequences, and the consequences bring difficulties. Consultation is what you ask for, and consultation is what you're getting. The Trust, which I am not a member of, they need to manage this budget gap. Not a mean feat, I'll tell you. They need to, at the same time, improve the footfall. Now, you can only improve the footfall when you're improving the facilities. Our aim is to maintain as many facilities as possible, and to maintain them that they are both secure and safe. And with some ageing properties, that is difficult. An investment plan is the best way to secure this. I think most people would agree. Anybody with a house, you've got to keep maintaining that property. But time waits for no one, and the delays will not only affect the Trust, but the leisure provision for us all. We need to consider and work, as the leader says, in unanimity amidst this austerity, to maintain as many facilities as we have. We owe that to our electorate, we owe that to the district, and we owe that to the people of Falkirk district.
Councillor Spears. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Just picking up on what Councillor Spears said in terms of the Trust increasing footfall. And this ties in a bit as well, on one of the objectives is getting rid of underused buildings. Now, I can cite an example not half a mile away from here of what was an underused building belonging to the Trust, which was getting into a slightly disorderly state of repair. The building itself was underutilised, as was the sports pitch. Now, an enterprising organisation wanting to increase the footfall and provide facilities for the community might get in there and think, what can we do with that? Now, what did the Trust do? Well, they actually almost gave the building away to a charitable organisation which was set up. That has turned that building around, having got it redecorated, put in an artificial football pitch. That's turned it round from having a usage in the hall of less than 30% and certainly less than 50% of the time on the pitches to near 100% use of pitch for the time that it's open, and something about 90% occupancy, I understand, within the hall itself. Now, that's a success story for the Falkirk Football Trust. My question is really, that was a building owned by the Trust, originally owned by the Council. And if you want to increase the footfall, my argument is that that is a fundamental business that the Trust should have undertaken. The Trust is not just about the great vanity projects like Calendar House and the other big things, the Mariner Centre. It's also about the little things within the community that I believe that they should have taken the lead on doing. The thing is a success, and it's a great asset to the local people within this area of Falkirk. But perhaps it was the wrong people who had to come in and develop it.
Could I ask a clarification from Councillor Harris? What facility is actually referring to? Sorry? What facility is it you're actually referring to?
The Woodlands Games Hall, now the Falkirk Football Trust community.
Councillor Spears.
Well, to give him a partial answer, we understand that some buildings went through years of neglect, and maybe you should ask the people on the benches round about them who were in administration at that time, a joint administration at that time, why some of these buildings got into the state they were in. Neglect doesn't come about overnight. Neglect comes because it's been neglected over years. And we will try by every means we can to improve our buildings and provide facilities. I would ask them to do the same.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. That's the second time you've spoke.
I was answering a question I was named.
Oh, right, okay. It's just you never says between once. So, Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I find it's quite a difference in what's been said. What's been said, the last couple of speakers from the Conservative benches, I agree with a mass amount of it. The investment to make properties better standard, better quality will give you more of a footfall, which will give you more revenue. Totally understand that. That's what the investment that we were looking to do in June was all about. It's been suggested that this may have been a delaying stalling tactic. That was the delaying stalling tactic happened in June. This is now them asking for time to make sure they can put a case with detail on it, because at the moment there isn't really detail, and that it gives them time to put some detail on things so that it can come back here and be considered. The better the footfall, the more revenue, then there is the potential at that point where we can look at the cuts that are being spoke about by the Chief Executive, which has been agreed through with the directors in the 5-year plan, can actually be achieved. So I don't see that there is a stalling tactic here. This is something which we could have done in June, All they're asking for is a little bit extra time to put a business plan together that will give you the investments as you outlined, and I think it's a great example of an investment where they're getting better footfall. I think the Mariner Centre has had very similar results from its investment it's had. I think the early figures in Stenhousemuir Sports Centre have shown an increase as well. So where that's been done, I can understand where putting this type of investment in will give us better facilities, which then you hopefully then get more people going and using them, and thus the trust would end up with more revenue at that point. It's a good business model. I don't know anybody that would disagree with that as a business model, that if they can get more footfall, they will get more revenue, and that allows the council then to fulfil its requirements and what we need to do in the 5-year plan. It's just, well, when the comments were made, it's something I'm quite passionate about, that I think that we have to move forward, that it operates in a way that it picks up more revenue rather than being given more grant.
The stalling tactics I was referring to wasn't from the administration.
Listen, can you come through?
I'm just referring to that because in case there's confusion.
Okay. Right. Okay, Councillor Nicholl.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Some 10 or 11 years ago, when the proposal first came forward to establish the trust, I think it would be fair to say that myself and my colleague at that time, Councillor Patrick, were a bit sceptical about it. There was a lot of opposition from the then major opposition party, the party that's now the administration on this council. And really, I think I'm speaking for John as well when I say we were won over by the former Chief Executive, highlighting the grants that could be attained if the trust could go out there and get monies in that the council couldn't get. So, despite some very good arguments put forward at the time from colleagues here, and Neil's late dad, who always respected his view on the trust, we decided to go with the trust, and of course then as now Conservative members hold the balance of power on the council. So at that time we went into the trust buoyed with the expectation that there would be good times ahead with these grants. In the early days, and I well remember going with my good friend Gordon Hughes and other members to visit other trusts, and they generally seemed to be getting on well. They had seemed to tap into these funds, and I remember going to places like Dundee, Gordon, and other places, and we felt, why could our trust not be doing the same? And of course, to be fair, that was early days, and we always had hopes that the wheel would turn, and in the fullness of time, our trust would adapt to these working practices that they seem to be, other councils and trusts seem to be so far ahead of ours. Sadly, Deputy Provost, I don't think that's the case. And I've got to stand here today saying that I probably now, with hindsight, despite the fact of the attraction of the rate saving, probably do regret that vote all those years ago. I think from what we've heard from certainly Conservative benches, and I know Labour colleagues and colleagues across the chamber, I think I do see an ebbing of support for the trust. And whatever the rights and wrongs of coming forward asking for a delay in the business plan, I think this is another nail in the coffin of confidence that members have in the trust. Yes, we can argue that there's good reasons behind it, but then, of course, there has over recent years been quite a tradition in here that in November the trust puts forward buildings and facilities for closure, and members say, not on your life. And of course, in the current political setup, you know, local members get their way. As my colleague Councillor Flynn mentioned earlier on, bringing forward these proposals much later, 2 months or so later, gives less time for members. Dennis Goldie spoke earlier on, it's very topical now, about the judiciary and politics. Well, another relevant factor just now is politicians and running down the clock. And I cannot help but think that this delay is just helping to run down the clock so that there is little time for members to act to safeguard valued local services before the budget. Now, of course, we know the budget date can be changed, but I don't think Brian would thank me for suggesting that if I, for one, feel that there has not been time to have a good look at the Trust's proposals, then the budget date will have to be changed, putting it out to the limits that it has by statute. That's not something we want to do, but that is a danger that I think that we're leaving ourselves open to. The fact that if these proposals are not brought forward in November, as has always been the case, then I think the consequences could be unforeseen and not in a good way. Certainly as regards for Brian's service, but also, as I said earlier, in the future confidence that members have in the Trust, a confidence which I've got to say seems to be getting less and less all the time. So I think as a result of this, it's going to take another knock, Deputy Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Nicholl. Councillor Coombs.
Thanks, Provost. Unlike Councillor Nicholl, I actually do believe in the Trust. As Vice Chair of the Trust, I see a lot of the good work that they do, and over the past few years, not only the income generation that has been increased dramatically since becoming a Trust, but also the improvements in the facilities and the staff morale. My issue is why this council, like many others in Scotland, is looking to centralise the provision of services. Why is this council looking to close down facilities that have up to now been considered essential by local communities? Councillor Black alluded to it earlier. There was a policy previously whereby every local community across the Falkirk district was entitled to have good, well-run local facilities. So is it because of shifts in population that we've changed our mind about this? Is it because of changes in patterns of use? Or is it because no one wants to use our facilities and there's no need for them? No, I don't think any of the above. I think the only reason this council is considering closing down facilities, and let's call it that, because that's what it is. That's what happened in June. These proposals came forward and we as a group asked for the public to be consulted. The facilities are being closed because they're not being properly funded by the SNP Scottish Government. And I will not make any apology for not making the savings fast enough, as alluded to by the council leader. That's not what we should be doing here, feeling guilty about not cutting services quick enough and hard enough. This isn't about service transformation, nor is it about community empowerment or investing in improvements. It's about cutting services, plain and simple. I've said it again and again and again. Austerity is a political choice. It is not an economic necessity, and I won't put my vote to an austerity agenda. Again, at the risk of repeating myself, it's not budget time, but I think it's time that this council goes back to Derek Mackay and tells him to fund councils properly, so we don't have to sit here and argue about which one of our localities gets hit the most and which one gets the shiny new star. The people of Falkirk Council are not stupid. We're pretending to engage with communities without being specific, but the draft business plan with these cuts identified is all public knowledge. And obviously in June, when we put forward our amendment for the consultation, it was obvious that even the SNP group couldn't stomach the proposed cuts and had to modify them. The transformation, the service transformation, so it's good enough for Bowness but not for Denny. I would also like to know why Bowness, Denny and Grangemouth were the three areas chosen for the focus groups. Nationally, the SNP have cut the council's budget. Locally, they want to have the Trust's budget. obviously services are going to be cut. 50% of your budget's cut. You cannot call it an investment. I'm sorry, I'm maybe not very good at maths, but a 50% cut in income is not an investment in a service. The SNP need to take responsibility for the decisions that they've taken, and I don't think that we should be giving them any political cover for this. Finally, on unanimity, or being unanimous, on that note, I'm delighted to see that the Deputy Provost agrees with Councillor Flynn that this questionnaire isn't what it should be. And on Facebook, you've responded to many of the people in Bowness who have said exactly what Councillor Flynn said, that this questionnaire is a sham and it doesn't give them the chance to answer properly. And you've said, and that's a quote, "I agree with you, it isn't what it should be." As I say, at best it will collect general opinions about the quality of service and the distance trade-offs. It might get some general opinions on how buildings could be used, whether people are happy to extend online services. But what it should be finding out is, what do local people think about the facilities that are proposed to be closed? What are the implications for the current users of those closures, and how these impacts might be mitigated? The questionnaire relies on the respondents self-defining a lot of the matters critical
Councillor
to the
Coons,
answer.
that's your time up.
Thanks very much.
Just want to come in. You know more about what I get up to than I do myself. I've got to say, whereabouts? So you're actually coming onto my page on Facebook, because there's nothing on Councillor page on Facebook. Well, if you could actually tell me what it is, because I've had 2 private messages on Facebook. All the messages I've had has been through email that's been shown concern about this survey, not through Facebook. And what page is that on?
Are you saying that you don't agree with the questionnaire?
Well, see, if you would have let me actually speak, I could have told you what I think about it, because I've got it written here. Okay? Right, so, everyone heard in June what I thought? The proposals that was going ahead, well, getting put forward. Now, my understanding at the time, it was going to consultation, but that's what was proposed. You put forward an amendment, so it's going to be a longer survey, consultation. There's going to be one consultation, which I will admit, I think it's no great. I will admit it's no great. It's not getting to the point what our constituents want and what they don't want. It's going out in a roundabout way. But because of your amendment in June, we can't actually go forward with the trust budget. Didn't put the blame on us, put the blame on yourselves. If we had in June said there's going to be a consultation, it's going to not be a basic consultation, which I would say this is, we might have been able to actually go forward in November and get the budget for the trust. We can't do it now, because see if we do, what's going to happen? All these cuts are going to come in for the trust, what they're going to cut instead of what we're going to be spending on, putting 50 million towards. We're better having that, and I'm not putting this out onto my constituents to say, right, this is what we've got to do, blah, blah, blah. Yous are at fault here. Whatever you think, what you did in June was wrong. I never thought about it at the time, but the more and more I think about it, 2 consultations, we don't need that. We only needed the 1. But because of what you put forward, we're having to have 2. The next one is more direct about each place. So, Joan, you can look wherever you want to look. It's true what I'm saying.
Can I ask if there's an amendment coming forward? If not, could I wind up?
Is there an amendment coming forward for either of the oppositions groups? It's not been asked to ask. Councillor McCluckie. Right, Councillor McCluckie, you want to speak?
Excuse me.
Sorry. Right.
Councillor Binnis,
Right,
sorry.
thanks very much, Deputy Provost. And Yes, I want to speak as well, as a matter of fact. I don't really want to be political here. You know, I'm thinking about our communities out there, which is very, very important. I'm sure we all do think about our communities, by the way, every party that's sitting here. But I'm looking at this document, I'm reading it. I'm a supporter of the trust as well. It's not perfect. Council's not perfect. Councillors aren't perfect. Staff aren't perfect. We all try and do our best, and I appreciate that. What I want to say here, what I really want to talk about, I want to pinpoint a point actually in it, because it is about being proactive in our communities. It's not about fancy words in a document. We just read, this is what maybe might happen. But we need to see how things do actually, how they do pan out in communities. For example, and really, I just want to share local knowledge with you, something nice, something positive. And this could maybe be adapted in all the communities up and down the land, because it's about positivity and it is about being proactive. For example, 4.1, identifying what services need to be provided in each community, etc. But you can't do that only on its own. You've actually got to collaborate with the services. How do you do that in a community? For example, I'll give you an example. Last week I had an open event in a facility. I won't name it because you'll probably guess what facility it is. They came there was a lot of partners from outside that came, and I didn't know how it would be. Took quite a lot of organisation. Luckily, I had an MSP to help me. He did a lot of the invitations. And these partners came and they spoke to the committee, things like that. They all came in. They were also, and this can be adapted to any facility. I am not going to be partisan about this facility, but this can be adapted to any facility. They all came in and they were really, they liked the place. They spoke about the place. They knew the place. Communities, these partners in communities know exactly what's going on in a community. They know what's needed. They all came in and they all say to me, yes, they would like to come back here. But unfortunately, as we all know, that might not be possible. So I just really want to share that information with you. Organisations need and collaborations need. It's not just a matter of identifying what services need to be provided. You need to collaborate. These services need to want to do that. They might not want to do that. They might have their own agenda. They might want to go to their own place. So there's a lot of work there. So what I would say is we need resources as well for that. Identifying services, that community empowerment, services, what's needed in communities, there needs to be a resource put into that. But I'm all for investment, obviously, in facilities. And I just hope that the investment we put in the facilities are put in the right place. And I'm sure they will be.
Thank you. Councillor McClucker.
I don't think there's any right and wrong here. If I was Maureen and Tilt to do 5 million in cuts, I'd be sitting here in tea with Fiona. That's what I would be doing, because there's no way of doing it. I thought upsetting people. The trust have came forward with plans that we were shocked to see. But to try to get 5 million in cuts, that's what you need to do. And we've said, oh, stop here, go and do a consultation. When I say the consultation, it's not the consultation what I was looking for, because the proposals that shocked us was shutting your Avonside Park, or obviously Kinneil House, or Kinneil Bowness Town Hall. These kind of things. These are the things that shocked us, and we said we need to get a consultation. We need to go and speak to the groups and that. What we see is a general consultation. Do they use trust facilities and that? That isn't addressing the points that we need to ken by January to see. The trust is tell you what needs to be done, but it doesn't answer the question, because they're council facilities. What do we do when the public's telling us you're not doing it? That's what needs to be done. So we're asking the trust to go with a consultation. I have no faith in that consultation, and it's what I've been looking for is very extensive. I've only attended, I'm here with the council hat on the night, I've only went to one trust board. They made a major decision, £250,000 on a spend to save issue. We couldn't tell you how much it was saving. There were no facts or figures. Well, we think it will save, right? I mean, if that is the kind of information you're getting to go, that isn't acceptable for the council. That's for the board of the trust to accept. But that sort of things isn't acceptable for a council. For council members here, we want facts, figures. We want to see if Muiravenside, if you went to Scotland Forest Trust to see if could they manage it and take it with their management. Can we see if Bowness Town Halls are a committee? We can the answers are going to be no. But that's the serious questions that we need to ken. And if it doesn't ken what we need to do in January and say, well, we can't make the cuts and we can't come up with other ideas, well, the council need to step up the bill because we can't shut them. I never agreed in 5-year cuts to the trust. And I never agreed on this council of the future. I've sat in the meetings and I've told you what I think. I'm hoping somebody with common sense comes in and tells you next year you're not going to have to make the cuts. I don't see why you have to plan 5-year cuts ahead, something that we hope and pray there's going to get changed. And I'm not going to support it. But I'm no part of a political group, so I didn't need to go with the flow. I just tell you what I think. But as I say, I just think if we're not happy with the consultation and we want certain answers, then this working group, and that means the chief executive, should be sitting in one and saying, this is what we're looking for, and our officers should be helping out here and trying to go there and do it to get the information that members are looking for, because it was Falkirk Council that asked for the information to come back. And as I say, I think we've got a lot of other departments and expertise in the council that could be supporting the trust if that's what we're looking for answers. But at the end of this day, we ken what's going to come back in January. We've kind of looked at, nobody can afford to take care of these buildings. That's the only place we can make savings. And it's going to go, right? The administration, what you've got to do about it, right?
Thanks, Councillor McCluckie. Right, so there's no amendment been put up.
Deputy Provost.
Right. We'll take, because your lights are on, we'll take both comments.
And that'll be 3
Anybody
points.
else? Right, okay, no problem.
Deputy Provost. The John McCluckie is non-political, neither am I. In that case. I admire your politics, John, and I respect your politics. Joan asked a number of pertinent questions, but I was wondering if she asked herself the questions when this policy was brought forward in 2015 to a budget I think you seconded, because at that point in time the community halls were to be cut from the budget. They would either be taken on board by the community or they would close. That was the policy you introduced. So if that's austerity, you're the mother of austerity. The issues that, with regards to the history of the trust, Malcolm, I think, covered it reasonably well. We did have concerns. We had major concerns, but it happened, and we are where we are now, and we need to make the most of where we are now. Now, I think you made a mistake in June because you left a timetable that was impossible to meet, and it was pointed out from this side of the chamber that the motion or amendment that was moved by the opposition groups was impractical. It was impossible to achieve, and what we'd then have would be an incomplete, incohesive set of recommendations and the issues for consultation. The consultation is important, but it's important that we have something to consult with. And Councillor Munro, I think, gave a reasonable explanation. We are at the beginning of that particular process. And we are at the beginning. Now, we can take the view that to do nothing means we do nothing wrong, or we can have a level of ambition for our facilities and our sports and leisure facilities as they are and as how they could become. It is a 5-year programme. It is something that, rather it was quicker, but the comment was made about 1.1 million being a significant figure. It's 2.2% of what we're proposing be spent as part of that particular strategy. So I think that gives the clear indication of the scale. There's 2 ways you can undermine a proposal, a good proposal, and this is a good proposal, because because the first proposal actually looks to get something back from the trust. And the comment has been made that 50% cut in the trust budget. That was a projection that came to us at the initial meeting of Falkirk Council that agreed the trust budget, agreed the transfer to the trust. It quoted 50% reduction in terms of the amount of money over the period of time Falkirk Council will have to pay the trust. So the 50% again comes from the authors of the trust itself. But again, we are where we are. And surely it is better to ring-fence that particular investment, give the trust their place, take the level of scrutiny that we have as an authority, and properly integrate these changes into our communities. Now, I don't see how that would be unfair. £50 million would be somehow a bar to achieving the better facilities. What we have is at the moment, we have a situation whereby a much smaller amount to the capital programme is invested, and that smaller amount it tends to be centralised in various places. But if we're having the issue of unanimity across the district, where 9 wards will have the same level of investment, that's a nonsense. Because what we don't have is an audit, if you like, of the facilities that are there and the facilities that are required. Without that particular audit, then to claim that you're going to somehow spread this evenly is a nonsense, and it doesn't happen just now.
Councillor Alexander, could you wind up, please?
Yes, certainly. It doesn't happen just now, and nor should it happen, because we spend money where we need to spend money, where it's going to get the best bang for its buck, not spread as thin as possible, in order to make no difference whatsoever as a consequence of that. So with that, I really honestly urge Malcolm and your colleagues to follow the example of your leader, to recognise that this is the start of a process, not the end of a process.
Provost, I may be minded to move an amendment. I may be minded to move an amendment, but I would like an adjournment first. Is that possible?
Yes.
Just do it yourself, Provost. You just decide that. Fine. Is that okay?
5 minutes?
Adjournment? Oh, well,
10 minutes?
as long as it takes, Provost. Fine, thanks.
Right. We'll say 10 minutes, beginning. I'll send somebody out just to see how these are doing. Councillor Goldie, I'll come back to you.
Yes, thanks for that, Deputy Provost. I did say I may be minded to move an amendment, although I want to speak to the report now. I have no intentions of moving an amendment. But what I would like to say, and I've been here a long time and I've seen a lot of changes, and of course, it's a big change, and it's an unpleasant change, a good change for the SNP to be supporting the Trust. Because like Saul on the road to Damascus, there must have been a conversion somewhere, because for about the first 8 or 9 years of its life, its existence, none of the SNP even took part. So, first thing I would like to ask is, as relation to money, now, good use of money is a must. Now, we had a situation in Bearmouth, it does work together, we had a situation where we were going to have a hub for Falkirk, and the hub was going to be in the library. The hub being in a trust building. Now, I've always been advised to read reports, and I do from time to time do that. So when we talk about cost and we talk about money, how much money was spent on Falkirk Library when they did the work in preparation for the hub going there? Because I haven't seen that on any agendas, haven't seen it anywhere. Told you it wasn't going to work, it didn't work, and I understand that there was substantial money spent by the trust, but when the Beacon Trust, it would be the Housing Revenue account on that particular building. Could I get an answer to that first, and then I'll continue.
at the moment in terms of moving the central hub into the library. There's been no money spent in the library in preparation for that. We have been doing investigations, we have been doing plans. We obviously have a budget that we would want to deliver the hub to, and that's our capital programme allowance. And we're trying to look at how we can deliver a hub that the people of Falkirk would deserve within that cost. But at the moment, we haven't spent anything in the library in preparation for that.
Thanks for that. There's obviously cost when you're doing investigations and doing drawings, etc. So the project for the hub to go into the library is still alive and kicking?
At the moment, we're looking at options. Obviously, it's an old building. It's got significant challenges, and we're looking at the cost of delivering the hub there and potentially what other options there are if that's going to be proved to be too expensive. And we'll be bringing forward our report to members on that, hopefully in the near future.
Thank you for that. And I'm certainly not going to follow with the lady when she's about to leave the company service. But rest assured, the library is no fit to be a hub, but we'll wait till that comes back. But more importantly, the Council has asked the Trust to reduce its subsidy by £5.65 million. That's the Council's policy. And at the same time, the Council's policy, well, not its policy at the minute, but the Council is aggressively looking to build a new town hall. Much has been made today of the £50 million spend on trust buildings. So before we get more legal advice, mention has been made of the £50 million, mention has been made of the new town hall, mention has been made of improving buildings where we can. Would I be right in suggesting I might need to get legal advice here, so Mr. Moody, I'm going to ask this figure, so keep me right here. I'm going to suggest that the figure that I have heard for the new town hall would eat up 80% of that £50 million. Now, that's the figure I've heard. If I'm wrong, please tell me. If that isn't the ballpark figure, please tell me and I'll immediately withdraw that. That is the figure that I hear. So for the new town hall, the figure that's been bandied about is in the order of £50 million. And we're asking them to make a cut of £5.65 million. Therefore, I would suggest to you, how on earth are we going to repair the rest of the buildings? So, it's smoke and mirrors. I'm simply asking the question, and I'm simply putting that to you. Because quite clearly, and we talk about consultation, we talk about meaningful consultation, and we talk about consulting with the public. My God, I asked for a figure earlier today and go and look at the paperwork. However, if it was meaningful consultation, and no doubt there will be consultation in relation to new town halls and whatever up the town, if that's where it was to be. But is somebody going to put these figures on it? Because it's one thing to say we're going to do X, Y, and Z, but it's another thing to say to the people, that there will cost you X amount of millions of pounds. Now, when the last administration was talking about it...
Councillor Goldie, could you start winding up, please?
I'm winding up, you thanks
okay,
for that,
thank you.
Doris. I'm not trying to wind you up. I mean my speech, Provost, right? The last administration, when the last administration were talking about putting a building here, it was a spend to save. The SNP were opposed to it, we were in favour of it. Now, all I would like to ask the Chief Executive, or trust people, is this a spend to save project? Is the new town hall and the new municipal HQ or arts project, what you want to call it, HQ and arts project, is it spend to save? And then I can take my seat.
I mean, I think I've answered this question previously in the Council chamber as well. It is not a spend to save project.
Right, thanks, Councillor Goldie. Councillor Nimmo, would you still like to speak? Oh, right, no problem. Okay, the Chief Executive would like to come in and answer some of the points and questions that have been asked, okay?
Just very briefly, Deputy Provost, and I hope this picks up just a couple of the questions that I think have been asked and perhaps haven't been answered. Just in terms of the first stage consultation, that has been put together by council officers. So they put together the consultation. It went through the joint working group. There was some debate and discussion there, but it was a clear understanding it was a two-stage process. So that there is a need for more involved, deeper discussion with communities later on when proposals have emerged is without doubt, and that was also covered in the June report. And council officers will be and are leading on that, just to pick up the point that Councillor McCluckie raised. The other point I would just make in terms of the proposal to allow more time for the submission of the business plan, I mean, it was a view that was, it was a collective view. It wasn't a demand put towards the council or anything. That was a collective view which was then discussed at the working group. And just finally, Councillor Coombs' question and the focus on Denny, Bowness and Grangemouth. That came again from the June report, where these were the communities most impacted, it was felt, by the changes that were proposed in that report.
Right, Councillor Meikle-John to sum up.
Thank you. Just allow me to sum up. Can I just take members back to a decision that was made a year past in June, following an extensive period of discussions. We had a review of Falkirk Community
Deputy
Trust.
Provost, there isn't an amendment, so why would you sum
I think
up?
it's only right after that I have the ability to respond on behalf of the administration.
Could I ask for legal advice?
There's no vote, but because of the questions, I think the Leader of the Council should actually be allowed to... Well, I've actually seen it done on other occasions, so I don't see the problem with it being the day. Okay?
And it's if we were to go to the nth degree that as there was no amendment, there was a motion moved and seconded, no amendment, then there shouldn't have really been a debate. But I think there's been a pragmatic approach taken to allow members to speak right across the board. So I think it's only right that I have the opportunity to respond. The decision was taken by members at that time that we would retain Falkirk Community Trust and under the model that we have. Therefore, it's incumbent on every one of us from that meeting that we support the trust and work with the trust to make it work as effectively as possible. And that is what's been taken forward. Just to go back to some of the points that was made, that Councillor Black made the point about delaying things to enable consultation. The consultation that would have been able to take place, particularly around the models and the use of schools, would have been what we would have been looking to do right now and actually go out to the communities and have those discussions. But the permission wasn't given to the Trust to go and work up models that we could actually consult on. And that's just one of the examples. There's many examples around what we would have wanted to do with regard to the investment. And then Councillor Flynn's comment around investment. The investment would have actually increased the footfall through the trust facilities that would have made it less dependent on public subsidy. That was the whole purpose, as well as increasing the experience, enhancing the experience for members. Consultation, it was based on decisions that were previously made. In 2016, Council agreed the principles of the Strategic Property Review. We then had a budget exercise last year where we consulted with the public, and the consultation took into account what people said at that point, and that's how it was designed in order to elicit further information, but it is a high-level consultation. We need to remember where the responsibility lies. The council buildings are only managed by the trust. They still belong to the council, and the trust are only responsible for relatively minor repairs, not large investment. And I would have to say, where has been the investment in any of those buildings over the last 10 years? And as I say, that this is its most significant. There has been investment, but this is the most significant amount of investment over a period of 5 years. And indeed, it was targeted at our communities. Woodlands Games Hall is actually an absolutely excellent example of a community asset transfer and how that can work to our benefit. The community were able to take on a facility and they were to access external funding and put in a business plan that is running a really effective facility that the community and the school have access to. And I commend the work that's been done there, and it's a model that should be able to be seen as good practice for the rest of the communities. Budget process, the reason that this investment plan was brought forward and they wanted to go and be able to work up the details and in order to have the consultation was to stop this cycle of one-year proposals coming forward that focused around cuts and closures. It was actually to say, yeah, there are some buildings that are past their sell-by date and are no longer best value to continue to run, but here is the investment programme within that particular community. And unfortunately, that seems to have been lost. And that's a real shame for our communities because it comes across as being something very negative when it in fact was very positive.
If you could start winding up now, Councillor.
I will do. I've just got one more comment to make. That it's very easy to blame somebody else for your own responsibilities. It's very easy to hit back at the Scottish and government and say that it's all because of the cuts. This council has had a substantial amount of additional funding over the years, significant amounts of funding, particularly around our early years, around flood prevention, and these are just to name but a few. So actually, if you go and look at what these cuts supposedly are from Scottish Government, I think you'll find that it's not of the magnitude that Councillor Coombs indicates it is. But we have to live in the real world, and we know that we have a financial pressure, and that's what we have to deal with in going forward. I do believe that this is a way in which we can deal with it, and the investment is really important for our communities.
Right, okay, thank you. Right, so we can all note and agree to this agenda item. Okay? Okay.
This report follows on from the February budget report and a request from Council for proposals that develop charging concessions for the financial year 2020-21. For existing charges, services were asked to review the eligibility and level of concessions offered, and this report summarises their progress with those reviews. Any new charges that are agreed by Council in the future shouldn't be problematic, and that a concession scheme should be built in and aligned with the concessions policy. There are service areas where concessions could be potentially extended. For children's services at paras 4.1 to 4.6, the proposal is to extend free entitlement for school meals, breakfast clubs and music tuition for those children whose families are in receipt of housing benefits, council tax reduction and pension credit. This would come at an estimated full-year cost of almost £340,000 from April 2020. Increasing the eligibility for free entitlement would fully align with the concessions policy and also with the Council's priority of reducing the impact of poverty on children and their families. It is proposed to defer a decision on extending childcare concessions until the full rollout of the early years expansion from 600 to 1140 hours is complete. Other significant service area is the Trust. Currently, the Trust Go-Car scheme provides a range of concessionary percentage discounts. However, the introduction of further concessions will have to align with the Trust's governance and business plan arrangements, and it is proposed that this is considered further as part of the 2021 budget process. The Trust estimated that the income generated from the Go-Car scheme was $200,000 in 18-19, although that will include the concessions relating to age-related and students. Members should note that the Council were recently awarded Scottish Government funding of $100,000, which is aimed at improving the outcomes for care-experienced children. The package of measures proposed includes providing unlimited access for up to 50 children in care to a range of leisure and cultural services provided by the Trust. In terms of the other services for social work, Any proposals for considering further concessions would need to be considered alongside its charging review, which I understand is due to provide an update at the end of this calendar year. For corporate housing and development, the scope for extending concessions is minimal because charges are primarily business and commercial focused. However, there are a few areas that still need to be considered, and these are noted at para 415 and include the small handy person service, special uplift arrangements and blue badge applications. And it is proposed again to pick these up during the budget process. It should be noted that the Government also recently introduced a new benefit to help low-income families meet the cost of funerals. This replaces the scheme previously operated by the DWP. A follow-up report on this will be provided to members before the end of 2019. It's just to point out again that increasing concessions for school meals, breakfast clubs and music tuition will come at a cost of almost £340,000. And if the Council agrees that these concessions should be increased, the Council's projected budget back will have to be considered in its MTFP and have to be financed by savings elsewhere within the overall Council's budget. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. It's not that terribly long ago, in fact probably about a year ago, where we first introduced a fees and charges concessions policy, and it was always the intention that there would be further work required in order to have that completely flow through all the fees and charges within the Council, and there was a limited implication of that was brought forward at the budget, but we anticipated at some point we would need to go back and look at all our services, and the alarm's gone off. We'd need to go back and look at all our fees and charges and indeed the implications. The concessions policy is designed to help and support our most vulnerable within our communities, and it's only therefore right that we look at targeting that accordingly. And the paper details a number of areas that members have had concerns about, and indeed brought us into line with some of the national concessions as well, with breakfast clubs and tuition in particular. Often one of the barriers to people managing their own health conditions, particularly if they're on a low income, particularly mental health, is around exercise, etc. So that therefore having a concessions policy that is reflected within their trust would enable some of those to be able to do some of the health self-help and be able to support the Integrated Joint Board's programme of social prescribing and enable to access some of those facilities. And we also see that then flows through into our IGB. While there is a cost related to this, and that will need to be considered within the budget round, it's the right thing to do. As I say, because it supports our policy, supports our poverty strategy and those that are on the lowest income. So while there is a cost associated with this and it will be dealt with within the budget considerations, I'm happy to support the recommendations as per in section 2.
Thank you, Councillor Meikle-John. Councillor Rouse.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I've got to say a slightly different report. I think it's roughly about 170 pages less, this one. It probably took me just as long to write this. As Cecil said, the corporate and charging concession policy agreed executive in 2018 set out a number of key aims and principles, particularly ensuring a consistent approach to applying concession. Consistent applied concessions policy will help to mitigate the impact of increasing new charges. Importantly, I think it also covers that the extension of free concessions will not guarantee the increase in the uptake of services. However, they will make services more accessible to the most in need in our communities. The first part, the item 1 of the recommendations talks about is extending to potentially 700 school children with potential saving to their parents of £390 to £480 per child per year, with a cost to the council of £306,000. Breakfast clubs with a potential saving to parents of £140 a year, meaning that the council would require to put in an extra £25,000. These two extensions alone would save parents up to £620 per year, per child per year, and that would be significant to families in our communities. All this in saving music tuition, if applicable, and the extension of early years education to 1,140 hours, which should be fully implemented by 2020-21, will assist the families in Falkirk in ways that they have never been in the past. One last item worthy of mention in the report is the Scottish Government have now introduced a new benefit to help low-income families meet the costs of funerals. From my knowledge of this support for people at worst times, it shall extend the number of people that shall receive support when they need it. As agreed, executive a report should come by the end of 2019. With these comments in mind, I would second the recommendations on page 299 and detailed within the reports of this by the officers.
Thanks, Councillor Bowes. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I would just like somebody could answer this for me, because I'm all for this. This is a great thing. The primary schools, the free primary meals from primary 1, including up to primary 3, is a great thing, and saving an average family £390 a year, which is great, and it's a cost to the council of £306,000. The question I'm getting asked a lot and told a lot in the preschools that I'm involved with is the amount of waste, right? And I'm not the only member that's brought this up, because other members have said to me that when we go to the parent council meetings, they're all concerned about the amount of the waste. Could somebody tell me the sequence for when you order a meal? Do they go in the morning, if there's 50 kids, do we order 50 meals, or can somebody explain how it's done? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. The system is that the menu for each particular day is posted in every classroom, and the children are asked to make a choice early in the morning. That information goes to the kitchen, and then the staff prepare the requisite number of meals of each menu choice.
Yeah, so if they prepare the packed lunch, that's acceptable. Yeah, okay.
Anyone else want to speak? Can we just agree the recommendations then? Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I'm pleased to present my annual Chief Social Work Officer report for 2018-19. Chief Social Work Officers are required to submit an annual report in accordance with Scottish Government guidance. The Chief Social Work Officer annual report follows the template format prescribed in national guidance. Use of the template by Chief Social Work Officers across Scotland is intended to help information sharing and benchmarking across services regarding good social work practice and improvement activity. The template format assists the Chief Social Work Advisor to the Scottish Government to produce an annual report. This captures the collective areas of challenge and changes in the social work delivery landscape across the country. The purpose of the Chief Social Work Officer annual report is to present information setting out how social work services are being delivered, what's working well and what's been improved. It's designed to highlight innovation and good practice, as well as areas of challenge. It's intended to describe how local authorities, integration joint boards and partners are planning for and delivering change. This report is not intended to cover every element and dimension of social work practice, and it doesn't replicate other governance arrangements which scrutinise service performance throughout the year. The social work service workforce is diverse. It includes social workers, occupational therapists, residential and daycare staff, home care staff, mental health officers, people working with children, adults and justice services. Social work services are delivered to Falkirk Council citizens 24 hours a day, 365 days of the year. Services are delivered by skilled, dedicated workforce who require support, training and effective leadership to undertake complex and often challenging work. Social work services are delivered against a challenging economic and financial backdrop. Budget pressures provide a strong context for necessary transformational change across the Council and the Health and Social Care Partnership. Managing these large-scale changes safely can't be underestimated within complex operational delivery landscapes. We need to modernise our approaches, respond to calls for change from our service users, and take responsibility to ensure that social work services in Falkirk are sustainable in the future. We must be empowered to ensure that services for those in need and those who are legally compelled to engage with us have their voices heard. No matter the focus of the engagement with social work, we should have a strong, respectful relationship with our service users. Every service area across social work is currently focusing new strategies on strength-based practice, the power of good relationships and truly person-centred practice. Within the foreword of the report, I state that I'm satisfied that the changes underway will ultimately improve services to our communities, and the context for transformation provides a strong and compelling focus for our workforce. I'm committed to supporting Falkirk's social work and social care workforce to develop their skills and create the conditions necessary to make sure that we're practising with people and not for people. Within my annual report, I take the opportunity to shine a light on a number of key developments being implemented and embedded by our teams, our partners and our service users. The report also provides an overview of how the statutory responsibilities of the Chief Social Work Officer have been fulfilled during 2018-19. Section 1 of the Chief Social Work Officer Annual Report outlines key challenges and developments. I've outlined pressures in relation to drug-related deaths, resource demands stemming from the need to implement and embed significant pieces of new policy and legislation, delayed discharge from hospital settings and the need for whole systems change, information sharing post-GDPR, pressures that are being faced by our partner organisations, digitalisation and the move towards mobile and flexible working. The rest of Section 1 focuses on a number of developments across all of the service areas, and there are an impressive number of new initiatives and examples of excellent joint working which have been passionately taken forward despite the challenges that I've already outlined. These can be found at Section 1.3 of the annual report. I'll outline a few of the reported developments. Falkirk Council currently use an in-house developed system to record social work case management information. In addition to this, there are multiple systems, databases and spreadsheets that are in use by social workers. In August 2018, Falkirk Council awarded the contract for its case management and integrated finance system, and the new systems will ensure that information relating to clients are held in one place, and this will be complemented by a work on an Anytime, Anywhere project, which sees the use of mobile devices to allow our social workers to access the systems from any location. We've already heard today about the design of day services for younger adults. The partnership has continued to take forward a programme of work to redesign day services for younger adults. And this involved significant engagement with people who use the services, their carers and staff, about what changes should happen to develop alternative community-based services. At 1.3.5, good transitions, improving transitions planning. Young people with additional support needs and their families told us how we can improve the way we support them as they move from children's to adult services. This involves coordination within and across a range of services. The Health and Social Care Partnership and Children's Services have adopted the principles of good transitions to guide service delivery and practice and signal our commitment to excellence in transition planning. Children's Services are using attainment funding to fund a social worker post in Carring Grange School until 2021. At 1.3.10, Closer to Home strategy is about Falkirk Council's Children's Services 5-year strategy to deliver better outcomes for children and young people who are on the edges of care or care experienced. Closer to Home focuses transformational approaches to support children and their families with a clear intention to shift the balance of care. A whole systems approach is required to ensure success of the strategy. Early identification, early intervention and provision are essential for sustainable transformation. Better outcomes and family decision making are central to Closer to Home. Foster carer recruitment is a core element of us meeting our commitments to Closer to Home and shifting the balance of care. Within the 5-year lifespan of the strategy, we intend to recruit an additional 30 foster carers. Our approach to recruitment has taken into account how we compete with the marketing power of other agencies to attract new carers to foster for Falkirk, ensuring that we retain our current carers and manage natural retiral. Following the approval of the Care Leavers Housing Options Protocol in March 2018, the Council's Housing and Social Work Services have enjoyed a positive and productive period of working in partnership. Alongside the Champions Board and the Leaving Care team, care experienced people have been consulted on a range of housing options to meet their housing and support needs, and a new supported accommodation resource opens its doors in October of this year. Falkirk's Champions Board has now been in operation for 3 years. It's funded by the Life Changes Trust, and over 2018 and 19, the approach of a weekly participation group with a formal Champions Board, which met 4 times each year, has become embedded. Community Justice Partnership progress is outlined at 1.3.19 of the report, and at 1.3.21, the Community Justice Partnership, led by the Serenians, successfully secured funding from the Scottish Government Aspiring Communities Fund to research and identify the main barriers that people face when coming to the end of their statutory involvement in the criminal justice system. The resultant Lighthouse service ran as a pilot in 1819, jointly funded by the Justice Service and the Employment Training Unit. The Serenians Lighthouse service focuses on helping people exiting justice services to navigate access into universal support and helps people whose employment is at risk because of charge or conviction. Funding for 1920 has been provided by the Employment Training Unit. Section 2 of the Chief Social Work Officer Annual Report covers partnership working, governance and accountability arrangements. Section 3 covers the social services delivery landscape. This section covers our area's demographics, how our social work services are delivered, and reports on some of the initiatives underway to understand the needs of our communities and to improve services. Section 4 relates to resources and finance. Section 5 relates to service quality and performance. Section 6 covers workforce planning and development. And Section 7 provides some examples of good practice. The names have been changed within this section, but the experiences are real. These examples exemplify how our staff are working alongside service users to bring about sustained, committed change to improve their quality of life and better outcomes. Barriers are being moved out of the way and creative plans are in place to allow children and adults to live in and contribute meaningfully to their communities. In the case example from our service user within the Justice Service, Helen wrote a letter of thanks where she said, "I can't thank them enough for my total life change and I look forward to my future with positivity and confidence." I refer members to the recommendations at section 2.1 of the cover report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Sarah. Councillor Colley.
I first of all want to thank Sarah for that extremely comprehensive report. It's outlining the key areas of services, successes and challenges. I think there's no doubt that staff and partners have undertaken a huge amount of work, and I think we should all say thank you for that huge commitment and work, and also recognise the work of our partners, families and children and young people as well. The closer to home strategy, I think, is excellent, and I think you've heard me more than once talking about this, and it's great to see it as it progresses, particularly around recruitment of foster care and continuing care. It's exactly the right policy, and I'm delighted that the new supported accommodation project is just about to open, and I know that members were invited to visit. There was a couple of things I wanted to pull out. I think members would have noted the work to support mental health, including the successful partnership working with the NHS and police in attending the emergency department, preventing attendance at the emergency department. I think it's really important that no matter what the age someone is, but that we get the right support to people at the right time and the right place. And I think some of the work around our voluntary partners, and I think we all know FADAM and some of the great work that they are doing around the social and wellbeing activities to support people with mental health issues. I think it would be remiss of me if I didn't specifically mention drug deaths, and every death is a tragedy for the whole family, including children affected. There's still a daughter, a son, a parent, a friend, and their loss is keenly felt. It's of real concern that drug deaths continue to increase, and all partners are working together, including people with lived experience of drug addiction, to understand the reasons why and to prevent and reduce drug deaths. All partners have met and discussed the current picture, and as the report details, a task group has been set up to look at what we need to change the picture. There are a number of areas. There's a group looking at reviewing the services we have and what we need, working with people who've had a near fatal overdose, what could have been done to have made the difference, reducing harm, including addressing other health issues, and getting support as early as possible at the right time in the right place to help and maintain recovery. I think what is clear that there must be a partnership and coordinated approach, and it must be informed by people with experience as well, with lived experience as well. This is led, as we know, through the Alcohol and Drug Partnership. And of course, as part of that, we must also focus on prevention too, and reducing the number of people who begin to take drugs and alcohol. And I think everyone will be aware that the Scottish Government has convened a drug deaths task force, and will draw on those recommendations too. No one council, partnership or body has the whole answer, but I hope, very much hope that together that we can find a way to prevent these unavoidable deaths. So on that note, I'll finish, as I'm sure that others have comments or questions.
Ollie. Anyone else? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Just a quick one. Sarah, well done in the report as usual. Myself and Councillor Monroe on Monday went down to Gary's Place, and it's absolutely fantastic. That's to let the children take back into community, to look after themselves, the adults to look after themselves, and the premises were second to none. There was no stones not turned, and the commitment of the staff that myself and Councillor Monroe met were excellent. So keen in the project, and I believe the children or the adults were turning up at 4 o'clock. But the premises was fantastic, and so was the staff.
Anyone else? Okay, can we agree? Oh, sorry. Okay.
Sorry about that. It was just a couple of things. First of all, I want to say thanks very much to Sarah and her staff. It's a very extensive report, and I think that we can all agree that they do absolutely first-class work. I think that one of the things, again, well, maybe I can't say that there's diminishing budgets, even though you've written it in your report. Apparently, we don't have diminishing budgets, but page 342, it's talking about the changes in service. And one of the issues that you say that you're obviously having to work around is the stress and the morale issues for staff. And I just wondered what was being done to support staff. I mean, these are already stressful jobs, and with the added pressures on there, as I say, from, I don't know, change, let's call it change rather than diminishing budgets. What is being done, and is there anything that we can do more to support them?
The pressures on staff are certainly being recognised currently. This is a position that we are monitoring very carefully across all of the service areas. We are encouraging managers and staff to talk about self-care. Self-care is an important component, as you quite rightly identify. This is a stressful area of work regardless. Sometimes with transformation, that adds to some uncertainties within the workforce. What the context and the need for transformation has been really, really well embraced by our workforce, largely. There is a kind of common support and passion for changing the direction of services, because very much we're focusing on improving outcomes. We're absolutely focused on making sure that services are delivered to better meet the needs of the service users. That's a common focus for our workforce across social work and social care. So we stay very, very focused on that. We ensure that there are conversations that take place on a very regular basis within social work. We have a really established supervision process where staff meet with their managers on a monthly basis. In Falkirk, we do well with supervision, and that makes sure that that's covering some of the elements around the self-care of the individual practitioner and ensuring that work has been undertaken in a professional manner that we would expect.
That's great. As you said, change is difficult, and especially when you've already started off with the bar's already set that high regarding the work that they do. On page 344, elected members are concerned, as the general public are, about the level of drug deaths across the area, and I wondered if it would be possible to have a report. It doesn't need to be a huge in-depth report, obviously, as we have today, but just some sort of update to give members a sense of reassurance, perhaps, as to what is being done across the area. I don't know if you've got any thoughts that you want to share today. Or
my understanding that the work of our own task force is due to report, I think, autumn time of 2019, but I'll certainly check that position. And if it's going to be any later than that, provide an interim position for assurance from members.
That's good to hear, as I say, that we are given priority to the problem. As I say, it's not just a blight across the communities, obviously, it's damaging and hurting the families and the individuals concerned as well. Just finally, on page 347, we've got that S5 and S6 pupils, there's more input from them. And we've discussed this, I think, I don't know how many years, ever since I've been in here, I think, talking about this anyway. And I think it would be beneficial if the input started earlier. It seems to be having a positive impact at the moment. And I just wondered whether or not that we could have this started at an earlier stage in the school. Would the transitional worker be able to do this as it stands at the moment, or is there something that needs to be put in place for that to happen?
Services have accepted the principles of good transition. We have currently a workaround arrangement in place where both Children's Services and the Health and Social Care Partnership have provided resource to ensure that our current transition planning, identified at the S5 and S6 level, are good and developing. We are soon to recruit a transitions coordinator. Their role will then be wider, working alongside other professionals, and will start to identify transitions pathways from age of 14. Quite possibly not included in this report, but is elsewhere.
That's Councillor Coons. Councillor Binney.
Thank you, Provost. Sarah, I want to thank you for your very caring and detailed report. When we chat outside, and I definitely know you're a very caring person, which is wonderful, which I knew you would be anyway. But I do like your motto, social work, putting people first. That's very important. It's important we do put our people first in the community and we bring them along with us. What I really wanted to speak about was 1.33, specialist dementia services. You and I are aware that people are living longer. Well, they say that. Saying that, I do believe statistics has halted actually for mortality in that sense recently for different reasons and things like that. But there is going to be more older people in society. I would imagine when it comes to specialist dementia services, that will be taken on more, I would think, actually for a service like yourself, social services and things like that. I see what you actually have there, but with the plan for helping people with dementia, you know, you're talking about collaboration and things like that. I mean, you know, I know my mother, we've all got mums and maybe they've not all had dementia, but there's people in our families that we know has suffered from that, and it's very hard, isn't it, for families as well to support, you know, the relative and things like that. So, but I also know with dementia, that I can't say that can be halted, but it can be helped a bit actually when people in communities, you know, with dementia, you know, they engage a lot and have activities that they can do. And with regard to your service, obviously, social work, is that something you collaborate with other partners there to help people with dementia and obviously offer them that service? Because that's very important as well, because, you know, that could sort of halt sort of dementia to, you know, a higher degree. So with that, could you maybe speak a wee bit about that and explain what that is?
I might defer to my colleague Martin Tom, who is one of the new heads of integration, just in terms of maybe being able to add a little bit more for fear that I don't cover this adequately. But yes, we do absolutely work very closely with partnerships in terms of some of the conversations earlier about social prescribing, about looking at various activities that can be built in very natural ways within communities or daycare or residential settings, which are very activity focused. And, you know, there's a lot of research which we're acutely aware of and looking closely at any trends, new developments, tests of change, and certainly doing that very closely with partners. I don't know whether Martin feels as if he would like to add anything else.
Right, Mark. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Martin Tom, I'm Head of Integration. I think it was mentioned earlier. Just in terms of dementia services, at the moment we have the Joint Dementia Initiative, which has a number of staff who are beginning to do some outreach work. But actually one of the real bonuses or benefits, I think, from the overall health and social care integration is the locality model will allow us opportunities to actually really work closely with the voluntary sector, the private sector, and a wider range of partners to develop services on a local footprint. Part of the work streams that we have tied into those locality divisions, I guess, is working with dementia service users, their carers and their families, and actually developing better services for people with dementia and other care needs. So as the model develops and we integrate more, you should see more and more results, I guess, in a local footprint. And we should be able to deliver much better services to people than we currently do. So we've started the work, but we do have a lot more work to do. Yes. As health colleagues come across into the partnership, that work should become easier. We've already got buy-in from health and from the voluntary sector to really work with us to develop what people need. One of the things we need to do with our newly appointed locality managers is link in with locality groups to see what the needs are in those areas, what the priorities are, and start to shape services jointly. So that's the next stage of the partnership work.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, anyone else? Well, can we just agree? Agenda item? All right? Okay. Number 12, it's a review of standing orders, and Mr Moody's going to do this one. Okay.
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. Members have the report before them. I don't intend to go through all the proposals in detail, and perhaps given the lateness of the hour and the fact that you have 3 motions still to be heard, I'll go straight to the recommendations. And you have 5 specific recommendations before you on changes to the standing orders. And these are, first of all, that we update the list of corporate plans which are reserved to Council. And those are the plans where decision-making on approval of the plan is reserved to the Council. They've not been looked at in any detail since 2013, and I think it would be timious to do that now. And the report sets out that the plans which may be included in such a review would be the Integrated Children's Service Plan, the Council's response to the strategic plan of the Integration Joint Board, and also the 5-year business plan associated with the Council of the Future project. The second recommendation reflects on the concern in some of the discussion which took place with group leaders around the issue of boards, in particular including elected members, but also including officers. But it also, I think, relates to a broader issue of the number of working groups which consist of members. And the report doesn't in any way say there's a particular problem with that. It simply suggests as a governance and audit process, that we have a clear decision-making process on who the members of those groups are, and that where there is such a group, it should have a clear and public terms of reference. That, again, is not a particular criticism of any of the groups that exist at the moment. It just creates a system within the standing orders for the future so that we do have that set out publicly. The third positive recommendation is in relation to the position of portfolio holders. And this attempts just to refine the process of scrutiny, which was designed to look at the outcome of the policy and decision-making arm of the Council, which is the Executive and the Education Executive. And this would allow the portfolio holder who has policy responsibility for the particular area that is subject to scrutiny to attend and speak at the scrutiny committee. So it's attend and speak, but not vote, so they wouldn't become members of that particular committee. And it's akin to the situation where a member appears at the executive, has an opportunity to speak, for instance, if they have a motion which stands referred to the executive, but they aren't able to actually move a motion at the meeting itself. And in some ways, it's the obverse of the process which has taken place already in some cases where the chair of a scrutiny panel has scrutinised an outcome from the executive and then appeared at the executive to present the outcome of that scrutiny. The other two are I think, more technical. One relates to twinning arrangements and friendship pacts, and it was partly a reflection and rereading of the standing orders that nowhere are twinning arrangements or friendship pacts referred to, and in my view those are a civic matter which belong to the decision-making role of the Council, and that's where they should rest, and that's the recommendation which I'm making to you today. The last is an even more technical issue, which is around what happens if you have a notice of motion lodged prior to a special meeting which has already been arranged. And this just clarifies what I think has always been the intention of the standing orders, which is that it would go to the next ordinary meeting rather than the next meeting taking place. The second issue referred to in your recommendations is one where I don't have a firm recommendation to make to you either way, other than that it's an issue, I think, which should be considered. And that's the question of the size of your committees and also the linked issue of the representation of independents on the committee. It arose in part because there was some feedback in the course of the discussion with group leaders in the Provost that there was some difficulty in populating all of the committees, given the demand on the political groups in terms of numbers. And you'll see in the report that there's some analysis of the size of the Council reducing from 32 to 30, with the committees staying at the same size, and then when independents were taken out of the reckoning for both the executives and the scrutiny committees, that reduced that pool of people from whom they could be drawn from 30 to 28, now currently at 26. So that's a situation which I think is worthy at least of consideration at this stage. It also reflects on the fact, as you'll see in the report, that it's now a year since the number of independents increased from 2 to 4, so it was potentially an apt time to reconsider that particular issue. The third recommendation that you have before you relates to a broader question which arose during the course of the review, which was, do the standing orders adequately reflect the shift from the traditional single opposition, single administration model of a council to one where we have 3 large political groups? And that recommendation relates to the potential for asking for the expansion of the Council recommendation on the Integration Joint Board from 3 to 4 to allow a bit more flexibility in terms of representation of groups on that particular body. And you've heard in the course of Patricia's report this morning just how significant the work is that's being undertaken subject to the governance of that particular body. I should say it's not something that's within the Council's gift. This would be a question for the Council. Does the Council want to ask for it? Because it would need to be agreed with the Health Board as well. And lastly, it's just simply to note that there is some further work underway, just looking at what I've described as the efficiency of the planning system. The other way of looking at it is the cost of the planning system. The other way of looking at it is the fairness of the planning system. It's just to see, can we do things differently or better? But that's work that's at a relatively early stage. There will need to be some discussions with members of the Planning Committee as key stakeholders. So there are no specific proposals in relation to that just now. And it's hoped that if there are changes which are going to be recommended to standing orders, that those would come to you in December, when I would be bringing back any technical changes if you're minded to agree the 5 recommendations set out at 2.1. So that's all I would propose to say just now, Deputy Provost, but I'm obviously happy to take any questions if that would assist.
Right, thanks, Colin. Okay, Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost, or Deputy Provost, apologies. I think much of this, I don't think see as being terribly contentious, and I think much of it we could probably agree on. But I'll kind of set out things from our perspective at this moment in time. I think the list of corporate plans to include the 5-year business plan as a strategic plan, it makes sense, and that's been something that has been an introduction in the way we manage our finances and going forward, and it's appropriate that that comes before Council to be approved. In relation to the Council of the Future, it has no decision-making remit. It is very much a monitoring body, and it provides regular reports to the executive for members to be able to see, and it immediately obviously feeds into the wider budget proposals. Therefore, it would be very difficult to have all the working groups contained within the standing orders, but having a terms of reference for any working group is good practice, and that should be publicly available. I think it's important that portfolio holders have the ability to participate within scrutiny, particularly on the policy side, and able to hear members' views and thoughts in relation to that. So I think that's a good addition to the scrutiny process, and hopefully will improve the communications and process. Twinning arrangements we're happy to support, and notices of motion being submitted to be considered by the next ordinary meeting. I think that clarifies and takes away some of the confusion by any special meetings that may come up in between times. We would like to see added into the standing orders that the author of the motion should be present, whether that be at Council or at the Executive, as it can be challenging, and we've seen that at the Executive where the author of the motion is not present and someone else has to present on their behalf, and it perhaps doesn't give a completely fair view of the motion that's being moved, as obviously the move of the motion is the one that knows it best. In relation to the consideration of the size of the committees and their political balance, we proposed back in 2017, taking into account that we were a smaller council, a smaller committee, particularly a smaller executive committee. At that time, that was rejected. And we've been through sort of 2 years of various iterations of changing standing orders. And I think we need a bit of stability in that, because the constant cycle of that can be very confusing and isn't really sort of good governance in that respect. I appreciate that perhaps colleagues the other side of the chamber may be looking to continue that particular part of this report, and I dare say we'll hear from them in due course. However, our preferred option would be to remain at 12 members on our executive. But if we're going to have a proportional executive, that be proportional by council and not by political party, and that our independent colleagues who are part of this council have the ability to participate within that. So that would certainly be our preferred option, and that would be a fair reflection of the council within that process. In relation to the Integrated Joint Board, as Mr Moody has indicated, that is not entirely in our gift. We can make approaches to them in order to have all parties represented on the Integrated Joint Board, but that would need to be agreed by our Health Board as well as the IJB. But I have no particular difficulty with that. And obviously the ongoing work in relation to the review of the planning process is something that's quite important to do and ensure that we have robust processes. So based on that, I've given my thoughts. I'm happy to hear from our colleagues in the opposition and to how they would want to approach this.
Thank you, Councillor Meikle-John. I'll open it up now. Councillor Coombs.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. We don't have a problem with the majority of the proposals other than the numbers regarding the independents. I was under the impression, and excuse me if I'm wrong, obviously, I'm standing in for Robert today, that the matter was going to be moved to the December meeting. December.
Sorry, my understanding it was only that one item that would be brought back. I may be wrong, Mr Moody. Your thoughts on that?
I think there was certainly, some discussion among group leaders as to deferring the decision on the size of committees and the balance. So that's the issue of the independents until December.
That's fine. It was just clarification on that I was looking for. So that part of the report on its own comes back in December, or the whole report?
Well, there will be a report coming back in December anyway with the technical changes to the standing orders for you to approve, if you approved the rest of the...
So we're agreeing in principle with that part set aside, so we're working up more detail basically?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. I think everybody's fine with that.
Councillor Patrick.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. It's getting late in the day and I'd like to make a break in my traditional standing up, if you don't mind. I would refer, I have no difficulty whatsoever with the proposals, except, as has been highlighted, the situation with regarding to independence. The situation as detailed in section 4.5 highlights the situation, which I trust is a temporary situation, regarding two of our independent members who became independent rather by force than by choice. And I would certainly welcome the opportunity for this to be deferred at least to December till we get a little bit more time. I personally took upon myself to speak to the Chief Governance Officer on behalf of Councillor Kerr and also Councillor McCluskey. I hope he doesn't mind me quoting that. And the situation, because clearly it's September last year since the situation arose, and without any intention whatsoever to take a stance on the circumstances behind the situation, and nor should we. I do believe that something has to be done. As I asked the Chief Governance Officer, this really, while it is something that, as I understand it, as individuals, it's not within their remit to chase the legal process onwards, which seems to grind indeedly slowly, unless you happen to be a member of Westminster Parliament, of course. But the situation, nevertheless, I think requires some attention. And I do believe that since it has been evidenced in the situation highlighted in the report today,
that the situation of independence has and size of committees is a relevant issue which has got to be addressed, and rather urgently, I would have thought. It is important, however, that as a council we don't simply sit back and wait for the legal grinding on, but do something to help. I've been understood by some external advice that I've received that it is indeed quite an acceptable course as a council for us to make some appeal to the legal authorities that they realise that our situation as a council is affected by the diligence on their part or lack of diligence to resolve the matter. And I would like to, could I ask perhaps the Chief Governing Officer to give me an account as to what the situation is from that point of view?
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I don't want to say very much on this, given the sensitivity of the circumstances, but I can say that to the extent that communication could properly be made, it has been made.
Thank you. I'm grateful to that action being taken, and I would certainly say that this gives every reason for at least temporarily deferring the situation as it refers to the independent members. Thank you.
Deputy Provost, through you, I have a question that I would like to ask Mr Moody, but regretfully I'd like to ask it in private, council in private session. Do you want to do that now, or do you want to wait to the end of the meeting? Whatever's easier, I'm not too bothered. It refers to the sensitive situation that you just spoke to. No, not even a recess. No, you just need to ask the public to leave for 5 minutes. But I'm going to have to speak to it here.
Sorry, Deputy Provost.
No, I'm wanting the council.
Sorry, Deputy Provost. You're in control of this chamber. People jump up. You need to go with the lights.
No, don't worry. No, I thought you were meaning you wanted to speak to Colin privately.
No. And I would apologise had I not had my light on, Deputy Provost, but I did have possibly someone's eyesight's failing. I can't help that.
Right. 1 wee minute, I'll speak to Colin just to make sure.
If I could make a suggestion, given the years of experience, the press would be asked to leave for 5 minutes, so would any public members, and I would ask the question to Mr Moody, and that would be recorded, but it would be recorded in private, and that's straightforward.
Okay, I'm going to suggest a 5-minute recess, just so Mr Moody can have a look into it and see the best way forward, to see if we can actually...
He's not going to care what question I'm going to ask.
He's going to ask you. He's going to ask you, and then he's going to have a 5-minute recess.
Yes. Deputy Provost, can I thank Mr Moody for the benefit of his legal advice. You should always have legal advice, and I'm quite happy to leave the matter that I was going to raise with him to another day. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, so how do we go forward now? What do you want to say?
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I think it might be helpful just to summarise where I think we are after the end of that recess, which gave the opportunity for some helpful discussion. So I believe there is, from the statements of the 3 group leaders, some unanimity on the 5 recommendations which are made, and that those can come...
Before you're a minute starting summing up there, but I had my light on before the recess, and I apologise for that. I mean, again, it's no members, but as I say, I know he's clarified the position, but I would rather speak before you clarify the position.
Right.
Well, I wondered, Deputy Provost, it wouldn't do any harm to clarify where we are, and it doesn't stop Councillor McClucker coming in.
Yes, you'll still get to speak, Councillor McClucker.
So, as I understand it from the statement of the 3 group leaders, we have agreement of the 5 recommendations listed at 2.11. There appeared to be agreement that no decision be made at this stage on number 2, which was on the size of the committees and the political balance, but that matter could be revisited in December when a report on the standing orders would return. There appeared to be agreement on the issue of the Integration Joint Board. There was a new proposal put forward by Councillor Meiklejohn in relation to the standing orders being adjusted to place a requirement on the mover of a motion to be present in order for that motion to be considered by either the Executive or the Council. As I understand it, there's not unanimity on that point just now, but there is a potential for that to be carried forward to December, where it could be addressed in the report, which is brought back to you at that stage. So that's the position as I understand it at the moment.
Okay, so I can come back up. Right, I'm going to go with who I've had written down here, whose lights were on. So the first person was Councillor McCluckie.
Thanks, Provost. I'd just like to say I agree that it's good to see the three political parties working this on collectively there. It's certainly good, as I say, from my point. Things have certainly moved on. At one time, there were only really two kind of groups in the building. Obviously, you were either a member of the opposition or a member of the administration. So independents got briefings under that concept. What seems to have happened now is there's three groups, three political parties, and it's not so important. The executive meeting's coming next week, so they're talking about things like the new building. So there's no way I can get a contribution to that. But it's less important about the committees as mere, say, some of the working groups, because the reality is, as we mentioned the other day, everybody should work collectively together. There's budgets, there's major decisions to cut. We shouldn't be political. But as it stands at the moment, we've got working groups with the trust, working groups in the budget, and working groups with the new facilities. There's no independent on any of the groups. So I've had no feedback for any of the things, very important decisions that the council's got to take, because obviously I didn't get to a Labour group meeting or administration meeting and didn't get in. I know things has changed, so I'm glad to see that it's been looked at, and whatever the decision of the council, whether it's for or against, is fine with me. But I think it's good that a common approach is done. Certainly, if there was an independent group, we would expect that the independents would all come to the group and get the briefings there. Obviously, no go to other groups, but that's what we expect. But as I say, it's hopefully some common sense. But if it doesn't, and it remains the same, then, as I say, I'll go with the flow in that, because that's democracy in the council, and it's been took on in a very good manner. So I appreciate that.
Councillor McCluckie. Councillor Spears.
I was wondering if I could get 5 minutes with the legal aid. I'd like to ask a question. Recess, kids.
Okay, okay. Right, is everybody ready again? Sorry, Gordon. Councillor Spears, would you like to come back in?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Moody, for your kind indulgence. 5 minutes of your time. Now, independent elected members have every right, as democratically elected people, to be here and to be members of committees. This isn't truly what's happening here with this council, but this isn't Westminster, as we know, and I probably have no recourse to the Supreme Court. But to try and keep people off committees, well, that's for them and their conscience. But can I say to the joint Labour-Tory suspended member spokesman, Councillor Patrick, you say you're in a dilemma because of your suspended members, but it's you and your Labour colleagues who've suspended them. So I would say, seek advice on suspension from your former parties if you're no longer a member of that
Councillor
party.
Spears, I don't think we should be going down this road. Okay.
Mr Spears.
No, no, Councillor Goldie, Councillor
Councillor
Goldie, your name was not. Councillor Goldie, your name has not been mentioned. And Councillor Spears, sit down.
I was
The
never
two of
flung
you,
out in the SNP.
calm yourselves down. Right, let's get on. Councillor Black,
Provost, I have 91 or something. No, not a retraction, but I just think that you've just lived up to your normal situation and disgraced yourself, not me. Thank you.
That's Councillor
Sorry,
Black.
I think you stood up and was the spokesman for both of them.
Listen, Councillor Spears, please sit down. Councillor Black. Well, your light had been on.
I'm very satisfied with the outcome.
Oh, right, no problem. That's great. Would anybody else like to speak? That's enough. Okay. Right, so what's been... it's back to Councillor Meikle-John. Well, we'll have to... When we're not finished yet. They're not going to come in until the next item. I've already been out. Okay. Right, so... you want to summarise?
I thought we'd kind of reached a consensus that there would be a further report coming
in December. So that's agreed with everyone? Okay, right, thank you.
Okay, folks, if you would like to take your seat, thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you very much for allowing me the time off to go to be part of the protocol with Councillor Reid. Just to let you know, we would have been back sooner, but after meeting the Princess, we were locked in a room for security reasons, and that's the reason that...
Were you locked in the room with the Princess?
And I would just like to, on behalf of myself, just give a big vote of thanks to my Deputy Provost for taking over. Okay, and that takes us now to the notice of motion, and the first notice of motion has been proposed by Councillor Black. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Provost, and I hope you'll take this first wee comment and the way it's in a light-hearted manner. But I just wanted to say that for a couple of hours this afternoon, women ruled the world in this chamber, and it was actually really nice, wasn't it? So anyway, Provost, this is an important matter, which I hope will have the support of everyone here today. With the best will in the world, no business or person can predict exactly what will happen under every possible scenario. Having hubs, with Grangemouth being the pilot, has worked well so far, and it was hoped that a Falkirk central hub would be implemented sooner than later, but for lots of reasons that hasn't yet happened. Meanwhile, the planned sharing of resources and expertise with regards to backing up our Scottish Welfare Fund team has not been able to happen. The team gets funding of £136,415 per annum from the Scottish Government for its administration costs, but this does not cover the cost of delivering that service, and this very issue, as you know, has been discussed at COSLA several times. Our council has to find additional funds to cover running that service. As more and more people go over onto universal credit, and with more people working with poor pay and poor terms and conditions, the likelihood is that more people will need to use crisis grants as a means to get by until their claim is sorted. And these claims will tend to be for 4 weeks rather than 2 because of the way claiming universal credit works. There are also more issues with people budgeting on universal credit. However, thankfully, and that is why the motion is amended, because I do listen to officers, and obviously I was relieved to hear from Mr Ferguson that we have met our targets for crisis grants, and that thankfully is to be applauded under the circumstances that the team were working in, which was under great pressure. So we have met a process of crisis grants within targets. When the staffing shortage in our Scottish Welfare Fund team took place, there was one member of staff working at the beginning of August. Think how much worse it could have been if there had been a shortage of staff in December or January, when it's much colder and you need to have heating and you need to have hot food. This motion aims to ensure that the Scottish Welfare Fund team has capacity throughout the year to fulfil its role in a timely manner, and that there is also the ability to react to staff shortages, etc., so that there is no impact or delay to claimants. Community care grant applications were delayed. They were significantly delayed, with them taking more than double the time of 15 days to be processed. And this has to be taken, when you look at January to March, our processing times were just top-notch. We're up amongst the top in Scotland. So a great deterioration with circumstances that couldn't be helped within the team. However, this does impact on health and well-being. How do you cook a hot meal if you don't have a cooker? How do you wash your children's school clothes if you don't have access to a washing machine? When you are living in poverty, self-esteem can be poor. We should not be making things worse with long delays. We should be doing things as quickly as possible so that people can lead their lives as normally as possible. Let's not forget that around half of claimants are unsuccessful, so they have waited for their claim to be processed. Then after a month of waiting, they find they are unsuccessful. Signposting has to be better. It is important that any signposting doesn't impact on the claim, but we must ensure that the claim is processed quickly so that there is no delay in being able to look at other options. Our staff are hard-working and passionate about making a difference. We need to take away the worry of being under-resourced. It's time to look at this again. As I said already, we can put the best plans into place, we can think we've got the right structure, the right amount of staff, but sometimes it just doesn't work. And on this occasion, the plans haven't worked. The council budget is always going to be under pressure. I don't ask for money to be taken from reserves lightly. It is a modest amount to be taken only for 2 years. 2 years would give us the best chance of getting experienced advisors, and at the same time would ensure that when the hubs are fully functioning, that this could be looked at again. Our performance in processing community care grants is currently behind the Scottish average. Let's do everything we can to ensure that we are prioritising this. What could be more important than making sure that people can have a warm house and a hot meal? So again, I ask everyone, please, please get behind this motion and let us make sure that that Scottish Welfare Fund team has all the resources it needs to carry out its duties properly. Thank you.
I'm formally moving it. Obviously, it is a good motion, and I don't think anybody could disagree with it, but I reserve the right to come in.
I have an amendment. Obviously, they'll need to be circulated. The amendment is basically Council requests the Director of Corporate and Housing Services to present a progress report in relation to the Social Welfare Fund at the December 2019 meeting of the Executive. Will I wait, Provost, or just okay, right, thank you. I have always considered Councillor Black a caring individual who has at every turn raised concerns of vulnerable people, and as a result of her actions, I have a deep respect for Councillor Black. It is true that an unforeseen problem did arise in that 2 members of staff were unfit for work for a prolonged period of time, and this coincided with planned leave for 2 other members of the team. Also, the team leader moved to another post in July. This indeed did leave 1 member of staff. What did management do to rectify the problem? Management deployed staff from within revenues and benefits. Overtime was utilised. At no point did crisis grants take longer than the required 2 days to assess. All staff who were unfit have returned to work. Future action. The Social Welfare Fund team leader will train selected hub staff to provide future resilience. Social Welfare Fund staff will also be trained to provide reciprocal cover. I am assured that this cross-training will ensure that a repeat of the circumstances encountered at the start of August would not result in a detriment to Social Welfare Fund clients. Also, I should inform you that within the hubs there are receptionists, multi-skilled advisors who offer a holistic view in their approach in helping individuals, and they are in touch with other specialist staff, e.g. welfare benefits. Also, there is a finance call centre based in the forum, which assists with appointments for individuals seeking assistance. Labour's motion today will effectively undermine the Council's employment rules. Councillors are being asked by Labour to become employers, taking on the role of management. Councillors are being asked to offer a fixed-term contract for 2 years. Normally, new employees would be appointed at the bottom point of the grade, not the top of the grade. This will also result in a 2-tier arrangement for staff. Those working for the Council will have better terms and conditions, as they will enjoy, for example, pay rises over the 2 years, while staff paid for through the Council's reserve fund will not be given any pay rises because the sum of money asked for from reserves, if agreed, is locked at this amount for 2 years. This approach does not ensure fairness or equality of opportunity. I consider that this approach is an industrial relations nightmare. Also, because of Labour's approach, they are in effect asking councillors to suspend council's employment practices for 2 years. Councillors approved the implementation of changes to the recruitment and selection policy at the Executive on the 18th June 2019. Why is Labour wishing to circumvent the approved council's employment practices? By asking for a progress report, as per the amendment, in relation to the Social Welfare Fund, councillors will be able to judge the overall performance and be informed on how the resource is being used. And as the Supreme Court obviously is a topic of conversation, Boris Johnson tried to suspend or prorogue Parliament for 5 weeks. The Labour Party in Falkirk is trying to suspend or prorogue Falkirk Council's employment rules for 2 years.
Thank you, Provost. I'm happy to second that we have a report back to the Executive. I mean, there's no doubt that universal credit has had a massive impact, and as a result it has put pressure on the Scottish Welfare Fund, and the fact that Falkirk Council has to top up the Scottish Welfare Fund is no different to the majority of other local authorities, and that's just an indictment of the current benefit system and where it leaves people. We have a very dedicated staff that work very, very well and do everything they can and to try and ensure that things are processed as quickly as possible. However, we did have a situation which was unprecedented and unpredicted, whereby we did have staff absences due to illness and obviously people entitled to their holidays, which we would not deny them. However, having reached that point, the service have recognised that they need to build in capacity in order to be able to prevent situations like this happening again. And I believe that there is a programme of work there in order to actually do that, so that we upskill other staff that are within our hubs that can provide that additional capacity as and when required in order to be able to fulfil the timescales and ensure that applications are processed quickly. Now, we can't change what's happened, but I think management have grasped the difficulties and have taken the necessary actions to address that, and that would be within existing resources that we already have. Therefore, I'm a bit at odds with why we would need to look to increase the staff when we actually have capacity to do that. What I think it is fair to do is, because the Scottish Welfare Fund has got pressures on it and it has changed over the years, it would be helpful to have a report back around the Scottish Welfare Fund and its performance, and to demonstrate the numbers of people that are going through the process, so that members are fully informed, because I think at the moment we're being asked to take decisions where we don't have all the information in front of us, and we don't have a full understanding of the pressures within the service and where it is those pressures actually are. And as a result, I think that there may well be other interventions that may be more appropriate once we actually have all that information in front of us. But I would want to highlight that we do have a very dedicated staff that are working very, very hard to ensure that people do get their grants and they do get them on time, and they try to do their best to manage that fund so that it's those that are in greatest need are able to access that. We wish we would had enough to go around everybody, and unfortunately that's just not the case. But I think, again, we need to hear from the service that the signposting to other sources of funding should the Scottish Welfare Fund not be able to help, and that's, I think, people would find that useful even in their everyday surgeries and contact with constituents. So I think while it's laudable and I understand where Alison's coming from, it's not always just throwing money at a problem that resolves it. I think we need to get far more information, particularly around the operation of the Scottish Welfare Fund and the processes and the procedures involved, and find out where the difficulties actually are and take a much more informed view at that point.
Thank you, Provost. I think Councillor Black, in her usual way, has highlighted a challenge, and it's something she's probably experienced with one of her constituents.
Not
first,
one.
Sorry?
There's a lot more than one.
Not just one, first hand. And she flagged this up in good faith, and I can't understand why members on the other side didn't actually go to her and say, look, there may be another way of dealing with this rather than bringing this amendment here. I mean, clearly there is a challenge and it does need to be resolved, but it not have been done in a much simpler way.
Thanks very much, Provost. I thought that would have been a simple motion. I can't believe that the administration are actually arguing against this. It's a resolution to a problem for the weakest of our society, albeit it was a temporary problem. But can I ask somebody from HR to clarify or substantiate some of the claims that Councillor Hughes made in his statement regarding employment law? I'm obviously not an expert. I don't know if there is anybody here that's willing to answer some of these things, because I kind of got confused when Alison was compared to Boris Johnson.
I'm happy to answer the question, but I'll certainly not put myself out as being an employment law expert. I'll leave that to others. Normally, when we employ people on temporary or fixed-term contracts, they would be the subject of annual progression through spinal column points. That would be the normal practice of the Council.
And financially, how much more of an implication would that have? I mean, we're not talking about millions of pounds here.
No, a spinal column point can be, I don't know, somewhere between £500 and £1,000, something like that.
Right. The other points that were made, Councillor Hughes said about crisis grants not being delayed. Now, they may not have been, but community care grants were seriously delayed. The community care grants cover things like the seasonal demand for school clothing grants and footwear grants. So there were somewhere in the region of 5,000 claims made for these type of grants, and people did have to wait a long time for that. And obviously that is time constrained. You can't say don't start the schools because my child doesn't have its uniform. As I said earlier, I still cannot believe that we are having a political debate around something that was brought forward with the greatest of intentions to helping those who are greatest in needs. This is not a criticism of the staff. We know how hard they work, and we're just trying to help to resolve a situation by giving them more staff that they seriously need. I think £67,000 is 67,000 reasons why we should be backing this motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks very much, Provost. And I have to say I was a bit confused with Councillor Hughes' comments as well. Can I possibly get clarification from Mr Moody on a point here? Does this motion breach any of the Council's current employment policies? Or, indeed, does it breach any legislation as far as employment is concerned? We obviously have the motion in front of us, so it's been deemed competent. So can I maybe get an answer to that?
Mr Moody.
I'm not aware of it breaching any policies. I think the point which I understand from Councillor Hughes is the potential for spinal column point progression not being adequately catered for in the budget sum identified, but I don't know the factual answer to that in terms of the the grade of the staff involved and what the cost of that would be. But the motion, if agreed, would, I think, identify the use of this sum from reserves for the course of this financial year, which would allow the employment appointments to be made. And of course, it's important to observe that there would be another budget process taking place in February as well.
Okay, thank you for that.
Just on the back of that, Provost, can I ask how many community care grants were actually stopped in July and August? Or delayed, sorry.
Yep. I was chided earlier, Provost, that I should always read the report before I ask a question, which obviously would be the right way to do it. But there's a common thread here. If we just let's take a look at this particular problem. Council recognises that in order to process and deliver crisis grants and community care grants from the Scottish Welfare Fund, it is vital to have a team of well-trained staff with backup from other resources where necessary. Well, that's all good, isn't it? This is where we get to the cruncher. Council acknowledges that the planned reduction in staffing from 7 to 45 was not realistic nor achievable. That's the Council's own statement. That's what we're saying now. That we put these people in difficulty because we tried to get a reduction in staffing which was neither realistic nor achievable. If you go back to the report, the Council at the minute has 7,039 full-time employees. 7,000. So let's not bother about spinal points, and we've been through all that for years. Let's concern ourselves here with the recipients of that service. People in here can see figures in these documents today that justifiably are paid to people on redundancy and pensions. All our money's there. Have a close look at that. Have a close look at what people at the top of the house here are taking away in pensions. Quite rightly so. That's their conditions. That's their conditions. And then we get down to the nitty-gritty and we say the sum of 67,000 for 2 years. Are we seriously saying that we all care about people who get the benefits of this service, people who are in the greatest need? Are we really saying that's too much? 7,000 employees. I'll tell you now, if we've got 7,000 employees and HR can't sort out a position with an extra 2, there's something far wrong. And I would urge you, think long and hard about who these people are working to help. Let's think about that. Let's not have a fallout. Let's not compare Boris Johnson to this. I'm not doing that. This is far too serious for that. And it's good that it's coming at the end of the day, because it makes me nauseous to think that we would be arguing about two people and 67,000 people and hundreds of people waiting for care. And by our own truth that we've told here, the council's responsible for that part of the problem. We admit that. We tried to get cuts. We tried to make the cut too deep, and it didn't work. So
there were no cuts.
Well, if there wasn't any cuts, Mr Alexander, it says council acknowledges the planned reduction in staffing from 7 to 4.5 was neither realistic or achievable. Yes. Or maybe, exactly. Or perhaps, but wait a minute, let's get the grammar right. I might be wrong on my grammar, but probably you've got the cuts ready to go.
Okay.
Thank you. I think I certainly welcome Councillor Black's motion, because I think we do need to consider our services and how quickly they can respond, and what situations are, what things are in place for unplanned situations like sickness or annual leave coinciding. I think I'm a bit confused because I think we're conflating school clothing grants, EMA and free school meals with community care grants, because as my understanding was that they were dealt with by a different team. And community care grants are, for example, to help setting up home after being in care or prison, or for disabled people to help them to live independently. I think the motion is, I actually would say that the motion is very, very good. I think the issue is, I'm not sure that we've got all the information just now, because I would certainly want to have information about where the pressures are in the system. And you know, you mentioned school uniform grants, educational maintenance and allowance is another, free school meals, all of the things that we provide to our most vulnerable, the most vulnerable members of our community. And you know, I want to know that we're getting it right. And I think the welfare fund is part of that. But I do actually feel like I need more information. Not that I don't want to support it, but I want to have the information to know actually what is the problems, what is the extent of the problems, and is what Alison proposing the thing that will fix it, or actually is there other things we need to do, and that may be more than 2 staff. It may be a number of things, but I think it's a case of actually just needing more information, and I think the welfare fund is one part of it, but definitely ensuring that that families, that people with disabilities, that people experiencing hardship, that we're doing the best job that we possibly can, and that we don't have gaps. So I think I would commend Alison for her motion. And I certainly, you know, in responding to Councillor Goldie, I take this extremely seriously, and I think that we all should, and we all do. I think we just need to make sure that we're responding in the right way with the right information in front of us, because if we make decisions on the hoof, we might be raking the wrong ones and investing not where we need it most. So that's really my comment on it.
Thank you for input. Councillor Alexander. Thank you, sir.
Yes, we seem to be under the impression that the amendment has already been enacted and come to a conclusion. And the conclusion is that there shouldn't be any changes to the staffing levels in that section. As we know, Provost, it hasn't taken place. So we don't know what the outcome would be. What I do know is that, yes, we had a problem within this section, a problem I approached Paul Ferguson about. And I make no apology for mentioning Paul Ferguson's name, because the first part of the document that Mr Goldie read was exactly what the instruction that went to Paul Ferguson at that time. And he not only brought the service back, but he's put in place the backup that it needs. And I think that we should be praising our staff for doing so. And Paul did an excellent job, an absolutely excellent job. So I think we need to set the politics aside. We can have arguments about whatever we want to have arguments about. The bottom line is this is a service we value. It's come about through our party's government, and so we do value it. We value the Scottish Welfare Fund. We value the Crisis Fund as well. And we want to see that as part of a wider, passionate society, a compassionate society. So there's no difficulty in terms of agreeing the principle of the motion, but we do have to recognise that there are HR considerations with regards to the mannerism in which this has come about. Not least being that if you look at the Code of Conduct for members, it tells us that we have to be strategic. We're not managers. It's not our job to say there should be an extra job there, an extra 2 jobs there. It's our job to be strategic, and that's something that we need to recognise and remember.
I did. Thank you, Provost. Just quickly here, the bottom line is that if the recommendations from the full report were to come back saying the increase in the staff numbers would support it, but we need to be sure that this is, in fact, the best option. And that's how we need to look at it first and foremost, and then come back, see what the best option is, and then take it from there. Because we all kind of agree with the motion, Alison, but I think that is the best way forward.
I'd like to wind up, Councillor Black. Oh, Councillor McCaughey, want in?
Yes, please. Provost, been a couple of good things said here. Obviously, Councillor Black's a very experienced councillor, and as he says to me, as doing there and clarified, and it's been accepted as a motion that there's been a reduction in staff, that's good enough for me, and I'll no be voting for a reduction in staff. I want it reinstated. However, I have listened to some of the points, and I've had my own concerns myself about the whole way the different sections work down there. And I think as local members, who we keep sending them down and saying, oh, it's no this team, it's the other team, and then you go, no, it's no us, it's the other ones, and that, and we need clarification what each group does. And I think it also needs looked into why I'm embarrassed that when I'm talking to folk with citizens' advice who are telling us they're getting asked questions, who represent everybody and represent their PIP appeals and a whole host of things to try to get bigger benefits, the money that comes into the Falkirk area. Citizens' advice takes on every case and defends everybody. Falkirk Council tells people, as I says, oh, we didn't think you would get any more, and then that's it finished. So there's a difference there, and I want to ken who took that decision, because I didn't ken as members. And you ask folk for citizens' advice and you ask constituents, that's what's happening. So if it's happening and it shouldn't be happening, it needs looked into, because we should be fighting for every penny coming into the Falkirk area, because the folk it's appealing are the most vulnerable. And all political parties say we're defending the people. But as I say, on paper here, the motion in front of me, it says to reinstate a cut, then I have to support Alison. However, I do see that as a service that we need to be looking for further more details and strongly at that section.
Thanks, Provost. You know, this amendment, it requests the Director of Corporate and Housing Services to present a progress report in relation to the Social Welfare Fund at the December 2019 meeting. That is meaningless. That is absolutely meaningless in terms of this motion, which highlights the extreme hardship that people are having to live in over the summer. Not just one or two people. In the first quarter of this year, we don't have the figures for July and August, but in the first quarter of this year, January to end of March, there was 600 claims for community care grants in this area. Probably maybe about 170, 180 crisis grants. 600 claims. Now that's probably equal throughout the year. But at the same time as that, as Councillor Coons was trying to explain, at the same time as this dramatic decrease in the amount of staff, one staff member, you had all these community care grants, but at the same time you also had 5,000 claims, which is separate, but is within the same department for school clothing grants, etc. Terrible extreme pressure on a department that couldn't cope. I am shocked by Councillor Hughes' explanation and justification in his amendment, stating employment law, but it's just got nothing to do with this. At budgets, every year at budget, when the administration were in opposition, when we were in administration, there's always different motions come up at budget, and that usually does have some type of employment aspect to it. I can think of the community wardens for one this year, and we were never told at that point that I was breaking employment law. So I'm really horrified at Councillor Hughes, because in no part of his speech was there any mention of the people who are vulnerable and who are being shown a lack of support in this. Now, when we talk about community care grants, we're actually talking about people, families with children who move into a home and don't have any carpets, might not have carpets for 2 months, might have a disabled kid that's crawling around the floor that can't manage to walk, and that is one of the cases that I had over the summer. So it's not a light issue. There's people who have not got cookers. I've worked in a food bank where people didn't have cookers for weeks at a time, or not even a microwave to cook a hot meal. And just think about if that had happened in December, this would have been absolutely atrocious. Somebody, and I don't make any, I'm dramatising it, but it's true, somebody could actually die with no heating and with no food in their house and no means to have a hot meal. So I don't think this is trivial. I think this is extreme. And I think that every member in this chamber should vote to say yes to it, not wait to December for a progress report, which is ludicrous.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We'll just clarify where we are. We've got a motion moved and seconded. Well, it is. It's the, just to clarify where we are, our motion moved and seconded, and we have an amendment moved and seconded. Just.
Provost, that's correct, and we now proceed to the vote. Provost Buchanan.
Motion.
Deputy Provost Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Alexander. Amendment. Councillor Balfour. Amendment. Councillor Binney. Councillor Black. Motion. Councillor Blackwood. Councillor Bowes. Councillor Coleman. Councillor Colley. Councillor Coombs. Councillor Garner. Councillor Goldie. Councillor Harris. Councillor Hughes. Councillor McCluckie. Councillor Meiklejohn. Councillor Monroe. Councillor Murtagh. Councillor Nicholl. Councillor Nimmo. Councillor Patrick. Councillor Reid. And Councillor Spears. Provost, there were 10 votes for the motion. There were 14 votes for the amendment. The amendment is carried.
Okay, then, next item is 15B. Invite Councillor McCluckie to move his motion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Provost. Obviously, I'll not read out the motion. It's clearly down there in front of everybody. But basically, it's in 5 sections, but really in 2 parts. The first part is something I brought up before, and I questioned housing, got an answer for housing, but it turns out it's no housing, no issue, it's a finance issue. And that is for, we've all agreed in this council that we do things to try to make it easier for people to pay, obviously, their rent. And what we've got in the situation now in the 3 hubs is that people stand in a queue. I've had several people come to me, they're on the queue, suddenly get told, well, that's us closed for lunch for an hour, and they've got to go away. The situation is that people's coming in, it's a suitable time, lunch break, for folk to go and pay their bills. They're going to the trouble of going up there, and then it's getting closed. It never used to be closed. We've got a whole host of trained cashiers, right, out there. If the person was ill, the person was on holiday, somebody would be taking her the post. And why is it in the 3 hubs we're not making it accessible at the most convenient time for people to pay due to their working during their break, to go there and pay their rent, and we're not open? So as I say, this is the first part of the motion. Later on in the motion, you'll see that I'm asking for a report comes back to scrutiny and that later on, obviously, and this is not the aspect of the hubs themselves, because we heard earlier on today, hubs was about when you go to Perth, Dundee, you get a hub, and it used to be discussed in the council. A hub was a central area where the council was in there, the library, citizens' advice, disabled groups. That's what you get out in these other places, hubs. We used to have one-stop shops, which at least would take somebody where you could report that you've drove out and somebody stole the road gully and your wheels went down it, or a pothole, or the lights went out, or sewage come up in the street. Now what happens when you go down to the hub, right? What you're told is that if you use a computer, you can go in yourself. If no, you can phone for the house when you can go home if you can't use a computer, because you only take house inquiries. That's not a hub. We passed 3 years ago the prospects. I didn't care when they said they were going to put a hub. I thought it was something beneficial, because hub in this council was obviously something. It was a hub of a wheel and other spokes on round about it. What we've took is, which before the one-stop shop apparently was a hub, right? And we've now went, it's only a housing thing. So all these people have come and saying, Councillor, we're coming to you because of an into report, and as I say, some big problem with the road or whatever it was, and as I say, sewage come up. These are all issues that folks brought up to me. And I'm sitting and they're phoning down, and they're going into the one-stop shop, or former one-stop shop, and they're telling you that it's not a housing issue and they can't take it. And that's what's happened, is get directed to, if you can use the computer, on you go. If no, there's not even a phone there. You can phone for the house when you go back. So there's whole aspects about the way we're operating that hub. I don't think that was set up which we used to, because nothing says that when you start an idea and then you get a result. That there was nobody along the line that decided this is specifically what it is. I thought it was a central thing we were all creating. I thought that was a vision for the future. We talk about Cecil's vision for Falkirk. I certainly didn't see a vision in Falkirk where you can't go in and tell them there's huge spewing out in the street. Oh, none today was, pal. That's a council department you're going into there. It says Falkirk Council on it. So it needs scrutinise that to try to make sure, is that what the people out there want? Because they're certainly complaining the new, and we're supposed to be representing them. So certainly that needs looked at. But the first thing is to let folk that's took the time off their work and get up their lunch to go down there and pay their rent, at least take the courtesy to go and take it after them. Get what I mean? Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much for your input, sir. Have you got a seconder to your motion? Okay, Councillor Goldie second. Right, open it up for debate now. Amendment, okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Just the same type of amendment as last time. What I'm basically saying is that Council requests the Director of Corporate and Housing Services to present a progress report in relation to the support and advice hubs at the December 2019 meeting of the Executive. Do you want me just to start? Thank you, Provost. The East Hub was opened in December 2016, and the payment desk has been closed between 12:30 and 1:30 p.m. every day. The West Hub was opened in November 2018, and the refurbished Calendar Square Central Hub since May 2019. The payment desk closed between 12:30 and 1:30 p.m. The hub receptionist's role includes taking payments between 9 and 12:30, 1:30 to 4:30. The hub itself is not closed between 12:30 and 1:30, and instead this time is used supporting, directing and referring vulnerable customers in a personalised manner. I would recommend that all councillors should visit the hubs. I have visited all 3 hubs and have spoken to Karen Allen, Central Hub, Gail Risk, East Hub and Gary Logan, West Hub. I've also spoken to various members of staff in each of the hubs. Each hub has receptionists, multi-skilled advisors, housing staff and specialist staff, including welfare benefits. Also, each hub does outreach work within the community. I was impressed by the professionalism and dedication of staff. The atmosphere within each hub is warm, welcoming and friendly. It is a good working environment for staff and customers. Recently, the hub project was a finalist in the Institute of Revenues Rating and Valuation Awards 2019. 2 judges from this national award inspected the East Hub and spoke to Lorna Chisholm, Benefit Manager, and Gail Risk, the East Hub Manager. As a finalist in the National Award, the Hub project was automatically considered as finalists in the Scottish Awards, where 3 local authorities were nominated. Although the project did not win, it was a terrific achievement to be a finalist. Also, the Hub project has been selected as one of 5 finalists in the Excellence in Social Inclusion Award at national level for 2019. The result will be announced at the annual conference on the 10th of October 2019. Hard work and dedication by staff has resulted in Falkirk Council being recognised at national level. Currently, work is ongoing under the Council of the Future Payments Review project. Also, between 2015 and 2016, there was a reduction of 9.4% of cash payments. This predates any office closures. You will of course remember that the decision to rationalise and realign face-to-face delivery from a one-stop shop model to a new model of advice hub and outreach services was started under the previous administration, of which Councillor McCluckie was a prominent member. Since then, there has been further decreases of between 17 and 29% each year. In the first 5 months of 2019-20 financial year, 28,000 cash payments were made, which is an average of 259 per working day, compared with 626 per working day over the same period in 2015-2016. That amounts to 67,000 in total. Since offices have been closed and payment at hubs changed, there hasn't been a deterioration in collection rates, nor any material concerns raised by customers. By asking for a progress report in relation to support and advice hubs, councillors will be able to judge the overall performance and be informed regarding the effectiveness of the resource. Thank you.
Change it.
Specialist advisors, receptionists, and people can give them the support.
You can't pay your rent. That's a point of clarification. Okay, fine, thank you. Is that a second for Councillor Hughes? Councillor Meakin,
Thank you, Provost. Just to develop your point further, there were some of our finance offices that did close at lunchtime as well, just because of the low numbers of staff. However, that is not the reason for the payment part of the hubs not being available within that hour. Part of the reason that the payment hub is not available within that hour is to enable the staff to be able to assist people with very much more complex needs at that particular time. What has been introduced is a wide variety of ways in which people can pay, and that they don't have to go into the hub to be able to make their payments. There's payments can be made at any pay point, which are scattered throughout our communities and the local shops, etc. Similarly at the post office. And these outlets actually offer extended times beyond which that the payment part of the hub is actually open from 8 o'clock in the morning often to 8, perhaps even later in the evening. So it actually does give much more of an opportunity for people to use alternative ways of paying. However, as Councillor Hughes has quite clearly said, that anybody that requires some other advice and information and going into the hub, even between those times, between 12:30 and 1:30, will be able to get that, and will probably be able to be signposted somewhere where they could actually make that particular cash payment, which would be very, very close to them. So from my experience, and like Councillor Hughes, I've visited the hubs. I took time out over the summer and visited them all and spoke to the staff. And what I was being told is there is an increase in footfall through the hubs as a result of the change, because they are providing such a vast array and broad depth of information, advice and services. So they actually are operating very well, and allows people to be able to learn and to be able to be assisted on self-help if that is what they want to do. But alternatively, they can actually speak to one of our specialist advisors. Similarly, we've actually been highlighted as a good practice throughout the country, and as has been indicated, our hubs were in the final for a national award. But again, I think there's maybe some misinformation or lack of information to members about the operation of the hubs and what the depth and breadth, and looking at some of the statistics about the footfall, the people, the types of inquiries and the number of payments, etc. that are going through. And that is why, again, I think we need to make informed decisions and have that information brought forward to members. And I do know that there was an intention to bring an update report in relation to the hubs in the next couple of months anyway. So I think, again, it's about making informed decisions, and if after having heard the performance of our hubs, what they do, particularly the finance section of that, if members still want to pass that on to scrutiny, then so be that. It's not something that we fear or have concerns over. But at the moment, from the information that I have from those that are using the hubs and the comments from the staff, there is not a demand at lunchtime, that nobody is being denied. Once it's explained to them the alternatives, they've been happy with that. So I'm unsure if the Braes area is particularly difficult, but again, that's not what's coming through to us. But I wouldn't want to deny members the opportunity to look at scrutinising the performance, hence the reason we would suggest that a report comes forward, and from that members can take an informed decision and direct things accordingly.
Thanks, Provost. I'll be brief, but surely as council we should be aspiring to do things better all the time. And when Councillor Hughes' answer to this is another progress report. Low-paid workers are, at their lunch break are need to pay their bills. For goodness sake, what's wrong with that? Is there going to be a financial cost? It doesn't look like it. So what's the difference? Council will ensure that all 3 hubs are open at lunchtime and that members of the public are able to pay their bills at a time convenient to them, and in particular during lunchtime. What is wrong with that? We're wanting to make things better for people. We want to make things easier. So this is a simple motion, nothing complex about it. Surely it wouldn't hurt the administration to say yes. That's all I'm going to say, Provost.
Provost, could I just say, honestly, we go for the sublime to the ridiculous here. First of all, we're winning awards for the hubs, and the central hub is where you should go. Now, if we're winning awards for the central hub, why did an officer no less than 2 hours ago advise me that we're still looking at moving the central hub to the library? The officer advised me, correct me if I'm wrong, anyone here, that we're spending money looking to see whether the library in Falkirk is suitable for a central hub. So, are we going to move to the library if it's suitable, or are we not going to bother? The central hub for Falkirk is in Calendar Park, right next to the Skew Brig. Calendar Square, sorry. So, they get people coming from Camlin and other areas, Langley's, etc. And they get the bus, some of them elderly, so they get the bus, it takes a wee while in the morning to get them ready, to sell ready, and they go to the bus. They go into the Calendar Square. There are people who are trained to take the money and work the machinery, or work the till, whatever it is they call it, but they didn't appear. So you've got an old lady, or a gent, or a young lady, whatever you want to make it, standing with money in their hand, saying, look, I want to pay my money. I want to pay my rent or my rates. Nobody comes. They're all sitting here in their tea. How on earth? That's a model, that's a Thomas Cook model of working. We're not wanting your money, although Thomas Cook didn't do that. So, didn't it just be opposition for the sake of opposition? No, let's be honest. Think of the people. It's all right, David. You going to let me finish, David? I never heckle you. Right, well, what I'm saying to you is this. We've got a business that's looking for money, and we're wanting people to pay their money on time. And by the way, if you don't, you get a swift letter telling you you could be going to court. And yet we've got people who are trained to take the money. And even if you tell me we haven't got people trained, because it's beyond our possibility and the scale of our our skills to take somebody the more and train them within 2 days to take somebody's rent money. I'll tell you, we won an award. It must have been the Comedy Award, I'll tell you that.
Okay, thank you. We're now heading to Councillor Blackley, Councillor Murtagh and Councillor Alexander. Okay.
Just a quick question, Provost. For all the awards the Hubs have been nominated for, I was just wondering if they've been nominated for any awards for not accepting payments between 12:30 and 1:30.
Thanks, Provost. A lot of heat over misunderstandings, I think one of the things that I'd like to clarify, I think, as we all know, and I'm sure we all agree, our strengths and our staff and council, they come with the expertise of our staff, not in the building in which they're located. And that the service that's been provided in the hubs is what is being awarded and what is being actually applauded when they're recognised. We all accept usually that in other circumstances, be it if you've got to phone up your doctors for results or to repeat prescription, that sometimes there are times that you should do that within. There are times where staff need to be assisting those in greater need with more complex issues. And that appears to be the reason for this particular situation at the moment. But I agree that if you want to go down to a hub with the money in your hand and pay, and that's the time that you've gone down, that you might feel that it was inconvenient that you couldn't do it at that particular point. However, as the Leader of the Council explained, there's other ways in which that person at that time can be assisted in order to make that payment at that time, very close by. Also, and I think if we're talking about, low-paid workers, it's probably not the most efficient use of their time to leave their office during lunchtime and come down with the cash and spend that time doing it in that way. And whereas I absolutely, support the choice that everybody has to make for their own individual circumstances, part of giving advice is being able to point that out too and saying, that there is a better way and a more efficient way for you to do this, maximise your time and maximise your money and your transport costs and all the rest of it. We need to be clear that that's an important function that we all have. So I think, particularly in this and in the last motion, it's not opposition for opposition's sake. It's saying we understand the points that are being brought up and why they're being brought up. And what Councillor McCluckie is saying in terms of his frustrations, I understand. But if there are practical points that need to be explained and understood, not just to members, but finessed and how things are working and an understanding, as the Leader of the Council says, how we can actually progress what's going wrong in your mind, Councillor McCluckie. If there are things which could be done better, that's fine. Let's have a proper report. Let's have proper detail in that. But let's not sensationalise something about being about low-paid workers turning up with money in their hand and not being able to do something. They can. And we can assist them in doing that. So let's actually, do something sensible and get to the root of the problem.
Provost, why on earth, you had all these concerns, did you not raise them before you introduced?
Councillor Alexander, you're going to have your time to speak. It's no you at this particular minute.
I was told after Councillor Murtagh.
No, it's Councillor Blackley, Councillor Murtagh, and then yourself. So you're on the floor. Thank you. That's you. Yeah, it's fine.
A long day, Billy.
Princess Anne put me off everything. Perfect.
Yeah. So, fine, thank you.
Thank you.
Why did you not see them before you introduced the hubs? The reality is, from the model that was introduced by the previous administration, we've actually improved them. We've actually improved them by extending the hours. Now, we've gone from the sublime to the ridiculous. It was a quote. We've gone from the ridiculous to the ludicrous. Now members are going to be filling out timesheets for our staff. How to arrange lunchtime cover. We're interfering in the running of that office, or running these offices, in a way that is totally unacceptable, which is code of conduct, which the last mover, or the previous motion, ignored. The code of conduct says that we are not managers. It's not our role to fill in timesheets. It's not our role to tell people when they can have their lunch. That is the role of the managers. And, you know, after I thought, you know, we were making progress, I thought we were going to get a political debate at some point in time. It actually was about the big issues, big ticket issues. It was about the issues of vision and the ambition for our district. But no, this is the level we're at. And it's a great shame, because there is much going on just now that would allow for people to have their say, and for the alternative views to be put on issues that are going to affect the electorate and affect our constituents in a way that this doesn't. Because people are not stupid. They get to know when things are open, they get to know when to go to the one-stop, they get to go to the hub, they get to know when other facilities are open. And, you know, I think we do our own electorate a disservice at times. I think we talk down their abilities. I don't think they're half as thick as some people seem to believe that they are. But the bottom line is, we are strategic politicians. It's our role to set the policies, it's our role to set the vision. It's the manager's role to implement that. And if the manager's not doing it, we go and have a word with the manager and we speak to them. But we've got 3 excellent managers in these 3 hubs. 3 absolutely excellent managers in the 3 hubs, doing a terrific job. And I think it insults their abilities in some of the nonsense that we've had this morning, this afternoon.
Nonsense. People's lives is nonsense.
Okay then, everybody relax, and it's Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Provost. I've had occasion to visit the hubs, and on some occasions I've even had to drive people from Bowness to access the hubs. And I think here we're missing the point, because whilst they do very many good things, we need to recognise that in many ways these hubs are the public face, the only bits of the council people see. And it is incumbent on us to ensure that the service that our constituents get is a good one, because very often the reasons for going there aren't necessarily just paying their bills. And I cannot understand why those on the administration benches cannot pass this, because it is a very simple request. It is talking about the basic things we do and how well we do them, and it should be open to scrutiny. It isn't a criticism of the system. It's saying we need to ensure that the public face of this council is run in a way that we would be happy with, and we're ignoring these things. Thank you.
Councillor Binney, thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I certainly don't want to criticise any of the hub staff. I'm sure all Falkirk Council employees work really, really hard, especially at these times at the moment. However, I think we're actually missing something, because we're talking about customer service here. We're talking about people from the community going in there and getting some service. So I would imagine there would be data within the council. So how do we measure customer satisfaction, people going into the hub, basically? And what I would like to see as well is, obviously, people going into the hub, I would like inclusive support. For example, a lot of people have got hidden disabilities and that. So, for example, again, elderly people, you know, they might not like using IT. They might like face-to-face and things like that. So I would like to see a hub that does, I'm sure it does at times, take into account, obviously, people who's got hidden disabilities or any other sort of disabilities, and obviously they get the support there. So I take it we have measured in the past customer satisfaction, people going into hub, so that data will be there. So why have we not got that at this particular moment in time? So to see whether or not people in our communities really value the hubs and they have a high estimation of the quality service they receive. So perhaps, you know, if we're thinking about the port coming back, if that has to happen, that should be included in it. But I would imagine we should have some of that information already. Do we? Provost?
Is anybody coming forward to give an answer to Councillor Vinnie in relation to the information that's available? Mr. Richardson? Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Provost. Yes, we do collect customer satisfaction information in relation to hubs. I don't have them with me this afternoon, so I'm happy to provide that to elected members. But yeah, that's one of the things that we collect.
That's lovely, thank you.
It's been a long day, Provost. I'm going to be quick and to the point. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I just wondered if we could be told which part of improving services is sublime or ridiculous. All that's been put forward through here is a suggestion to make the hubs more accessible at lunchtime for people to pay their bills. We ain't asking for whistles and bells on it. It's a straightforward suggestion that I think would make the hubs, which, yes, we did introduce that concept. And yes, I remember vividly the outcry when the one-stop shop was being shut in Bowness. I think Councillor Mahoney is probably still wearing the scars from the campaign that Councillor Ritchie put on there about the ridiculousness of these hubs. The hubs are working and do work with less resources, but I think that it's only fair that we ask for them to stay open at lunchtime. And if the staff are in there dealing with people with complex needs, then I'm assuming that these are made by appointment. Can we not make these appointments at another time and use the staff when they're available? Anybody for walking it? Excuse me.
Thank you, Provost. It's just to answer, yes, you're right. I was against the hubs when it was first coming about. You heard me in here at budget when it was about it and whatever. And I will say there is still issues. It's better than what I thought it was going to be, but there's issues. But one thing Bowness has got is we've got staff going down every morning the 5 days to help people. Our residents don't have to go up to Grange before the time. We've got the pay points that people go to. They've got the post office to pay and whatever. And so, but that's what I mean. You're complaining. You did bring it in. I did say at the time, I wasn't for it. But it does work to a point if you get the neighbourhood officers and whatever doing it at Weslow to the library to get the issues for residents.
Thank you. Councillor Patrick.
Thank you, Provost. I'm really quite surprised to hear there's contributions from some members, particularly I know I won't name them. They'll know themselves whether they've been speaking sense or not. But the problem, however, is a very basic one. And it is unarguable that we have a section of our responsibility to people who are unable to get their cash paid to the council, not looking for the council for anything but paying something to the council, and they can't do it at lunchtime. Now, it's a long time since I served in the bank, but I can tell you that we had exactly the same problem of trying to make sure that people could have access to our counters when they wished, and lunchtime, of course, was the most obvious one. Surely, with the skilled staff that we have got, we can arrange to have some staggered lunchtime so that there can be a service, even it might not just be quite as slick as when they're all on duty at once. But certainly, it seems an obvious situation to me. And I think that some of the contributions from councillors opposite have made it very obvious that they cannot do other than support the motion.
Well, you'll understand, Councillor Patrick, that everybody in this chamber has their own opinions and they have an opportunity to speak to them. Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Provost. Been quite surprised at some of the language in this debate. What I'm looking at here is a motion. What I'm not seeing is information that actually backs up that motion. There's been a few requests for information. That's obviously not there at the moment. So we're being asked to make a change in something that we don't actually know the facts, whether it actually happens or not. That concerns me if we're going to be making decisions, and basically it's blind decision making. It's up to you, but I'm not comfortable making blind decisions. I would rather know the information that I was making a decision on. It might be the right decision to make, but please can we just get the information and then make the right decision at the right time with the right facts behind it. Thank you.
So McCluckie, summing up. Yeah, thank
Thomas,
you.
before we
Oh, sorry.
I've got a question. Just having, again, looked at the motion, I'm just wondering about the practicalities, and that there will be a cost implication in relation to should this go through. And we don't have a figure, therefore Council's been asked to take a blind decision again. And I don't think that's actually fair. There's a budget implication to it.
Provost, I must say that no.
Getting that check. Excuse Councillor Goldie, please.
The lady's already
Councillor
spoken.
Councillor Goldie, we're going to get that matter checked out at the minute, one day at a time.
One day on the wine, I think.
Thank you, Provost. I think actually the Councillor McCluckie's motion is fairly carefully crafted in relation to that issue. Looking at the third paragraph of it and the second sentence, the motion asks Mr Ritchie to report back to the next meeting to do one of two things. One is to confirm it's been done, so that's if it can be done without budgetary implications, and if there are any budgetary implications, which is the alternative, to advise what those are, so that we'd need to come back if there were budgetary implications, i.e. the need for more staff.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Councillor McCluckie, would like to wind up?
Thanks, Provost. Just to clarify some points as well. Firstly, it was said that there were more inquiries a while ago. When the more inquiries used to go at the central hub, there was always two people taking the rent. What happened? It went down to one at lunchtime when one went away for their lunch break and then it came back. But if it was busy, there were two people. It wasn't the person doing other duties. I was also told by a senior manager in one of the hubs recently, when I raised the question, that they had 6 trained cashiers there that could do the job, right? So that's for an officer. Councillor, obviously, Hughes, he's told me, he spoke adamantly to all the staff in the hub. He never once mentioned a constituent, a person out there or whatever. I can tell you there are 2 staff on this floor that stood in the queue at the central hub there to get told it's shut at lunchtime. The one I'm talking about, I didn't know when the other ones were shut and sit previously. I just kenned the one in Calendar Square is shut recently. I also asked the papers, you mentioned, oh, this was a big bad council again, 2016. I got the committee papers from Mr Moody before I asked the question. And I seen the papers 2016 and only says we're going to look towards a hub. It didn't say anything about closing at lunchtime. It didn't say they weren't going to take somebody that was going to notify you the sewage was over the street or a huge pothole or a tree had fell down in the road. There was no way to do house. I just said they were going to go and look at a hub situation because that was only the concept, right? What happened after that was usually, right? I do talk to people because I even talk to users, you know that. So I talk to anybody. So as I says, and what happens is you say there's no information. Are you aware? Because Councillor Hughes says nobody's made him aware yet. Falkirk Council has paid for nearly 6 months for staff to go in the three hubs to stand there maybe 2 days a week for 4 hours, telling folk all about council of the future and listening to all these angry people coming out and telling them this is like Russia and Germany and everything, what's happening in there. Right, so that's the truth of what's happening. But you didn't listen to the people coming out. What you are listening to is the staff inside.
Right. Okay, thank you. Okay then, we'll have a motion moved and seconded. We'll have an amendment moved and seconded and we'll just go to the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Alexander. Amen. Councillor Balfour. Amen. Councillor Binney. Councillor Black. Councillor Blackwood. Councillor Bowes. Councillor Coleman. Councillor Colley. Councillor Coombs. Councillor Goldie. Councillor Harris. Councillor Hughes. Councillor McCluckie. Councillor Meiklejohn. Councillor Munro. Councillor Murtagh. Councillor Nicholl. Councillor Nimmo. Councillor Patrick. Councillor Reid. And Councillor Spears. Provost, there are 12 votes for the motion, there are 11 votes for the amendment, and the motion is accordingly carried.
Okay, thank you for that. We're coming to the last motion before you today, 15C. I invite Councillor Murtagh to move our motion. Thank you.
Provost, I don't want to be rude, I've got to go to surgery at 5:15.
Okay, fine. Thank you for your input, sir. It's nice to see you getting back to forum.
Given that I'm going to try and be as ecumenical as possible, I'm not going to add to your comment there, but I would like to thank you, Provost, for agreeing to hear this today at Council, and also to all those who have expressed their support across the Chamber for bringing this forward. I've tried to make clear within the text what the reasons are for doing, so I don't intend to read it out. But before talking about the Anti-Nine Friendship Link itself, I'd just like to turn to the part of the motion to note the contribution of volunteers running both the Odenwald and Cretai twinning committees, who are working in their own time to foster cultural links and assist and learn from one another. In particular, there were some fantastic celebrations over in the Odenwald this summer, and the buzz and excitement that was generated in my part of the district was certainly infectious, with our Jenkins dancers playing a key role. But when organising these events or promoting their activities, members of those organisations don't need to worry about political sensitivities, party politics, or justifying the cultural benefit that they're hoping to foster. And I think this principle should be the same between Falkirk and JS also. So I'm particularly pleased, therefore, to bring this motion forward in that spirit and together with others in this chamber, because I think it's obvious to acknowledge that, sadly, it isn't quite as easy for members of the Anti-Nine Friendship Link to attract support and publicity for their activities in JS. This is one of the main aims of the motion today, to bring a focus to the existing link between this JS small town and farming community in the West Bank and Falkirk district, something that I wasn't aware, in all honesty, about until I became a councillor, despite many years campaigning on issues affecting Palestine. I haven't been able to get to as many events run by the link as I would like, but when I have been in any contact with them, they've been an open, informative, welcoming and inclusive, and I thank them for the work they are doing as volunteers. The scroll, which you can see here displayed, is really a beautiful document representing this link, but in becoming aware of the Anti-Nine Friendship Link's desire to renew this document, the time is probably also ripe to renew our own expressions of solidarity and friendship, which were previously instigated back in the early 2000s, and I hope that we can find a way to practically assist them too. We all know the extraordinary times we are living in. Lord only knows what might have happened in the time that we've all sat in this chamber. But, you know, news headlines are not dull. It's easy to forget, therefore, that while we are focusing on helping all those around us, the suffering of many around the world goes on, hidden from view, but no less critical than it ever was. Whether that's in Venezuela, Yemen, Syria, Palestine, or anywhere else, we are not able to solve those problems in this chamber. And I don't think it would do any good to get embroiled in the rights and wrongs and the whys and wherefores of Israeli action and why the people of JS find themselves in the conditions they're in, though outside this chamber that might be a different story. But occupation, military checkpoints, separation of farmers from their land, and the uncertainty of life, healthcare, education, the daily and long-term future of every aspect of life, it's just an undisputable reality daily for those people in Palestine. So some of those particular circumstances I can't imagine, but the effect on human emotion and how we process pain and suffering I found to be something common to human experience, no matter what it is that causes that pain. And so too the things which we can help and make a material difference to how we find the strength to go on, it also applies. We all hope in our ward work to be able to effect change and give practical solutions to our constituents, and sometimes change policies. But empathy and listening is sometimes the most valuable thing we can do. The Anti-Nine Friendship Link are providing practical support to the community in JS through a number of projects and have done over the years, some of them involving education. But what came across in their events and the conversations I had around them was the value that solidarity had to the people in JUS. Life is a struggle for them, and it has been a long struggle, and they want to face that with dignity and hope. Something which comes across also in the stories which are contained in, and I would recommend to members this book, the 1001 Olive Trees book, olive trees being a very good metaphor for peace itself. In bringing forward this motion, of course I want to highlight the good work of the Anti-9 Friendship Link that they're doing and help them attract further support, offer what practical assistance we can as a council, and crucially extend that hand of solidarity and friendship even further. It really should be a given, but given that there can be sensitivities around this topic, I thought it was important to include the final sentence, expressing our abhorrence for all forms of bigotry and sectarianism. I've had my own experiences of religious and racial hate crime over the years, and as someone with both Jewish and Christian heritage and more than one nationality, I come at it from more than one aspect. It's something I feel must never be tolerated, but nor should we shy away from being too afraid to argue for the promotion of peace and living together in that peace, while we do what we can to help those affected by war and occupation. As I've explained in the text, sorry, I've got reminders to go to other places. As I've explained in the text a little about the reason of the naming of the Anti-9 Friendship Link, and maintain that while I'd encourage everyone to get out and visit our historic structures and celebrate our rich history, walls as devices of war and separation really do belong in the past and aren't helpful in striving towards that aim of living in peace together. I'm looking forward to the renewal of the scroll and being able to sign it, as many of in this chamber and those who have now left did with the previous one. When I mentioned bringing this motion, I could see that some of those signatories had lost none of their passion for our tradition of solidarity. And I'd like to mention Councillor Alexander in particular and thank him for his continued zeal, passion and political support for such topics, which is mirrored by many colleagues. And I know I would also be demonstrated with great passion by Councillor McHugh, were she here today. I'd just like to say how much we are missing Adana and look forward to her return to this chamber. I'm sure that passion is not restricted to this side of the chamber, however, and with that, I happily pass over to my ward colleague, Councillor Coombs, and urge everyone to support the motion.
Thanks, Laura. Thanks, Provost. It gives me great pleasure to second this motion, proposed by Laura across the chamber, but it's no pleasure at all that in this day and age that we're still having to do this. Now, I know it's been a long day for us all, so I'll not take up too much time. A lot of what I'm saying is obviously been said already by Laura. No matter what our trials, tribulations are in this chamber, they're nothing compared to the residents of JUS and across the occupied Palestinian territories. We are truly blessed, and we must thank our lucky stars each and every day that we can only just imagine what suffering these people must go through on a daily basis. For a short time, I worked in a third world country, and living without water, electricity and the basic needs, I think, is something that we can't possibly imagine, thankfully. We should also recognise that generations before us fought and died so that we have the ability to disagree, debate and differ in peace and without the threat of violence, albeit that there are sometimes raised voices, at least there are no raised guns. And therefore we have a duty to support those in this country and around the world who would wish for the same freedoms. There may be those here today who wish to make party political capital. Hopefully Laura has diffused that already by her statement from the troubles in the Middle East about religious differences or even the tabling of the motion. But I hope that this demonstration of unity between councillors across the administration, across the chambers and the largest opposition groups show that we do not. This is a civic expression of friendship between our community and another who just want to live in peace. And finally, can I just quote from the Link's constitution? The Link exists to assure the community of JUS that they have not been forgotten, to provide hope in the belief that they will endure until a lasting peace is established, to develop friendships and solidarity between the communities of Falkirk and District and the residents of JUS. The Link is a humanitarian organisation which acknowledges the rights of people to choose and practice their religion, whether it's Muslim, Christian or Jew, and to respect the right of others to do so. I don't see that anybody could argue against or fail to support that. I formally second. And I'm just thinking here just now that whilst we have got the original scroll here, and I'm just making this up on the hoof, I wondered if Laura and anybody else from that side of the chamber could come and we could get a photograph taken before it's taken away just at the end of business. Thanks.
Okay, I would like to say this. Thank you very much, Councillor Coombs. I'd like to say this to Councillor Murtagh. When I saw this originally, obviously everybody takes a different interpretation of any motion that comes forward. I thought it was quite sensitive, but can I say this? I thought you'd done remarkably well how you brought that forward. You're a credit to your group with the way that you, because I thought it would be a very difficult one to do without getting into the political realms, and I thought you'd done extremely well. Is there anybody else would like to come in on this, or has everybody agreed? Agreed to motion. Okay. Now there is an opportunity there if anybody wants to take their photograph beside that, as Councillor Coombs says. And other than that, I'd like to thank you all very much for coming today. Apologies again for myself and Councillor Reid having to leave for a while. But the fact is that having been locked up in a room for nearly 2 hours, I think I've done my duty. Thank you.